a straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Merry Christmas, Britain. It's 12 o'clock on Thursday, the 25th of December. I'm Tatiana Sanchez.
And I'm Charlie Peters. Well, let's cross now to Sandringham, where the royals are meeting the public following their annual church service, because we will be covering that shortly. But before we go there, actually, let's go through what's coming up on the programme today, because the leader of the Green Party, Zack Palansky, he's set to use his Christmas address at 3 p.m. today to call £476 million of taxpayer money to be spent on kindness to Channel migrants.
In his address, he's set to hit out at the money currently being spent on, quote, cruelty, and calls for it to be spent on a new system based on compassion, kindness and humanity.
Right, well, before we get into that, let's now cross to Sandringham. I think we have those pictures ready for you live. Here we are, the royal family arriving, greeting well-wishers in Norfolk. They're now leaving after that church service. King Charles present there with the royal family. Another
year, another traditional royal visit, and of course this comes ahead of that highly anticipated special Christmas message from the King today at 3 o'clock.
And we have obviously not seen Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, but his daughters, Princess Beatrice and excuse me, Princess Eugenie, were in attendance along with their husbands. And the Princess Royal, her daughter Zara Tyndall with her family, also present along with the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh. And obviously, Tatiana, this is a major event in the royal calendar, one of several where you see well-wishers up close and personal with the royal family, and obviously serious crowds there today. And here's some of the latest pictures from
Princess of Wales there
earlier this morning as the royal family arrived. So just before 11 a.m. they were there, greeted by the Reverend Canon Dr. Paul Rees-Williams. And those crowds outside, Tatiana, they did get to partake in the service because it was being relayed by speakers to them, who then, of course, as we were just seeing in those live pictures, enjoyed the opportunity to chat to them afterwards.
Absolutely, a very special moment. And of course, we saw those live pictures of the royals leaving Sandringham. And this is, of course, the moment where they finally get to immerse themselves with the crowds, and the crowds get to mingle with them, shake their hands, speak to them. So, yeah, a very special moment as crowds gather to catch a glimpse of the family at the King's private estate.
Now, I know you would have been watching the premiere Carols event of the Christmas season. That was the GBNews Carols at Candlelight service that was played at 8 p.m. last night. But did you also manage to catch the pre-recorded Catherine and Princess Charlotte's piano duet from inside Windsor Castle?
Yes, I did. Very amazing, wasn't it? So sweet. Sat next to her like mother, like daughter. It was a beautiful set. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed that last night as I was sat here at work reading the news bulletin. So that was a very special moment. Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I see that's one of Andrew's daughters. Yes, that's the Beatrice and Eugenie leaving now with their partners. And yeah, those crowds have been gathering all morning. I mean, some people camp out for this moment, as the royal family have been coming to Sandringham for Christmas since 1988. Do let us know on gbnews.com/your say what you are doing on Christmas Day. I'd be particularly keen to know if you've been to a church service today and what the church service message was, because later on in the programme today, we will be talking about what the Church of England is saying, because the incoming Archbishop of Canterbury has issued perhaps what might be considered a rather controversial message today about how national conversations about immigration are dividing us. Our common humanity should unite us. We'll be curious to see how that message goes down around the country. And also, the Archbishop of York has described how he was intimidated by Israeli militias during a visit to the Holy Land. Talking about walls and divisions in the Holy Land, he also spoke about the walls that divide and separate us and the barriers we erect across the whole world. The Church of England talking a lot about immigration today. Was that the message at your church service today? Do let us know what you're getting up to today.
And it's not just been, there's been some controversy with kind of the Pope as well, who's given his Christmas Mass last night and this morning, where usually he steers clear of political speak, but today he touched upon Palestine and Gaza. He calling for a Palestinian state, so there's some controversy there as well.
Yeah, and Pope Leo, the first Pope to deliver a Christmas Day church service for about 30 years. So very keen to get a Christmas message across. But we'll be coming to more updates from Sandringham as we get them. But let's move on now. It's 5 minutes past 12 on Christmas Day. And the leader of the Green Party, Zack Palansky, he is set to use that Christmas address at 3 p.m. to call for £476 million of taxpayer money to be spent on kindness to Channel migrants.
In his address, as I said before, he is set to hit out at the money currently being spent on, quote, cruelty, and calls for it to be spent on a new system based on compassion, kindness and humanity.
Well, he's also set to call for an end to the demonisation of migrants, in his words, which follows similar rhetoric from the new chairwoman of the Equality and Human Rights Commission.
And also breaking in the past few moments, the incoming Archbishop of Canterbury, Dame Sarah Mullally, has warned in her Christmas Day sermon that national conversations about immigration continue to divide us when our common humanity should unite us.
Well, let's get the thoughts of our studio panel, joined here on Christmas Day by the former Labour Party NEC chair, is that right? Baroness Diane Hayter, and the political commentator Aman Bogal. Merry Christmas to you both.
Merry Christmas.
And to you too. What a nice way of spending it with you.
Absolutely. No, it was a pleasure to have you with us.
Indeed.
Well, Aman, shall we start with what Zack Palansky is saying today? Because it's a Christmas message that, in a sense, is being echoed by the Church of England.
By the Church of England. I think it's all bonkers, certainly on Christmas Day, especially because, you know what, why aren't the Church of England, the Archbishop and even Zack Palansky, dare I say, talking about the well-being of British people at risk from importing unvetted young foreign men who we don't know who they are, committing crimes, going into our communities and making women and girls feel unsafe. That's the message that should be sent out. And let's be clear, I mean, he's talking about being kind to migrants. I mean, how dare he equate, I'm an immigrant, how dare he equate decent, legal migrants with people who are jumping the queue, are economic migrants, are paying serious organised crime, tens of thousands of pounds to cross the channel. It's ludicrous. I mean, this £476 million he's talking about was, in fact, a fund that was being created by the previous Conservative government to be given to the French to deal with the law and order disorder situation they have in Calais. So he's asking for that. I mean, my question to Zack Palansky would be, he's got 927 councillors across the land. Why don't all of them take in a few illegal migrants in their houses and see what happens?
Well, I suspect with the message of compassion, they might be doing that, Amal. I mean, who knows? We'll find out, hopefully. They might be doing that.
Well, we had a situation where a Green Party-led council, I think in Sussex, was vehemently voting against the
campaigning against the of a migration centre or a former barracks, for example.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So compassion sometimes, but not all the time.
Not all the time.
Diane Hayter.
Well, I think the first thing is the complete cheek of this man, if what you tell me is true, that it's going to do this at 3 o'clock at the same time as the King's address. I find that extremely arrogant by a young man who's new to politics, and it's sort of setting himself up as a sort of alternative to the King. So I'm not starting off very positive about this, I have to say. The second thing I'd just say about him, the title of his party, I believe, is Green, and he's not talking about the environment. I mean, surely the one thing that used to unite the Greens was that they said that, you know, looking at the future, looking at our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren's world, you know, would be safer if we take on green issues. He's forgotten about those. And the third thing that really worries me is he is fueling the idea that somehow we will give more to people who try and come to this country. And that pull factor is really dangerous, because the last thing we want is people with their kids trying to cross one of the most dangerous bits of water.
There's already very strong incentives to cross, because you come here, the offer is pretty strong, actually, to a small boat migrant in terms of housing, accommodation, 3 hot meals a day. But let's move away from Zack Palansky for a moment, if you don't mind, and talk about what the Church of England are saying today. The incoming Archbishop of Canterbury, Dame Sarah, talking about conversations about immigration dividing us. It's happening here today, on Christmas Day. We are talking about it, but politics is, in a sense, about division. People argue about ideas. But what do you make about the Church of England going, front and centre with this argument at this time? Are they alienating a lot of people with this message?
I think it's strange. I wanted to be able to really welcome the fact that we had a female archbishop for the first time. This should be really good. But actually, the lessons of the church have been about looking after the poor. And it seems to me it is a time when we're all celebrating with our families today to talk about people who haven't got those, people in need. And I would have thought that a bit of humility from her would have been, what can we do ourselves to help those who are less well off than ourselves? And that is a message that we look to the church to give us, because we're all sort of looking after ourselves, aren't we? So I'm a bit sad that she hasn't started with what, for me, is the basics of her faith, which is what is our responsibility to the poor.
I think it's very simple. Britain is a Christian nation, and we've seen a reinvigoration of Christian traditions and partaking in the church. In the young, for example, I think over the last 2 years, I think more young people are now beginning to go to church. But the church also needs to get back to the basics of what it means to build local parishes, local communities, and helping those most in need. The bread and butter issues of the average working man and woman. They're not doing that, and what they're doing.
In many ways, Aman, you could say they're going in the other direction entirely. They're focusing on elite opinion. This idea that we can just focus on our common humanity and everything will be fine. I mean, the Labour peer, Maurice Glasman, he's a Jewish man, but he's written this week about how the Church of England's voice is basically lost on this issue. He spoke about how we need to strike a balance between kindness, that message of humanity we're talking about, and common good, but also truth and reality.
Exactly.
And the reality is that the current situation we have with small boat channels, small boat channel crossings, but also legal migration in general, that balance is not being struck at all.
At all. And that's where I think, a lot of people in Britain right now are facing the pressures that both mass legal migration has brought into the country and also the illegal migration. In terms of, we're spending £8 million a day in housing and feeding illegal migrants, but also the pressures on public services when we have had mass migration running at 1 million gross every year. And of course, let's not forget the cultural impact of mass legal migration. I mean, I saw that video. I think it was an absolutely abomination of a video doing in Christmas traditions from that Islamist influencer, teaching that young daughter that we don't celebrate Christmas because it destroys our traditions. I mean, look, I'm a Sikh, right? This week for Sikh history is a week of sadness and reflection of the martyrs. But at the same time, I also celebrate Christmas because, you know what, I grew up in this country and these are our traditions as much as they are everyone else's.
On that note, of course, before I ask my next question, the government would argue that they are stopping channel crossings. But back to you, Diane, do you think, in a nutshell, this all boils down to just really bad timing? It's Christmas Day, and do you think it has some sort of link to perhaps politics and the issue of immigration not being spoken about around the Christmas dinner table, and so that should also be reflected? Well,
I obviously disagree from the particular position of people around the table. I don't think this is immigration is this terrible threat and all of that. But the community in Britain today most at risk is the Jewish community. We have seen horrendous things happening over their celebration, over Hanukkah, or even worse, over the Day of Atonement, the most sacred day for the Jewish community, and then what happened with the celebrations in Australia at Hanukkah. And it just seems to me that, you know, we're celebrating the birth of Christ. Christ, of course, was Jewish, that's normally the time that our communities come together, the Christian and the Jewish communities. And I do think we have to think about our Jewish community at the moment, which is feeling very vulnerable. And it's a good day. I think it's wonderful you've quoted Maurice Glassman, who is himself Jewish.
Well, do you know what, Diane, Aman, thank you very much for your time. I'm going to close on quoting Maurice Glassman as well. This is what he wrote in the Times. He said, diversity before solidarity, process before action, choice before tradition. Its energy is only really found in acts of desecration. Talking about the Church of England. Very strong language, but I think his argument has been reaffirmed by what we're hearing today from the incoming Archbishop of Canterbury.
Thank you to our panel. We will catch in with you again very shortly, but it's time for the Great British Giveaway now and your chance to win our biggest cash prize to date. An incredible £85,000 in cash. Hayley Sparks has been on a magical trip to Lapland and has all the details you need for a chance to make it yours.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours. Cash to make your new year the best yet. And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate. Imagine what next year could look like for you with a whopping £85,000 in the bank. You could find yourself on the adventure of a lifetime or just safe in the knowledge that next year is on us. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours. Go on, give it a go, and Merry Christmas!
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing the 9th of February 2026. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
This is Merry Christmas Britain on GB News. Stay with us. Get in touch on gbnews.com/yours say. Tatiana, Stephen here says you're looking very beautiful as ever. Firmly agree. But he adds, where is her Christmas jumper?
Yes.
Only one of us has come dressed appropriately. Aman Bogal's come dressed appropriately.
Yeah, I'm in a red dress.
The red dress is fabulous. Very Christmassy. I know I had this conversation with you yesterday that I was going to go for the jumper and you were like, oh dear. But here we are. Well, there's lots more coming up on today's show. As 1 in 6 Brits want to ditch turkey for curry this Christmas. We'll be discussing what makes the best festive plate.
All of that and more still to come. You're with GB News at Britain's newsroom on Christmas Day. But first, it's time for a carol from GB News' Carol Concert. This is the Bleak Midwinter.
This Christmas, we're inviting you to join the GB News family for an occasion filled with joy. A chance to come together and lift our voices and celebrate what truly brings us closer at this time of year. So whether you're with friends or family or simply in the spirits of the season, we would love to share this special night of carols with you. Carols by candlelight at 7 o'clock tonight, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Samantha, Jeffrey, thank you for your time tonight on The Late Show Live. Really appreciate it. This is a story that, amongst all the stories of wars and murders and crime and so on, at least it's given us a laugh, and at least the raccoon is okay. Just explain to us, if you can, Samantha, exactly what happened. Where was the raccoon found? Where is he now? Who found him and so on?
Yeah, so the store manager went to open up the ABC store here in Ashland, Virginia, and discovered a bunch of broken bottles in the back room. Upon further investigation, he was also located a raccoon that was passed out in one of the bathrooms. He had locked himself in the bathroom, and that's when the store manager called us to get him.
So first things first, how on earth did he end up in the store? How did he get in there?
So he fell through the ceiling. So he went through a ceiling tile and took out the wiring for the video camera as he was falling down. So we don't have a whole lot to go off of, just what the evidence that we encountered when we got to the scene of the crime.
So he fell through the ceiling, and I guess he landed on, because there's pictures here we've got of bottles of, I think it's whiskey, just strewn all over the store. So he must have fallen through the ceiling onto the shelves, smashed all the bottles, and then I guess from there thought it was going to be a great idea to, what, lap up all the alcohol on the floor?
I guess so. He just decided to have a party.
And who found him?
The store manager.
And what was their reaction? Have you spoken to them? What were their first sort of comments to you when they, I guess they called you to report the raccoon passed out in the bathroom, right?
Yeah, they were a little bit distraught. They didn't know how to get him out. They obviously did not want to pick him up themselves. So that's why they called us for assistance.
GB News, the People's Channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's political podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Merry Christmas, Britain. It's 24 minutes past 12, and the birth of Christ is the most famous story in the world. And in Surrey, an immersive theatre production has put the audience in the middle of it.
With Romans, live animals and a real baby Jesus, the Wintershaw Nativity attracts thousands of visitors every year. GB News reporter Isabel Fakuluk has the story.
Who'll be called the Son of God.
On a cold December night in the Surrey countryside, a story begins. A journey that starts as it did 2,000 years ago, with a long road and no room at the inn. This isn't a theatre, it's a pilgrimage, following the Nativity step by step. From Mary and Joseph's arrival in Bethlehem to a child laid in a manger. This production at Wintershaw Estate has been running for over 30 years, and this year Polly King has directed the show, bringing to light the night shepherds were first told of a newborn king.
This nativity performance is something that is very unique because we are in the Surrey Hills, so we start open air. So we get to have a visual treat of Mary's house to begin with, the journey up to Bethlehem, outside the inn, the shepherds in the fields, and then we have the story in the barn. I believe is really important for children and families to experience together, and it really kickstarts Christmas.
The cast is made up of animals, a real baby Jesus, and around 100 volunteers, retracing the path from the hills where angels appeared with news that would change the world. Harry Babington has been part of what he calls the Wintershaw family since he was 2 years old. This year he plays Angel Michael.
You get a feeling like you don't get anywhere else in the world, and I think that's what keeps everyone coming back here, really. People that watch it, people that are in it, even the volunteers behind the scenes, you know, all of them just feel such a deep sense of purpose just from being here and spreading this message.
And for many, taking part has become deeply personal.
We need to just focus what is Christmas, and this is the birth of Jesus. And when the innkeeper is holding the baby, she realized this is very special baby. And special baby, and she started to crying and realized this is God's son.
Anne and Peter Hutley started the production in 1989. Now, their daughter, Charlotte de Clee, has been producing the play since 2014.
People have got totally sort of swept away and spending lots of money and debt. And actually, children are sort of more geared towards Father Christmas than they are about Mary and Joseph on their donkey. This is pared back to how we imagine it really was that first Christmas. There is a longing to connect us, and I mean, people come out in tears.
Over 4,000 people came to watch this dramatic retelling of the story at the heart of Christmas. A nativity play like no other. Isabel Fekulak, GB News, Surrey.
Isabel, thank you very much for that. And while much of the country switches off this Christmas, life on the farm never stops.
That's right. From early starts to freezing fields, the work continues to ensure a nation can remain fed. And let's get more on that with farmer Dan Willis, who joins us now. Dan, Merry Christmas. Oh, you see you've got your family with you as well. Merry Christmas to all of you. How are you spending Christmas Day?
Yeah. Well, we've been out. We've got some sheep here on the farm which are on tack from a local shepherd. So we've been round, checked the sheep quickly this morning, and we're just about wrapped up for the day and hopefully ready to go and eat some delicious turkey.
Mm-hmm. Today is such an important day, and we rely on you so much, Dan, because you supply what goes on our delicious Christmas plates. How have you found, in general, before we go into the difficulties that farmers have been facing, how have you personally been finding this festive period?
I think one of the most heartening things we've done, and it's Eleanor's work and has been, well, and Lucy's work, the pair of them organising a charity tractor run, and to try and bring some joy, certainly around to the towns and villages, you know. It's been, that side of it has been heartening. People have come out, and I think, well, we've raised an awful lot of money, haven't we, Eleanor?
Yeah, we've been lucky enough to bring the whole community together and organise a light-up Christmas tractor run around all of the villages and raised just under £11,000 for Newbury Cancer Care, which is a great charity, a charity that's helped all of us when my mum was poorly, and also it's there at the heart of our community, and this is something the farmers do on top of producing the food for your Christmas dinners. We got some here, and actually if you go and look at your packaging of where you've bought your carrots, your cabbage, all your vegetables from, it actually shows you which British farmers made it. So this one's Ben Madarasi from our carrots that we've bought here today.
Oh, brilliant. I mean, it just goes to show that farmers really are at the centre of their communities. And Dan, you know, when I've been getting ready for Christmas Day, doing our shopping in the last few days, I've been seeing how cheap all the vegetables are. All the produce has been cut down in cost so much. I mean, is food too cheap in Britain? And is that affecting how you guys can run your organisations and keep the farms running?
In some ways, yes. The profitability in farming is, as we all know, is very low. It's a massive problem. But these loss leaders that the supermarkets have put out are really, you know, trying to almost illustrate to the public, actually, it's so cheap, we can give it away for pennies. When, you know, blood, sweat and toil and massive investment in machinery and manpower has gone in to produce that food. And yes, I do think it's too cheap. And the problem is the retailers are still taking a massive margin, and we do need some levelling up. We really do. On top of everything else, we really need some levelling up. Producing food at under the cost of production is
we need some supply chain fairness, really.
Yeah. Okay. And at Christmas time, obviously, very close to the day itself, we had this U-turn from the government. The DEFRA Secretary Emma Reynolds announcing that this inheritance tax move was going to be watered down a touch. Dan, will you and your family be toasting Sir Keir Starmer and the Labour government for reversing their plans on inheritance tax on Christmas Day? Will you be raising a glass of champagne to the big man?
I'm afraid we won't, actually. Unfortunately, you know, as large arable farmers, we've got over £5 million worth of machinery. Forget the land.
The
buildings, the crops, the stock. Yeah, I mean, it's nowhere near far enough. What it is an admission they have it wrong and a climb down and a beginning of a retreat. And
it's something to work with.
It's something to work with. We need to build on that. You know, there is an understanding they've obviously got it very wrong, but we've got to push harder. You know, unfortunately, it still removes us or smaller farmers any aspiration to increase the size of their holding, their business, their turnover. It makes it very difficult to grow a business. It's put an artificial marketplace in, even for land. So it's, you know, no, he's not going to get a toast from me. I'd ideally love to have a sit down and have a drink with the man, but whether he will or not will be a different story.
Dan, thank you very much. And we did see a lot of farm closures leading up to this U-turn on the inheritance tax. So we are delighted to see that you guys are open and thriving, and thank you for supplying your food and making our Christmas Day delicious.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Thank you.
Merry Christmas to you all.
Right, well, there's lots more coming up today on Merry Christmas Britain. It's 33 minutes past 12, including...
Not coal. No, you don't want coal. Well, coal is, you mean clean, beautiful coal. I had to do that, I'm sorry.
The US President and First Lady make a splash this Christmas, leaving kids speechless.
All of that and much more to come. You're with GB News, Britain's #1 news channel.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office, and a very Merry Christmas to you. It's dry out there for most of us through the course of Christmas Day, but it is going to be feeling bitterly cold in the south due to some strong easterly winds. Those winds coming all the way in from Poland and Eastern Europe, so particularly strong in the south. Further north, high pressure dominating, bringing plenty of dry weather through the course of today. So plenty of sunshine for lots of the UK, a glorious crisp day for a walk outside, but out towards the very far southwest we just have a few showers here, mostly falling as rain, but perhaps a little bit of sleet or the odd flake of snow across the very highest ground here. But those winds really strong in the south, gusting 50 miles an hour or so in some places, particularly to the west of the high ground and in some coastal regions too. Temperatures on the face of it, 4, 5, 6 degrees today, but feeling much colder when you factor in the strong winds. Further north, though, the winds will be much lighter through the course of this afternoon, and actually some fog may well linger in places like the Moray Firth right the way through the course of the day. But there will be some sunshine for many western parts of Scotland, some sunny spells for Northern Ireland, then those stronger winds out across more southern and western parts, particularly Wales and the southwest, where wind warning is in place, and the winds will remain pretty strong through the course of this evening here as well. So potentially some travel disruption, those winds coming in from an unusual easterly direction. Otherwise, the winds gradually easing as we go through the course of tonight, and it will turn into a cold night for all of us. Temperatures perhaps not falling widely below freezing, but there will be enough of a breeze, generally speaking, to hold any frost at bay for most towns and cities, but certainly down below freezing in some rural areas. Another fine day to come for most of us on Boxing Day. Plenty of decent weather to get out and about for a Boxing Day walk, but there will be some cloud in the south, probably cloudier here compared to today. Otherwise, plenty of sunshine across many parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland and central Northern England. A bit more cloud across the northeast and temperatures slightly higher than today and not quite as windy.
Thank you, Britain, for making GB News Radio such a huge success. Whether you're in the car, on the go or listening at home, thank you for choosing us as your radio station.
Good afternoon. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A83 is experiencing significant restrictions at Loch Gilphead due to emergency roadworks. On the A55, a speed limit of 30 miles per hour remains on Britannia Bridge until further notice. In Staffordshire, a road collision on the M6 southbound between junctions 13 and 12 has resulted in one-lane closure. On the M4 westbound between junction 11 and 12, a broken-down vehicle has closed one lane. And on the trains, there is currently no service from both Avanti West Coast and Caledonian Sleeper. Stay up to date at gbnews.com.
Merry Christmas, Britain. It is 37 minutes past 12, and I'm so glad you can join us today. Lots of you getting in touch on gbnews.com/yours. Stay with us for the next few hours. But first, could turkey and the trimmings soon become a thing of the past?
According to a new report from Tesco, nearly 1 in 5 under 35s plan to serve something completely different this year, with curry and pizza being popular alternatives.
Got a bit of a sneak peek there of our next guest, didn't you? Because we're joined now by Sophie Corcoran, who stopped eating a traditional roast years ago and now enjoys a curry for Christmas. And she joins us now. Good afternoon, Sophie. Thanks for spending a bit of your Christmas day with us today.
Good afternoon. I thought I would absolutely love to come and share my Christmas dinner with you. But yes, I do not eat roast dinner. I have always had a curry. I have had a curry since I was like 6 years old, probably. I'm obsessed with curry for Christmas dinner. And everyone laughed at me, but now who's laughing now? Because as Tesco says, I was the trendsetter. Everyone's eating curry. You can't laugh at me anymore. Here's me having my curry. But yeah, I thought I'd just come and pop on while I...
So is it just you and your family that eats curry? And
yeah.
Why don't you eat a normal Christmas dinner? Like
She's on the attack straight away.
I know. Yeah, no, it is me. The rest of my family are somewhat normal. They do eat a Christmas dinner, but they don't eat turkey because we all collectively agree that turkey is disgusting. Nobody actually really likes turkey. You all pretend to like turkey. You don't actually like it, let's be honest. But no, it is just me that has a curry. But I do not like roast dinner. I think, potatoes are weird. I remember having my school Christmas dinner. I mean, what on earth was that? What on earth did they serve us? It was so disgusting. The potatoes were black. The meat was like a weird grey colour that it looks like, you know, when you've like been sick in the morning, you wake up and you're a bit off colour.
I actually don't know about
That's what it looks like. But it was rancid, and I'm so traumatised by whatever they put in front of me at school Christmas dinner that I cannot even deal with the concept of roast.
Moved away from rancid roast turkeys, you now have specifically it's a Tesco ready meal curry of a chicken tikka masala variety. That is your chosen Christmas lunch. And as you're saying, Sophie, this is a long-running tradition of yours. I think we've got some pictures of you in years gone by having the same. A photo of you in a West Ham top having the curry. And then there's you, is that age 10?
Yeah, I think I was 10. And I was reading a newspaper. As you can see, I've always wanted to be in the news and have a curry. So some things never change.
Well, absolutely fantastic. But what I'm seeing on those plates that we don't have today is we have a naan on the right photo there with that curry, but it's white toast with butter.
Yes, it's white toast with butter and oven chips is the way to go. It has to be a Tesco's curry. It cannot be any other form of curry. It has to specifically be from Tesco's with white toast and oven chips. It's just a 10 out of 10 meal, isn't it? I just don't really know.
Wait to see what the GB News viewers have to say. But if you have had a bad experience with Christmas dinner, then I say each to their own, right?
I mean, it's Christmas. I think you can eat what you want. If you want to eat 5 Toblerones by the time it comes 10 a.m, you do you, my friends, honestly. But if any of our viewers do eat weird things for Christmas and I'm not alone, or you do have a curry, please let me know, because I am a trendsetter and I'm taking this one for a win.
Sophie, let's be frank about this.
God.
Over the years, I've seen you enjoying this curry lunch on Christmas Day. I've admired your bravery because you come in for quite an assault
yes.
from users of X, formerly Twitter, who are astonished by your choice of Christmas lunch. What do they say about it? And why do you think they're so wrong?
Well, this morning I saw a post on X saying that they're getting anxiety in the wait for my Christmas curry. I mean, the country is absolutely disgusted, but I mean, I don't really care. I love my curry, so you can be as disgusted as you like, because you are not me. And that's my view.
Yeah, that's true.
And now I'm right. Look, how many people... They all laughed at me. I'm telling you, they all laughed at me. But now lots of people are doing it. And I am a legend, so there we go.
By the way, I do actually like turkey, but it can be a bit dry. So I think it's important to have a good sauce. Cranberry sauce? Good one?
Festive cardboard. No one actually likes it. Nobody really likes it.
Turkey cooked properly is immense, and I think a lot of GB News viewers will be enjoying the stuff today. But the curry, I'll be honest with you, it's not making me hungry looking at the microwave curry for Christmas lunch.
It smells nice.
Yeah, I've fumed the studio for the rest of this afternoon's proceedings, so apologies to any presenters coming on after you two.
Well, Sophie, thank you so much for joining us today. Enjoy the rest of your curry. Stay in the studio as long as you want to finish it, quite frankly. We're in no great rush here. That's the Christmas spirit, isn't it? Yep. Thank you so much, Sophie. Enjoy.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
And this is Merry Christmas Britain on GB News.
There's lots more coming up on today's show, including the latest ahead of the King's speech at 3 p.m, following the royal family attending their annual Christmas service at Sandringham in Norfolk.
But first, if you're in search of some holiday sun, here's the forecast for some of the top European holiday destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Whilst high pressure close to the UK brings plenty of dry and bright weather, we do have some heavy rain in central Mediterranean and colder than average weather pushing into parts of Iberia, just 7 degrees there in Lisbon, with some showery rain expected later. Showers also moving through eastern parts of Spain, the Balearics, moving into Sardinia, Corsica, Italy, some wet weather and some gusty winds. Mostly fine in Greece and plenty of sunshine to continue into the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray. Are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it. Don't get this on the BBC. Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines. The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos. What I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
This Christmas, we're inviting you to join the GB News family for an occasion filled with joy. A chance to come together and lift our voices and celebrate what truly brings us closer at this time of year. So whether you're with friends or family or simply in the spirits of the season, we would love to share this special night of carols with you. Carols by candlelight at 7 o'clock tonight, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Dubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Good afternoon, Britain. Merry Christmas, Britain. It's 1:45 and there is a very special football match taking place in the United Kingdom today.
And it is, of course, taking place in Northern Ireland. And our reporter, Doogie Beattie, is there now for us. Doogie, tell us more.
Well, what a day. This is one of the most coveted trophies in Europe. It is the Steel & Sons Cup. It's been about since 1859 and it is for the Amateur League. It is the only football final played in the British Isles on Christmas morning, and just as we came on air, it went to penalties. Ballymacash Rangers have won the Steel & Sons Cup. Their first time ever in the final for both teams, Hollywood and Ballymacash, and the scoring opened early on with Ross Hunter, who got behind the defence 16 minutes in, but Hollywood were nervous at the start of this, you could see that, but just about 26 minutes, Joshua Burns pulled one back, and the second half was not many chances by either side. They were both very nervous about winning this cup. They took it to penalties, and Ballymacash have won this final. Now, you may say, what is strange about that? It is one of the only football matches, because the wives didn't mind the fellas going out to play football, there was to be no extra time. So it goes straight to penalties, and Ballymacash have done just that. I was hoping to have one of them with me at the moment, but they're too busy celebrating over on the other side where their fans are. It has been a marvellous morning, a great family day out here in Belfast, as it always is. There's a marvellous atmosphere. All the Hollywood people were here in their green hats, but Hollywood is, very upmarket, to say the least, and they would have probably had martinis and pies back if they had won. As for the Ballymacash lot, they're having a couple of ales and sausage rolls, and they'll probably be celebrating probably by tomorrow night, if truth be told. So a great match, great atmosphere, and a great Christmas day where the women do have some control.
Diggy Beattie, thank you so much for that report. And just very quickly, in the last proper round of Christmas Day fixtures in England, back in the 1950s, I think, Everton played 2 games on Christmas Day in 1888. Why is Christmas Day football so special in Northern Ireland?
Well, it is because it is the Amateur League. We too have no fixtures on Christmas Day in the Irish League or our Premier League as it's known, and that all stopped back in the 1980s, I think it was, and this is Crusaders ground here. It's one of the main teams inside the Irish League, and they decided to hand that over on Christmas Day to the Amateur League. But really, the Amateur League here is not full of old men that drop back from the Irish League. It's full of lots of young men who are really starting to cut their teeth in football. Many of these guys you will go on to see playing in the Premier League, even inside Britain, and many of them here will go into the Irish League. So it is a really good thing, because I used to be involved with the Boys Brigade, etc., and you'd have seen a lot of these guys coming through from the Boys Brigade, but children now spend their time in PlayStations, they spend their time sitting in the house. There's not enough young men and women coming into the game to keep the quality that high, and today's match here is really an example of what good quality there is in the Irish League. And unfortunately for some of these teams, it's just one here. I've noticed scouts here from all the other Irish League teams, and they'll be looking to hunt those Amateur League players and bring them to the professional side. So Ballymacash, many of their players here, and Hollywood may well end up in the Irish League next year.
Doogie, thank you very, very, very much. That's very interesting. I didn't know any. I didn't actually know that it was dating back to 18. What was the date again?
That was Everton in England, 1888.
Ah, there you
but
go.
Thank you, Doogie Beattie, and very Merry Christmas to you as well. And congratulations to Ballymacash Rangers on their victory today. Just been looking at the emblem for the club. Maybe we can show this to you later. It's a skull and crossbones. And there's an eye patch on the skull. So they're definitely warriors, and they've won today. Curious emblem, that. I wonder if I can get Doogie back to explain that one.
Nice to see a bit of sport on Christmas, actually.
Absolutely, and great goals.
Absolutely, yeah. And GB News is also nothing without you, the viewer. So let us know how you're spending Christmas by visiting gbnews.com/your say and join in the conversation.
Yeah, please do. Let us know. Send in photos if you can as well, by email perhaps. We want to see how your Christmas tree is looking, your front room, and also your Christmas pets. Well, let's now speak to one of our viewers, Fergus McKelland, who joins us now. Fergus, thank you so much for joining us on Christmas Day, and Merry Christmas to you. Oh, is he there? There he is. Hey, Fergus. Merry Christmas. How are you spending Christmas Day?
And to all of you. I'm sitting here with my fiancée, who's going to do the turkey, the stuffed turkey, right in front of the gorgeous tree, and the cat's gone to the other room, which is annoying. Little Mia. She's called. It's funny listening to Doogie. Listen to Doogie Beattie, because my father came from Belfast, so I can go into the accent very easily. So I can.
Oh, Fergus, you're a natural. You do a brilliant Ulster accent. I'm sure Doogie listening in now will be delighted to hear that one. You got any more accents for us, Fergus, as a Christmas treat?
Well, I suppose I could do a real Southern Irish one.
Oh, wow! Wow, what a gift!
I used to work in, well, after I'd been an actor and a film star and all that stuff, I was in electronics, and I used to have to, didn't have to, but I spoke to a man in Ireland along with my business partner, and his voice was just like this, no, really do. And my friend couldn't understand him. I had to translate everything.
Right.
Oh, Fergus, we love it, and we love also that you're watching GB News on Christmas Day.
I have to say, I saw your carol service last night. It's utterly brilliant. I mean, that was stunning. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful service, beautiful church. We're so lucky that they had us, and great readings as well. Traditional church readings, bringing that sense of Christianity back into Christmas.
Yeah,
some places
which I love. And I saw that feature that you showed just now, and it's become more Father Christmassy, hasn't it? But
it has.
Yeah,
rather.
It's good they're bringing the real thing back. And I was watching Sophie Corcoran a little while ago. She's having a curry. And I said, well, the last time I was on GB News, she couldn't watch me because she was getting the potatoes in, because I used to be married into a farming family.
Right.
So I'm very much in support of the farmers. Yeah.
Support of the farmers, having turkey on Christmas Day, not a chicken tikka masala. Fergus McKelland, thank you so much
No,
for
that
joining
really
us.
put me off seeing hers. It was horrible.
Very Merry Christmas to you, Fergus. Thank you so
and
much.
To you and all of yours.
Give our love to your fiancée and indeed to your cat.
Oh,
Is it
by
Mia,
the way,
you said? Oh, please.
Mia, yeah.
Mia.
Yeah, Mia. We need that £85,000 prize, because then we can get married, see.
Right, duly noted.
All right, Fergus, thanks a million. I'm not sure we can give him that gift, but there we go. Well, this is Merry Christmas Britain on GB News.
There's lots more still to come on today's show, so don't go anywhere. But first, let's take a look at the weather with Aidan.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello and a very Merry Christmas to you. I hope you're having a peaceful day so far. It is not a white Christmas, but a bright Christmas out there for many of us. However, a strong easterly wind is blowing, and that's going to make it feel cold. The wind strong enough that it could cause some impacts across parts of Wales and the southwest. 55-mile-per-hour gusts, large waves near coast. Bear that in mind if you are jumping in the sea, as many people do on Christmas Day. Perhaps the odd sleety shower in the far southwest of Cornwall. Otherwise, for the vast majority, it's simply a dry and bright Christmas Day. Plenty of sunshine away from the northeast. Temperatures of 5 or 6 Celsius, but feeling more like -1 degrees in that strong east to northeast wind. Less windy for Scotland, and as a result, a frost forming relatively quickly as the sun goes down later on. Clear skies here, although parts of Aberdeenshire seeing some cloud. And we've got this thicker cloud into the northeast of England, but plenty of clear spells for Northern Ireland, western parts of England, Wales, and into the south. The easterly wind continuing to be brisk throughout the evening before eventually easing a touch overnight. But with clear skies for many overnight, it's a chilly one out there. Perhaps frost-free across some central and eastern parts because of the breeze and because of some cloud coming and going. But for many, it's a frosty start to Boxing Day. Temperatures close to freezing, if not a touch below, especially towards the northwest of the UK. Boxing Day, though, begins with plenty of dry and bright weather. We've still got this cold wind across the south, but it's not as windy as Christmas Day. Plenty of sunshine for many, but not for all. There are areas of cloud floating around, say, towards the southwest, as well as northeastern parts of the country. Temperatures similar to Christmas Day, 6-7 Celsius, and it's continuing to feel cold as well.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours. And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg's State of the Nation. Monday to Thursday from 8 p.m.
The National Trust has come under fire after declining a Catholic filmmaker's request to shoot a documentary at St Cuthbert's Cave in Northumberland. St Cuthbert's Cave was a crucial location for the film, as it's traditionally believed to be where the saint's body rested in 875 before he was moved to Durham, where it remains today. The Trust justified its decision by citing the project's religious affiliation, sparking accusations that the heritage charity has breached equality laws and is engaging in illegal religious discrimination. Well, I'm joined now by the filmmaker at the centre of the story, Christian Holden. Christian, thank you for coming in. So, first of all, tell me about St Cuthbert. Why do we mind about St Cuthbert?
Well, St Cuthbert, this historical figure, this great figure of the northeast of England and the Scottish borders area, was renowned for his physical prowess, for his great night vigils. I approached the National Trust to ask permission to film there, and the initial response I had from them by email was that they didn't host any filming of a religious or political nature. I made a phone call to that particular person and explained more about what we hope to do, and that aside from its religious storyline, there's also historical value to it, cultural.
And so you were making the case that St Cuthbert was a cultural icon as well as a religious icon in the northeast of England, a very important political as well as religious figure in the consolidation of Christianity in the northeast.
It's such a critical part of our culture and our heritage, particularly in that area as well. So I was bewildered to be refused to visit and film this site of such importance on the basis of essentially being a Christian filmmaker.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Merry Christmas, Britain. It's 1 o'clock on Thursday, the 25th of December. I'm Tatiana Sanchez.
And I'm Charlie Peters.
Moments ago, the royal family greeted crowds in Sandringham after their annual Christmas church service.
Among the royals were Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's daughters, Beatrice and Eugenie.
It might be Christmas, but the news never stops, and neither does Zack Palansky.
The Prime Minister might call this an island of strangers. When Farage says jump, Labour might say how high.
Yes, the Green Party leader, he's expected to call for just under £500 million of taxpayer money to be spent on Channel migrants in his Christmas address. Also,
and national security is not just about defence spending, important though that is, it's also about food security.
And devastation revealed thousands of farms have closed in the wake of Labour's inheritance tax raid as the sector warns of irreversible damage and...
Not coal. No, you don't want coal. Well, coal is, you mean clean, beautiful coal. I had to do that, I'm sorry.
He couldn't help himself, could he? The US President and First Lady make a splash this Christmas, leaving some kids speechless. Also...
Votaries, do we cancel our turkey order? No!
And it's time to gobble till you wobble. We want to know what you're tucking into for your Christmas dinner.
Is it turkey or perhaps something more peculiar?
And imagine checking your lottery ticket and finding £1.8 billion waiting for you this Christmas. That's what just happened to one very lucky person in the United States. Welcome to Merry Christmas Britain, right here on at GB News. And can you imagine winning that £1.8 billion? I don't think I've ever heard of such a massive sum of money being won. What would you spend it on?
Maybe I'll put it in an ISA. I might need that for a rainy day down the line.
It's a great Christmas present though, isn't it?
Absolutely. What would you spend £1.8 billion on? Would you be using perhaps a quarter of it to spend on Channel migrants, as per the Green Party leader, Zack Palansky, today? Let us know your views on all that we're covering today. How are you spending your very Merry Christmas? You know the drill by now, don't you? gbnews.com/your say. You can also send your pictures and videos to gbnews@gbnews.com via email.
Yes, Viewer Mags has already been in touch and has sent this picture in to us of Rosie the Westie. Oh, very, very sweet in her little Christmas jumper there.
It's quite a uniform that Rosie the Westie is wearing there. I think I used to have a dog called Otter, a border terrier, and we could not, for love nor money, although he didn't really deal with currency being a dog, but we couldn't really get him in any festive jumpers. He said, no, I'm above this, I'm far too sophisticated, which is quite understandable, really.
We have a family cat called Didi Sanchez, and he would never... What did I say? Something was that?
No, it's just an incredible name.
He would never let us put anything like that on him. But my sister has done something with AI, and I'll try and get it so we can show it on the screen. And it's Didi Sanchez in a Christmas hat and a Christmas outfit, and his paws coming out of a Christmas present with AI. It's
Magic.
actually quite...
Magic.
I don't know if you've seen anything like that. It's pretty cool.
Well, one viewer did send in a photo of their pet yesterday, which producer Steve was convinced was real, and it was in fact AI. I mean, he'd been duped. I was sitting there watching this beautiful creature coming out of a gift. No, that wasn't real, Tatiana. I'm sure that was AI.
Wow.
If I'm wrong and that was real, then I'd be astonished.
Well, moving on. Moments ago, the royals greeted well-wishers who had come to Sandringham to catch a glimpse of King Charles and the wider family.
Yes, among the attendees were Prince William, his wife Catherine, and also Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's daughters Beatrice and Eugenie were there, but of course the former prince was not.
No. So let's bring in our panel now to discuss. Former Labour Party chair Baroness Diane Hayter and political commentator Aman Bogle. I think let's start with farms. There's been a really tough time for farmers with inheritance tax going up and a lot of farm closures. But today is such an important day for the wider community in terms of farmers. They provide delicious food on Christmas Day, but it's been a tough time for them, hasn't it?
It has indeed. I mean, look, we in this country have around 191,000 farms. Around 300,000 people are employed in farming, contributing about 15 billion to the economy, other than, of course, the food that we put on our tables. But look, farmers are the backbone of Britain. let's be honest, and they have been for centuries. And I think this inheritance tax that Labour imposed on farms has led to, 6,200 of them closing in the last year. And that's a real indictment of where we are as a country under this government. But more importantly, it's the local communities that farmers, help instill a real sense of being local and
essential to their communities. We heard from Dan Willis, the farmer, in the last hour, talking about the work they've done with charities. And Diane, these are the highest number of closures since records began in 2017. So it's not that long, but the numbers are stark: 6,200. It's a tough wicket to defend if you're a Labour Party figure, isn't it?
Yeah, not all of these, of course, are because of the inheritance tax. You know, we've had real problems on the price of milk, and we know we've also been losing farms for that reason. It's not to say it's good.
Energy costs are double
we shouldn't say this is all down to that. But I just want to take up what you've just said. I mean, when you think about what we're sitting down to today, turkeys mostly from Britain, Brussels sprouts, potatoes. I'm not sure about the cranberry sauce, but the bread sauce. You know, it is very much British food, which of course is why it's such a tradition that we eat British food. So, you know, I'm delighted that Emma Reynolds, who is a very, very sharp lady, she got into this job and she listened. I have to say, I think it's much better if we've made a mistake that we change. You know, one of the stories that all politicians remember was Mrs. Thatcher not changing over the poll tax, even when everyone knew she'd made a mistake. So I think it's absolutely great that Emma has said, I think we got this wrong, and has changed. So I think our farmers will be pleased, but even more, of course, our consumers will be pleased, because they're having a rough time, because the cost of food is going up still. So we need our farmers to produce good food and reliable food.
It's a security issue, isn't it, Aman? We're hearing from Victoria Atkins, the Shadow Environment Secretary, saying defence spending, that's not just about missiles and ships and soldiers and all the rest of it. Food security is a vital part of our national resilience.
Absolutely, and the more food we produce within the country, the better it is for. I mean, it's just common sense. Food security, the supply chains of food. I mean, let's break down a bit. Now we have all sorts of exotic, produce available on our shelves throughout the year, and that, of course, means supply chains all the way from North Africa, from India, from Spain. But what we don't have is control over those supply chains. And that means that if anything happens elsewhere in the world, in terms of geopolitics, in terms of war, all that gets impact. I mean, we saw what happened with the supply of sunflower oil from Ukraine. It was the biggest producer of that, and wheat as well. But more than that, I think, let's be honest, the Labour government imposed this tax because it was ideologically driven, that they wanted to punish people who had holdings and money more than £1 million. So with ideology, it was. I mean, the fact that it's been U-turned in such a diminutive way that the announcement came on Christmas Eve. Well, they got it wrong, but why was it there in the first place?
So on that point, the Environment Secretary Emma Reynolds has said that farmers are at the heart of our food and security and environment and the local community and how important they are. But leading up to this, there were hundreds of farm closures. So why do you think that they have suddenly made this U-turn?
Well, they made the U-turn because it's the right thing to do. But I think the interesting thing is why was it there in the first place? And it wasn't ideological. People say, Labour doesn't like rich people. It wasn't about that. Sadly, what happens occasionally, a few people twist the rules. So some people were buying a farm not to continue to farm it. So you were passing it on tax-free and then they were selling it with no intention of carry on farming. And it's very sad sometimes. A few people do that for tax reasons. And then, we were looking and saying, oh, well, this is ludicrous that you can pass it on tax-free and then that person then sells it, makes a lot of money.
Yeah,
that was the reason that it was looked at, that we should tax it. And put it into inheritance tax. Then, looking more closely, we realised that there are, if you like, pucker farmers, people who did want to continue keep it in.
The Labour government went beyond the so-called pucker farmers, didn't it? It was too broad a stroke. And I think also, one of our viewers has written and saying, don't spin it as a change of mind. It was changed because of public opinion and the pressure A lot of this has come
and
down
nothing
from...
wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with responding if you think you've made a mistake and you hear then the impact of it. I don't think that's wrong.
It's taken a long time, though. I mean, it's well over a year since this was floated.
A year's gone rather quickly.
Yes, it has.
Yes,
there was no shortage of pressure from the very start to realise it was wrong. I think perhaps Emma Reynolds, as you said, has understood it far greater than her predecessor, Steve Reed. But also, they've come under a lot of pressure from rural backbench Labour MPs who appear to be, let's be frank, backbenchers seem to be running the show in Labour at the moment.
Well, they've got a sandcastle majority. It's withering away. It's 40 MPs, really, the 40 rural Labour MPs that know that they're losing their seats to reform at the next election. They're running scared of reform, and they have been running within the Labour Party trying to get this reversed because, well, how do they go to their constituents in their farming communities and stand up for this ludicrous tax that was put on them?
But that is the strength of our system, of having locally based MPs who can listen, then talk to government and say, we can change.
Well, that's fair enough. We're going to have to leave it there, but thank you very much to our panel. I suppose we will be touching on this more in the programme.
Hang on. Are we finishing with the panel, or are we staying here and talking about a different story? What are we doing here, team? I think we've got another story to come up. We've got another one coming up. Sorry.
My apologies.
Because the president of the Prisoner Governors Association, they're warning that inmates could be airlifted out of prison by drones. That's Tom Wheatley. He said that a new generation of drones, they could pick up about 100 kilos.
Yeah.
Which is 15 kilos more than the average British man. We've seen a lot of drone sightings outside prisons recently. Is this a risk that is coming to British prisons now?
I think it is indeed. Look, we've already had 1,700 drone incidents in the last year. That's an increase of about 26%. But 2 points to make. One, you know, the government literally released in error 262 prisoners in the last year. So they're releasing prisoners who shouldn't have been released. It's incompetence, yet, you know, biblical proportions. Last week, 12 more were released in error and 2 are still missing. So that's a real concern. The other big concern is, don't forget, 12% of our prison population is of foreign criminals, costing £54,000 every year to keep them in prison. Why aren't they being deported?
Well, the Labour government do say they've actually stepped up deportations, and when you look at the stats, they're right. They've deported more people than the Conservatives did in the last year to the end of their time in office.
Charlie, I think if you break it down, the vast majority of the people that have been deported are self-deporting themselves, with £3,000 being given them each of taxpayers' money to leave.
I'm just saying, that's the Labour Party's offence. That's their line. There are still, as you rightly point out, lots more to be done on that front. You know, when I was speaking to Mark White, our Home and Security editor, when this story came out last night, he said, I'll see it, you know, I believe it when I see it, as it were. But we have seen lots of drones delivering drugs, other contraband. We know that our prisons are rife with telephone usage and other illicit goods. This is a serious risk, isn't it?
And that's what worries me more than the idea of airlifting out, you know...
I think it's a little bit fanciful,
I know.
A bit far-fetched.
Particularly, I think it might be Father Christmas actually going in and out. But the point you make, I think, is really very serious, because what we need is that when people are in prison, we do real work on rehabilitating them. And if they continue either with their alcohol use, because there's not enough treatment for that, or their drug use, it means when they come out, not only have they had drugs in prison, which is really difficult for the prison wardens to look after them, but it means they come out no more fit, if you like, to get a job and to start, you know, living a proper life again. So I think the serious thing is dealing with the if you like, the small drones, bringing in drugs at the moment, and that's something we have to do something about.
I wondered, though, how easy do you think it would be, and would it not be really obvious to have someone being airlifted out of prison on a drone?
Tatiana, I think you're onto something there.
It all comes down to that.
Yeah, I mean, I have a friend called Chris who's tracking another curious element of prison corruption, which is relationships between inmates and prisoners. We seem to get a story every single day. There's one in the papers today, in fact. I mean, the papers don't print on Christmas Day, but I saw it online. This is a real issue at the moment, isn't it, Aman? Our prisons, I mean, there's no shortage of crises for us to talk about on them.
Indeed, our prisons are an absolute mess. And the fact that Labour have this early release programme of releasing tens of thousands of criminals before they should have ever been released, I think, again, is a real indictment of...
It's an indictment of the Conservatives, isn't it?
Exactly.
They inherited a real mess there.
We didn't build the prisons. You know, by the time we were elected in July last year, the prisons were, I think, had about 20 spare rooms.
But look,
no, come on.
That excuse no longer runs, I'm afraid. Labour have been in power. They've got a majority.
It takes longer than that to build a prison. It really does.
It really doesn't. If they wanted to, they could have done a lot.
No.
If they can house...
Oh, this is like being at Christmas lunch with the Rowley family, isn't it? This is good. This is good.
If the
bringing the Christmas
your family does at Christmas.
Let's continue this row about prisons very shortly, but I think we have to go now to the Great British Giveaway. It's your chance to win our biggest cash prize to date. It's an incredible £85,000 in cash.
Hayley Sparks has been on a magical trip to Lapland and has all of the details that you need for a chance to make it yours.
Hello from the Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland. We're on an amazing Arctic adventure to celebrate our greatest cash giveaway, a simply stunning £85,000. And in 2026, we're giving you the chance to win it all. With an extra £85,000 in your bank, you'll be able to indulge in luxury, do those things you've only ever dreamed about. Even tick a few experiences off the bucket list. One lucky viewer is guaranteed to win £85,000 in tax-free cash. But you've got to be in it to win it.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing the 9th of February 2026. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Well, good luck to you all, and thank you to our panel just now. We've got Dan Hayter and Aman Bogal. This is Merry Christmas Britain on GB News, and there's lots more coming up on today's festive show, including this.
It's the best and for many the most stressful roast of the year.
Is it turkey on your dinner plate this year, or are you opting for something slightly less traditional?
Maybe a curry, perhaps? Well, all of that and much more to come. You're with GB News, Britain's news channel. But first, let's have some time for a carol from our very own carol concert. And this is Good King Wenceslas.
Good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen, when the snow lay round about, dim and crisp and even. Brightly shone the moon that night, though the frost was cruel, when a bowman came in sight, gathering winter fuel. Hither, page, and stand by me, if thou know'st this telling. Yonder peasant, who is he? Where and what his dwelling? Sir, he lives a goodly guest underneath the mountain, right against the forest fence, by St. Agnes fountain. Bring me flesh and bring me wine, bring me pine logs hither. Thou and I shall see him dine, when we bear them thither. Page and mourner, forth they went together, through the rude winds wild lament, and the bitter weather. Silent night is darker now, and the wind blows stronger.
This Christmas, we're inviting you to join the GB News family for an occasion filled with joy. A chance to come together and lift our voices and celebrate what truly brings us closer at this time of year. So whether you're with friends or family or simply in the spirits of the season, we would love to share this special night of carols with you. Carols by candlelight at 7 o'clock tonight, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Merry Christmas, Britain. It's 23 minutes past 1. We have some breaking news to bring you now because an emergency response is underway at a beach in Devon after reports of people in difficulty in the water.
Police say Coast Guard and RNLI crews are actively searching the water off the coast with a large emergency service presence on the scene.
Now, a spokesperson has urged the public not to enter the water along this stretch while the incident continues and that operation is engaged.
May come as severe weather batters parts of the southwest and Wales, with strong and gusty easterly winds to northeasterly winds forecast throughout Christmas Day. We'll bring you more on this breaking story just as soon as we get it.
Yeah, waiting for more updates from the RNLI on that. But in the meantime, millions of households across the country, people will be tucking into their Christmas dinner. Will it be turkey or beef, roast potatoes or sprouts?
Our national reporter Jack Carson has been finding out what we're piling on our plates.
It's the best and for many the most stressful roast of the year. Today, millions across the UK are preparing their Christmas dinner. But it's not all about traditions. A recent YouGov survey found some more modern twists are also making their way onto our plates. Roast potatoes are king, with 81% of us having them this year, with carrots, stuffing, pigs in blankets and even sprouts all scoring highly. 27% of Brits will have cauliflower cheese and 5% are having potato dauphinoise. But when it comes to what meat we have, turkey still rules the roost, with 57% of Brits eating it for lunch today. In Birmingham city centre, what are people having?
Right, turkey, definitely. Brussels sprouts, definitely. Other vegetables, potatoes, Yorkshire puddings, throw them in, very nice to eat. And stuffing, of course.
My mum makes the best stuffing in the world. You cannot tell me otherwise. Are you a sprout man? Oh, yeah, definitely.
I'm hoping for some roast beef. Going to my sister-in-law, so fingers crossed.
Prawn roast and vegetables. Yeah. My husband does turkey and beef usually.
So you're a two meats?
Yes, indeed, yeah, and all the vegetables, as many vegetables as we can. Sprouts, peas, cauliflower.
For dessert, Christmas pudding still wins the popular vote, with 41% having it today, if there's any room left.
Anything in the house, really, but Christmas pudding's obviously the one there, yeah.
Traditional Christmas pudding with brandy sauce. Brandy sauce.
Normally I can't fit dessert because I'm not a sweet, I'm a savoury person, but yes, there'll probably be a trifle. We do like a trifle on Christmas Day.
From sprouts to parsnips and stuffing to pigs in blankets, we'll be piling our plates high once again this Christmas. Jack Carson, GB News, Birmingham.
I have to say, Tatiana, I'm starting to get a bit hungry.
Yeah, me too.
Jack Carson's masterful food package there is, yeah, that's captured my attention, that's for sure.
Me too. Well, let's discuss with our panel what's on their Christmas dinner plates. We're joined by the former Labour Party chair, Baroness Diane Hayter, and political commentator Aman Bogle. What's on your Christmas dinner plate?
Well, you know, as I was in Delhi just last week, and it was amazing to see how Christmassy the whole place looked. You know, you had Christmas trees everywhere, you had a lot of decorations. But interestingly, at the hotel we were staying, they were providing a lot of British cuisine, Christmas cuisine, including traditional British Christmas dinners in advance to stayers. But in my home, traditionally, we would have a sort of Indianized way of a Christmas dinner. So including the sprouts, it would be cooked as something called saag. It would be a mixture of spinach, greens, kale, and crucially, sprouts. So that would come in, along with a chapatis made of corn flour, which is a very traditional North Indian winter cuisine. But along with that, in terms of the actual Christmas pudding, it would be, again, a very Indianized Christmas pudding, where you'd still have all the almonds and all the raisins and all the rest of it, but crucially, you'd have additions of cardamom and cinnamon put in it.
So when you saw Sophie Corcoran's Tesco reheated chicken tikka masala, you thought she's absolutely on the ball.
Yeah, is that what you're talking about here?
I think that's perhaps a niche of modern...
It is a civilizational clash, is it not? The chicken tikka masala being designed for the British palate by Indian migration and that mixture of cuisines.
I think it's the best of pluralism, isn't it? That you've had this sort of integration of cuisine and food without imposing that, you know, it's better than traditional British cuisine.
Diana, will you be having a sort of a Christmas sagaloo style meal today?
No, but you have saved me from having to have the turkey. Well, I've been in a care home this morning. I'll be back there later. And while I'm here, they're having the whole turkey works, which I don't like.
Right.
So you've saved me from that. No, what I will be doing this evening is making a broccoli pasta. And that'll be...
You are such a lefty, it's unbelievable. A broccoli pasta.
But followed by the best bit of Christmas, which is an enormous Christmas pudding with rum sauce over it.
Okay.
And I like to have a very small main course, so I've got plenty of room, because when as a child, we used to have a proper meal, and then, of course, I never had room for the Christmas pudding.
And that's the piece of proper indulgence, isn't it?
Yes, the Christmas pudding.
And how do you have it?
I'm afraid it goes in the microwave, but then I do it with rum cream at the top afterwards.
Yeah.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, I do.
And I set fire to it. Oh, I do the whole work.
Yeah,
oh, yes, absolutely. And of course, if you nicely heat the brandy beforehand, and then when you pour it over the Christmas pudding, it really goes.
Do you know, we actually, at home, we have a bottle of Tottenham Hotspur vodka that we pour over and set a blaze our Christmas pudding. And then we adulterate it with cream and sugar so to make it especially delicious.
My aunt, sadly not long dead, used to make the homemade Christmas pudding, but she made it in about May or April or something like that. And then every month she would top it up with a little bit of this liquid and that liquid. So it was so juicy.
I like hearing about all the different ways that people do Christmas dinner. I love it because I've got a lot of Caribbean and African friends, and it's one of the staples in their Christmas dinner. It seems to be mac and cheese, jerk chicken, lamb is always really popular.
Are you having any of that today for your Christmas fare?
Not today, but tomorrow I will go and see my family and we'll have turkey. We might have duck or gammon as well.
Ooh.
And all the
How much you having?
Are you a very big family?
We are, and we celebrate Christmas on 2 days because we've got kind of stepsisters and so that come over. So for us to all get together, it's kind of across 2 days. But yeah.
Sounds like a real feast in the Sanchez household.
And you, Charlie, what's your meat?
I think Padre Peters is going to be cooking up some beef today, the roast beef of Old England, which will be pristine. Used to have goose, but that's quite a difficult bird to cook.
But everyone tells me that goose fat is the best one for roast potatoes.
It absolutely is.
There's something about it that makes the roast potatoes good. And that's the only problem with having pasta. I don't get roast potatoes.
Yes, there's many problems with having broccoli pasta on Christmas Day, Diane.
No, mine is delicious. I have to tell you, mine is quite something because you make it with cardamom and with all sorts of nice things as well.
You two should exchange recipes, I think, after this.
I shall be grinding the spices before I cook it. It's quite special. It's not a leg.
Have you ever had a nut roast for Christmas? Have you had one of those before?
No. What's the point of a nut roast?
Well, there are people out there who are they're known as vegans or vegetarians, and they can't have a Sanchez gammon, beef, turkey, chicken, or whatever other meats are available. They want to be part of the experience.
No, and nuts can be very good. I make a very good beetroot and nut first course, which is absolutely delicious. Beetroot.
There you go. My tummy is rumbling listening to this
walnuts
conversation.
go really well together.
All right, Aman, Diane. God, 2 names that rhyme. That's helpful for a panel. Well, we'll see you both shortly, and there's lots more coming up on today's show.
Including finding out how you are spending your Christmas.
But first, it's time for a carol from our very own GB News Carol. Oh, look! Who's that?
That's my mum and her best friend watching GB News on Christmas Day.
That was an exciting surprise. Come out there. Well, delighted to have them joining us today on Merry Christmas Britain. And I hope they stay tuned for this because this is a real treat. It's from our carol concert. It's O Come All Ye Faithful. Enjoy.
This Christmas, we're inviting you to join the GB News family for an occasion filled with joy. A chance to come together and lift our voices and celebrate what truly brings us closer at this time of year. So whether you're with friends or family or simply in the spirits of the season, we would love to share this special night of carols with you. Carols by candlelight at 7 o'clock tonight, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office, and a very Merry Christmas to you. It's dry out there for most of us through the course of Christmas Day, but it is going to be feeling bitterly cold in the south due to some strong easterly winds. Those winds coming all the way in from Poland and Eastern Europe, so particularly strong in the south. Further north, high pressure dominating, bringing plenty of dry weather through the course of today. So plenty of sunshine for lots of the UK, a glorious crisp day for a walk outside, but out towards the very far southwest we just have a few showers here, mostly falling as rain, but perhaps a little bit of sleet or the odd flake of snow across the very highest ground here. But those winds really strong in the south, gusting 50 miles an hour or so in some places, particularly to the west of the high ground and in some coastal regions too. Temperatures on the face of it, 4, 5, 6 degrees today, but feeling much colder when you factor in the strong winds. Further north, though, the winds will be much lighter through the course of this afternoon, and actually some fog may well linger in places like the Moray Firth right the way through the course of the day. But there will be some sunshine for many western parts of Scotland, some sunny spells for Northern Ireland, then those stronger winds out across more southern and western parts, particularly Wales and the southwest where wind warning is in place, and the winds will remain pretty strong through the course of this evening here as well. So potentially some travel disruption, those winds coming in from an unusual easterly direction. Otherwise, the winds gradually easing as we go through the course of tonight, and it will turn into a cold night for all of us. Temperatures perhaps not falling widely below freezing, but there will be enough of a breeze, generally speaking, to hold any frost at bay for most towns and cities, but certainly down below freezing in some rural areas. Another fine day to come for most of us on Boxing Day. Plenty of decent weather to get out and about for a Boxing Day walk, but there will be some cloud in the south, probably cloudier here compared to today. Otherwise, plenty of sunshine across many parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland and central Northern England. A bit more cloud across the northeast, and temperatures slightly higher than today and not quite as windy.
Thank you, Britain, for the thousands of you who are becoming friends of GB News every week.
You're not only watching and listening to our programmes, you're becoming part of them too.
Good afternoon. This is the latest AI travel news from GBNews.com. Currently, the A83 faces restrictions in both directions at Locknell Street, Loch Gilphead, due to emergency roadworks. Additionally, a speed limit of 30 miles per hour is imposed on the A55 Britannia Bridge in both directions until further notice. In Surrey, the M3 eastbound has a broken down vehicle between Junction 3 and Junction 2, resulting in one-lane closure. Normal traffic conditions are expected to return between 1:30 and 1:45 this afternoon. On the trains, Avanti West Coast and Caledonian sleeper services have been suspended. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Merry Christmas, Britain. Welcome back to the show with me, Tatiana Sanchez and Charlie Peters.
Now, with all the presents and food, it's easy to forget what Christmas is really about.
It's the time for faith, reflection and coming together as billions across the globe celebrate the birth of Jesus.
And here to tell us more is Catholic commentator Caroline Farrow. Caroline, the Catholic Church in Britain is having something of a resurgence at the moment. Can you tell us more about that and about the religious message that perhaps some people are missing out on today?
Well, firstly, happy Christmas to you, Charlie, and to you, Tatiana, and to everyone watching GB News. And Christmas is really about, as we know, the birth of Jesus. And it's not simply just, people think about presents and the food and family, and these are all really good things. But for Christians, it's about the fact that God humbled himself. God humbled himself to come down in the form of a little baby and to share in our humanity. And he didn't just do it once, thousands of years ago in that stable in Bethlehem, but he comes to be with us and to share in our humanity day after day. So Christmas is about a time of thanksgiving that, you know, God cares about us enough to come to be with us and to invite us to spend his birthday with him and to receive him once again into our hearts and homes. And it's about the fact that, yes, Christianity is about Jesus, clearly, but it couldn't exist unless Jesus was born. So it's about Jesus fulfilling the prophecy, being a light of the world to the nations. And yes, it's joy and thanksgiving. And you mentioned the resurgence in the Catholic Church. Certainly, the outgoing Bishop of Arundel and Brighton, Richard Moth, who, as you probably know, has just been appointed to become the Archbishop of Westminster, replacing Cardinal Vincent Nichols, who's retired. He was talking about how in just the Diocese of Arundel and Brighton, last Easter, which is a time when we have adults received into the Catholic Church, we had double the number last year than in previous years, and it's something certainly we're seeing here in a parish level. You can see I'm sat in my husband's church in front of the altar, and every year we are seeing more and more adults come forward to be baptized during that Easter season, and I think people are just looking for something more. They know that life is about more than just shallow consumerism, and we're not really offered much message of hope by our political leaders, and they're looking for more, you know, metaphysical meaning and reason, and so they're actually exploring, you know, the Christian and the Catholic faith, which is, of course. Sorry.
Caroline, sorry to cut you up there, but you did mention something which is so crucial to today, and that's love and kindness. And the Pope did reflect that in his Christmas message last night. He actually called for kindness to strangers and the poor, but he also, quite controversially perhaps, something he doesn't normally do, he spoke more on kind of a politics side of things, and he mentioned Palestine and Gaza. Was that something that you were surprised about?
No, not really. You know, the fact that, you know, the Catholic Church or Christians everywhere are called, you know, to love our neighbour, to love the stranger, and we have this duty of charity to the poor, to the downtrodden, to those who are suffering. You know, this is very clearly key to Jesus's teachings, and where we see conditions of suffering, then of course we must reach out to those people and help them in their suffering. You know, he's not actually. Although, you know, the church and politics are not two separate things, we have to use our vocation as being called by God, by Jesus. You know, we've got to follow his teaching. And Jesus didn't say, oh, you must only be nice to these people, or you know, you must only help these people and not help the others. So, yeah, it's not at all surprising, because this is part of the Christian vocation.
And so, Caroline, I imagine with that mentality at the forefront of your mind, you welcome the comments then by the incoming Archbishop of Canterbury, who said that our national conversations about immigration continue to divide us. Our common humanity should unite us.
Well, yes and no, in that I think it's very possible to be concerned about immigration and to be Christian. You know, it's not a dichotomy. So yes, we have a duty and an obligation to people who are fleeing from places of conflict. We have an obligation to offer support, but at the same time, we have an obligation to you know, people in this country who also, you know, are homeless, without food, without family. So actually, I think it is possible to hold the two in tension. So it's not unchristian to say, this is terrible. People are crossing the channel and are drowning. We can't let this happen. The answer to that is not necessarily, okay, we have to let absolutely everybody who says that they're fleeing something into the country. There needs to be a kind of a middle ground and sensible solutions worked out, because obviously we can only accommodate a certain number of people in this country, and it's not it's not actually fair on, children who need schooling and vulnerable adults who need homes and healthcare. So it's a tension. But yes, we can all agree that it's very wrong that people are drowning in the Channel and want to stop that. We can also agree that people shouldn't have to flee their countries because of persecution and war and other things. And we have an obligation to help those individuals. But what the solution looks like is very much a political solution and not necessarily something that Christ gives us precise instructions for in the Bible.
Caroline Farrow, Catholic commentator, thank you very much for that. And perhaps what I was trying to tease out, and Merry Christmas to you as well, what I was trying to tease out there is that the Catholic Church is leading the way a bit, is filling that gap perhaps left by the Church of England, speaking more about migration and politics, the Catholic Church offering more of a traditional Christian message. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, and as Caroline said there, she believes that the Church and politics can come together.
Yes, in some cases, but I wonder how the Archbishop of Canterbury incoming her message will go down on migration. It's going to be a curious one for sure.
This is Good Afternoon Britain. This is Merry Christmas Britain, in fact. Lots more coming up on today's show.
Including a look ahead to the King's speech at 3 p.m. later this afternoon. But first, if you are in search of some holiday sun, here's the forecast for some of the top European holiday destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Whilst high pressure close to the UK brings plenty of dry and bright weather, we do have some heavy rain in central Mediterranean and colder than average weather pushing into parts of Iberia, just 7 degrees there in Lisbon with some showery rain expected later. Showers also moving through eastern parts of Spain, the Balearics, moving into Sardinia, Corsica, Italy, some wet weather and some gusty winds. Mostly fine in Greece and plenty of sunshine to continue into the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Join me, Nana Akua, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday from 8 p.m.
What I've discovered is that a comet that was observed by the Chinese in 5 BC, I put together the information from their observation to come up with an orbit that would take this particular comet very, very close to the Earth. And as it passed the Earth, probably about the distance to the moon, a position on the rotating Earth would have seen that comet pause for a period of hours over a location. We have the same thing now with the geosynchronous satellite. If you stand at the equator, there are geosynchronous satellites that stay over your head 24/7. This comet was so close to the Earth that it would have had the brightness of like a first quarter or full moon. So it would have been clearly visible in the daylight.
So it would have been easy for them to follow. And how quickly would they have had to have travelled? Could they have travelled fast enough to keep up with it?
Well, it would have been a direction. So it turns out it takes 2 or 3 hours to walk from Jerusalem to Bethlehem. It's a relatively short distance. And that's the period of time where it behaved like this for those few hours. So there was the time available. Now, of course, their trip from the east, it would have taken many weeks. And the Chinese said the comet was visible in the constellation Capricorn for more than 70 days. And it's that appearance in one constellation for an extended period. Pilots know this. If you see an object in the sky while you're flying a plane, and it's not moving left, right, or up, down, it's actually on a collision course, or nearly so, with you. So the comet was heading more or less directly towards the Earth until, at least in my theory, they arrived in Jerusalem and walked that distance from Jerusalem to Bethlehem.
GB News, the People's Channel.
This Christmas, we're inviting you to join the GB News family for an occasion filled with joy. A chance to come together and lift our voices and celebrate what truly brings us closer at this time of year. So whether you're with friends or family or simply in the spirits of the season, we would love to share this special night of carols with you. Carols by candlelight at 7 o'clock tonight, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Merry Christmas, Britain. It's 10 to 2 and GB News is nothing without you.
So let us know how you're spending Christmas by visiting gbnews.com/yoursay and join in the conversation.
Please do, because we've had plenty of festive pictures flooding in from our viewers. And first up, let's look at what Ali sent us. She's from Newport. She wrote Merry Christmas to all the presenters, and she's attached a photo of Ella the little reindeer. Thank you, Ali.
Oh,
very smart little reindeer.
Another dog that's been that's allowed his owner to dress him up. And Abby says, Merry Christmas to you all. Here are my 3 cockapoos on their Christmas morning walk in our beautiful countryside in Staffordshire. They are now looking forward to their Christmas dinner later on.
I hope they're treated to some broccoli pasta. And Jenny says, hi, happy Christmas from Coco in sunny Clacton-on-Sea. Coco looks... Is Coco... Oh, I can't see if they were... No, they're not wearing reindeer. That's just their actual ears. They're not wearing... Yeah. Festive bed, though. Yeah. Very smart.
It's very cosy.
Right, well, let's go speak to one of our viewers now. Alan Gauchi, he's in North Hampshire. He joins us on Christmas Day. Merry Christmas, Alan. How are you and how are you spending the day?
I'm a bit further south than what you just said. I'm in Surrey.
Okay.
But I'm fine, thank you.
I'm so glad. I'm also a Surrey man who wished to be from North Hampshire, so it is what it is. And what are you doing on Christmas Day?
Having a very quiet one. I was invited to family, but they all got children and grandchildren, and I thought I'd rather stay at home quietly.
Oh, and Alan, what's on your Christmas dinner plate today? Because we've been very interested to know what people are eating. And we all seem to eat a very wide array of Christmas dinners. So what's on your plate?
You know what? I've got no idea yet. I shall go to the freezer and see what I've got in there. But it won't be turkey. I'm not a great fan of turkey. But I will find something delightful.
Well, Alan in Surrey, you say you're by yourself. You're not really. You're with GB News, and we're with you all day. So thank you so much for spending your Christmas Day to us. Merry Christmas to you. Enjoy whatever you find in your freezer.
Thank you. And
Bye,
Merry
Alan.
Christmas to all of you.
Merry Christmas.
Bye.
Right, we're joined in the studio. We've got Diane Hayter, we've got Aman Bagal, and we've got a minute. You two, I think we should get in touch with Alan and find him if we can get him a meal. I think we should do that, don't you?
I think so. I mean, can I just say, I'm going back now to a care home in Bridgeside where all the staff are in. They come in, they dress up, and they give people a really good day today. So can we just do a real shout out for all those people working today and looking after others? It's hard graft, and they leave their families behind to come and look after others.
Absolutely. And I do actually have an interesting question. Do you guys watch any Christmas movies? And they don't necessarily have to be Christmas movies, but any movies you watch around this festive period?
Oh, I think Home Alone, the series, I think that's got to be the staple of a Christmas movie. And I think we've watched it a billion times, but maybe once again, especially to see the cameo that President Trump did in it.
Yes, I think it's important to enjoy your festive films around 2 a.m. when the GB News output is closed. Once you've lapped up all of the excellent programming we've got for you, then you can go on. This is Merry Christmas Britain on GB News. Lots more coming up on the show today. Where are we going to go to next?
We're going to take a look at the weather with Aidan.
Today, clouds overhead, total zen within. Box Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello and a very Merry Christmas to you. I hope you're having a peaceful day so far. It is not a white Christmas, but a bright Christmas out there for many of us. However, a strong easterly wind is blowing and that's going to make it feel cold. The wind strong enough that it could cause some impacts across parts of Wales and the southwest. 55-mile-per-hour gusts, large waves near coast. Bear that in mind if you are jumping in the sea, as many people do on Christmas Day. Perhaps the odd sleety shower in the far southwest of Cornwall. Otherwise, for the vast majority, it's simply a dry and bright Christmas day. Plenty of sunshine away from the northeast. Temperatures of 5 or 6 Celsius, but feeling more like -1 degrees in that strong east to northeast wind. Less windy for Scotland, and as a result, a frost forming relatively quickly as the sun goes down later on. Clear skies here, although parts of Aberdeenshire seeing some cloud. And we've got this thicker cloud into the northeast of England, but plenty of clear spells for Northern Ireland, western parts of England, Wales, and into the south. The easterly wind continuing to be brisk throughout the evening before eventually easing a touch overnight. But with clear skies for many overnight, it's a chilly one out there. Perhaps frost-free across some central and eastern parts because of the breeze and because of some cloud coming and going. But for many, it's a frosty start to Boxing Day. Temperatures close to freezing, if not a touch below, especially towards the northwest of the UK. Boxing Day, though, begins with plenty of dry and bright weather. We've still got this cold wind across the south, but it's not as windy as Christmas Day. Plenty of sunshine for many, but not for all. There are areas of cloud floating around, say, towards the southwest, as well as northeastern parts of the country. Temperatures similar to Christmas Day, 6, 7 Celsius, and it's continuing to feel cold as well.
Today, clouds overhead. Total zen within. Box Solar sponsors the weather on GB News.
A very Merry Christmas to you all from the Aurora Collection Resort in Lapland.
We're on an amazing Arctic adventure to celebrate our greatest cash giveaway, a simply stunning £85,000.
And this Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win it all. So don't miss out this Christmas.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, this is Jubes & Co with you.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie is here. It's GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Access the stories that matter to you. Take the GB News family with you on any device. And as long as you have an internet connection, tune in to GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversations.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Bo, they are under no illusion.
Ray,
are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get us on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What we're going to do now is they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Merry Christmas, Britain. It's 2 o'clock on Thursday, the 25th of December. I'm Charlie Peters.
And I'm Tatiana Sanchez.
Now, it might be Christmas, but the news never stops, and neither does Zack Palansky.
The Prime Minister might call this an island of strangers. When Farage says jump, Labour might say how high.
The Green Party leader is expected to call for just under £500 million of taxpayer money to be spent on Channel migrants in his Christmas address. Plus,
not coal. No, you don't want coal. Well, coal is, you mean clean, beautiful coal. I had to do that, I'm sorry.
As Trumpian as ever, I was going to say, the US President and First Lady, they've made a splash this Christmas, leaving plenty of kids speechless. Also,
Votaries, should we cancel our turkey order? No!
it's time to gobble till you wobble. We want to know what you are tucking into for your Christmas dinner today.
a turkey or perhaps something a little more peculiar. And we'll be bringing you all the build-up to the King's speech as he's expected to break with tradition once again, with the royal family earlier this morning arriving into Sandringham to attend their annual Christmas Day service.
And get this, imagine checking your lottery ticket and finding £1.8 billion waiting for you this Christmas. That's what's just happened to one very lucky person in the US.
Oh, I think they got it in dollars, though, on that case. But, yeah, I'd like that.
Welcome to Merry Christmas Britain right here on GB News.
It's a pleasure to have your company today. It's been quite a busy news day for Christmas Day, hasn't it?
It has. It has lots going on. Farmers, we're talking immigration on Christmas. Anything could happen.
It's all been happening. And we were seeing the royals attending their service in Sandringham earlier today. Here we are, those pictures from this morning as they arrived for the annual church service. There is the firm marching as they do in a state of unity. A lovely red from the Queen there.
Very royal Regan red, isn't it?
And the Princess Royal matching that tone. That's very smart. We're joined in the studio by the one and only GB News presenter, Alex Armstrong.
Hello.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. It's a treat, isn't it? It's a treat.
And it's your reaction to these royal pictures we're seeing, the church service?
Beautiful. It's always beautiful. It's just one of those things every year that we all look forward to. It's the royal family are such a massive part of our British heritage, our traditions. I am always very excited for the King's speech. And of course, in previous years, the Queen's speech was what I always grew up watching at 3 o'clock. Every single year, my family, we'd all sit down, turn the TV on. We've all been stuffed from eating our Christmas meals, and then we'll watch the monarch's speech at Christmas. It's just part of Britain, isn't it? It's just such a magical time of year for us.
And I think an emotional time of year as well. And given the time that the King and the Princess of Wales have had in the past year, both with cancer diagnoses and coming through that and still showing up. So do you think that's going to play into the emotion of what we're seeing in today's pictures?
I suspect so. It's the first time, I guess, they can all have a bit of a sigh of relief. They've dealt with a lot this year, the royal family, haven't they? From Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, that big scandal. That's hopefully going to be in their past as they move into 2026. Catherine, the Princess of Wales, her cancer treatment, of course, looking positive. She's returned to public life. And the King as well, saying that his cancer treatment is going to step down a little bit. So I'm hoping for all of them, they'll be looking forward to 2026. It will be a new year for the royal family and, of course, a much more positive one, I hope, for them all as well. And the country, of course, we want the royal family to be healthy and they represent us, don't they, on a world stage?
Because, Alex, the King describes himself as the defender of all faiths, not the defender of the faith, referring, of course, to the Church of England, of which he is the head of. And perhaps that might be reflected in his message later today. We have seen him... Perhaps we've seen the King take on a more universalist tone and approach, recognising that he is the head of state for a changing country demographically, in terms of its religious disposition. It's the royal family adapting to the changing times rather than keeping up with its old traditions. Not everyone loves that.
No, not everyone loves that, absolutely. It's been quite controversial, actually, over the last year, the way the King has managed his balance of defender of the faith, the Christian Protestant faith, as well as the changing face of the country. I suspect this trend is going to continue. As we know, William is not exactly the most Christian of the royals. So I suspect this is actually a trend that's going to continue for the foreseeable future. But it would be nice. Listen, I love the Christian values as part of Christmas. That's a big part of it for me. And I think the Queen was always very, very good with that stuff. But I don't think that we will see a return to that anytime soon.
Well, Alex, stay with us because we also want your take on this story. President Donald Trump, he's told children he wouldn't allow a bad Santa to infiltrate the United States as they took part in a long-standing Christmas Eve tradition.
Seated by a Christmas tree at his Mar-a-Lago residence, the President and First Lady took calls from children dialling into the North American Aerospace Defence Command, which tracks Santa's sleigh around the world every Christmas.
It's when asked why Santa was being tracked, the President replied, "We want to make sure we're not infiltrated into our country by a bad Santa." And he had this to say to an 8-year-old girl about coal.
What would you like Santa to bring?
Not coal.
Not coal. No, you don't want coal. Well, coal is, you mean clean, beautiful coal. I had to do that, I'm sorry. No, coal is clean and beautiful. Please remember that at all costs.
Himself. He just couldn't help himself.
He can't. Listen, I think the President is hilarious. He is literally that old grandparent in your house at the dinner table saying all the controversial things. And look, he is who he is. That's the one thing people really like about Donald Trump, whether you love him or you hate him. You can't deny he's true to himself, isn't he? No matter whether he's speaking to a child. He spoke to some other kids and they were talking about what states they're from, and he was talking about Pennsylvania. He goes, "We won big in Pennsylvania, we won 3 times." Absolutely hilarious. The White House also, I don't know if you saw this, on some of their social media platforms, had a live stream of a naughty list. It was done to a beat, so you could relax to Donald Trump writing a naughty list on there. So this is very much MAGA, the MAGA White House, being Trump and embracing Trump's image on that.
And, of course, the child was probably referring to Santa coming down the chimney and bringing coal down, but as you said...
that's what they were referring to.
Yeah. Well, Trump wants to be clean coal. He's made one of his big energy commitments has been bringing drill, baby, drill, bringing back fossil fuels as part of his energy
Did you say he wants
policy.
Clean coal?
Yes, he does. Yes, he wants clean coal. He wants clean coal for all Americans.
We all want things, Alex.
Yeah.
Whether or not they're possible is another crisis.
Never know what Santa's going to bring you.
Never know. He is a magical man.
He is
all
indeed.
Sorts of treats.
He is indeed.
He also, speaking to children, when politicians do that, there is that aura of nervousness you see. We've seen it with Starmer loads of times because you have no idea what they're going to say or how they're going to say it. But Donald Trump doesn't really change.
No.
He doesn't adopt a different persona when speaking to children, really. He keeps running his old lines about different states where he had election successes.
That's right.
And talking about his energy policy.
Yeah.
What do you think that says about the man?
Well, I think, again, it just is who he is now. He is just the president, isn't he? I think he just embodies that personality wherever he goes. And again, whether you love him or hate him, he is true to himself. What I found was really funny about that clip is Melania, of course, the First Lady, is sitting there next to him. And she's there with the headset, now talking very quietly to the kids. And he's got it on loudspeakers, sat there. And she's looking over at him every time he's speaking out loud as if to say, "Can you be quiet while I'm on the phone, please?" We know what it's like when you're a couple in a relationship. One of you's having a loud, one of you having a loud phone conversation, then the other one's there going, "Can you just be quiet?" But that's what it looked like. But absolutely hilarious. I thought it was very funny. I think MAGA Republicans will love this. So again, it's just him being him. It is beautiful, though, isn't it? The backdrop, the setting is gorgeous. The trees. He's got that lovely golden tie on to show his Christmas spirit.
I think it actually looks quite conservative in terms of the design. A lot of Trump world is a polite way of saying would be flamboyant,
gold.
It's definitely gold.
Yes,
a
very
little
gold.
bit flashy, a little bit OTT in some spaces. Yeah. And the Oval Office is the change from the Biden to the Trump administration.
It's gone from an office to a palace, hasn't it? Yeah, if we're being honest.
It certainly has.
It's not everyone's cup of tea, but there we go.
Alex, I want your reaction to one more story we've had today, which is the incoming Archbishop of Canterbury. She's warned in her Christmas Day sermon that our national conversations about immigration are dividing us when our common humanity should unite us. I was speaking to a Catholic commentator earlier this afternoon, Caroline Farrow, talking about why the Catholic faith is raising in prominence. Is it any wonder when the COV is doing this?
It's no wonder to me. It's very surprising. But actually, it's somewhat not unsurprising. The Church of England has been very political and very left-leaning over the years, and it will push more people away. I think there is a national conversation going on about immigration, and it's not necessarily dividing us, but it's a conversation we need to have. And the Church has a role to play in that, but it also needs to understand and be in touch with how British people feel about that, particularly as the Protestant faith here is the home. We are the home of it.
And again, she touched on the fact that it divides us rather than brings us together, which is something that we should be doing on Christmas Day especially.
Well, that's what we do around Christmas dinner table. We talk about the world. We talk about our concerns.
Not about politics.
Yeah,
we should.
Well, sometimes we do talk about politics. We go to the pub, we talk about politics. People, I'm sure, up and down the country at dinner tables, I know we try to avoid it, but we do end up talking about it. So the Church shouldn't push people away from having these conversations. It should embrace it and try to find a Christian way of discussing it in a peaceful way, because we all want to have conversations about immigration. And the decades that have gone by where we've said don't talk about it, it's forbidden. Well, actually, that's what's caused the division in our country, because now people are realising actually I can talk about it and I will.
And I think, Alex, division isn't always a bad thing. I do want to be divided from some issues, from some cultures. I don't want Britain to have this sort of common humanity smorgasbord of everything. I want it to be a focused and pretty clear, have a clear and distinct idea of itself, right?
Absolutely.
And so there is quite a lot I'd like division from, and we shouldn't shy away from the word in some senses, perhaps.
Yeah, well, we're all divided in the world by borders. We're divided from the continent by water. There is division everywhere by our accents, and some of these divisions we should celebrate. And actually, discourse is a part of being human. So if the Church wants to talk about common humanity, well, common humanity is about talking about ideas, challenging each other, and finding a common ground about where we can agree.
I agree with you both, but just not on Christmas Day.
Not over the turkey.
Not on Christmas Day. The one person that I did do a really nice Christmas speech was Nigel Farage.
It was really good.
And he highlighted the importance of local communities, so I can get behind that.
He did. There's actually a few. I mean, Kemi Badenoch's Christmas message was a little bit more religious than some of the others. Some of them have divided more than others, their Christmas messages this year. The leader of the Liberal Democrats was
far-right conspiracy theory.
Yeah. I mean, you think, for goodness sake. I mean, Nigel Farage got it absolutely right. He was there delivering presents. It was not political whatsoever. The Prime Minister's speech was very, very conservative. It was just a very bland little message there. But, that's a little bit of a taste, I think, of the year that was about to come.
All right, Alex Armstrong, you'll be here at 3 o'clock for the King's speech.
We certainly will be. We'll be covering all of that. It'll be very interesting.
And it's good to see you in a tie for that occasion, of course.
Absolutely.
Smart as ever. All right, it's time now for the Great British Giveaway. And what's up for grabs, Tatiana Sanchez?
Well, it's your chance to win the biggest cash prize to date, an incredible £85,000 in cash.
And Hayley Sparks, she's been on a magical trip to Lapland, because of course she has. Some people get all the best gigs, and she's got all the details you need for a chance to make it all yours.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours. Cash to make your new year the best yet.
And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate.
Imagine what next year could look like for you with a whopping £85,000 in the bank.
You could find yourself on the adventure of a lifetime, or just safe in the knowledge that next year is on us. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours. Go on, give it a go, and Merry Christmas!
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing the 9th of February 2026. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Well, very best of luck. This is Merry Christmas Britain on GB News.
And there's lots more coming up on today's show, but first it's time for a carol from GB News' Carol Concert, and this is Joy to the World.
This Christmas, we're inviting you to join the GB News family for an occasion filled with joy. A chance to come together and lift our voices and celebrate what truly brings us closer at this time of year. So whether you're with friends or family or simply in the spirits of the season, we would love to share this special night of carols with you. Carols by candlelight at 7 o'clock tonight, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Merry Christmas, Britain. It is 21 minutes past 2, and that means it's not long to go until King Charles will deliver his annual Christmas speech to the nation.
The special broadcast offers a moment to reflect on the past year and hear His Majesty's personal message.
So, what can we expect from this year's address?
Joining us now is the royal biographer Ian Lloyd. Ian, Merry Christmas to you, and thank you very much for joining us on Merry Christmas Britain today. And of course, we are looking forward to the King's speech. What can we expect?
Well, the theme apparently is pilgrimage, and he's chosen to do the broadcast from Westminster Abbey, which is quite unusual. But that is a place of pilgrimage. That's where for generations or centuries people went to see the tomb of Edward the Confessor, who built the abbey and who was made a saint by Alexander III in 1161. It's also, the abbey's a great place for the royal family. It's a very personal place because it's where Queen Elizabeth was married, her parents, George VI and the Queen Mum were married, Prince William, of course, you know, so it's where 15 kings and queens are buried, from Henry VII to Elizabeth I and Mary, Queen of Scots. So it's a historic place, a very personal one. And the King's talking about the pilgrimages in that respect, but also it's personal pilgrimage, you know, people's faith, but also we're all on a journey one way or the other. So I think it'll probably be reflecting that kind of thing.
Ian, what sort of work goes into the King's speech when the monarch prepares this delivery? How early in the year is it first generated, and who plays a part in forming that speech?
Well, it's a chance for the King to speak to the public and directly. So he's not like with the state opening of Parliament. He's actually speaking words crafted by the government and maybe changed slightly for him to suit his style, but that's a political thing. But the King's speech, or the late Queen's speech, is a very personal thing. It started with George V in 1932, and that was actually written, the first one, by Rudyard Kipling. So it was actually crafted like in that way. I think the King probably is instrumental in the way in whatever he puts together, and he may take advice, but he won't need to submit it to anybody to check it, you know. So and as to the time of year, well, I think it depends really what happens in the year, but this year's been for him a very religious year, if you like. I mean, going to Rome to pray with the Pope, and then he went to a Diwali festival, and then to Manchester after the synagogues would the attack on the synagogues. So he's very aware of multicultural, multi-faith Britain, and he wants to reflect that.
You say there he's very aware of multicultural Britain, Ian. So you mentioned the late Queen Elizabeth II as well. Do you think the King feels any sense of pressure? I mean, I used to really look forwards to the Queen's speech on Christmas Day, and now, of course, we have King Charles. And do you think he feels any pressure living up to that standard? And how do you think that his speech may differ from one that perhaps the late Queen may have given that he is, you mentioned, more in tune with multicultural Britain, perhaps?
I mean, the late Queen is a terrible act to follow because she was so fantastic, wasn't she? And so well respected. And also, he's, you know, an older gentleman. I mean, if he was, you know, in his 20s and young, he could have directly appealed to younger people. So he's got that challenge. But I think because he knows his reign's going to be a short reign, it's got to be, because he can't reign for 70 years like the Queen. But he wants to have his reign to have impact. And I think that he'll probably choose themes that are very relevant to today. But also, I think he's making them. He's very personal. I remember when the Pope died, Pope Francis, in April, and he wrote a long message that he'd obviously thought of and created himself, but very personal. And I think that's his style. The late Queen could be a bit formal, which was appropriate for her and her generation. But the King is very much more relaxed, and I think he'll aim to be to convey a serious message, but in a relaxed and friendly way, I think.
Yes, and breaking with that formality a bit more this year, delivering the speech standing up, not behind a desk at a royal household, as has been the custom in years gone by. But thank you, Ian Lloyd, royal biographer. Thanks for your time and Merry Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
There's lots more coming up on today's show, including this.
Once in royal David City.
Yes, we'll be speaking to one of our talented singers from the GB News Christmas Carols, who delivered an excellent solo at the start.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office, and a very Merry Christmas to you. It's dry out there for most of us through the course of Christmas Day, but it is going to be feeling bitterly cold in the south due to some strong easterly winds. Those winds coming all the way in from Poland and Eastern Europe, so particularly strong in the south. Further north, high pressure dominating, bringing plenty of dry weather through the course of today. So plenty of sunshine for lots of the UK, a glorious crisp day for a walk outside, but out towards the very far southwest we just have a few showers here, mostly falling as rain, but perhaps a little bit of sleet or the odd flake of snow across the very highest ground here. But those winds really strong in the south, gusting 50 miles an hour or so in some places, particularly to the west of the high ground and in some coastal regions too. Temperatures on the face of it, 4, 5, 6 degrees today, but feeling much colder when you factor in strong winds. Further north, though, the winds will be much lighter through the course of this afternoon, and actually some fog may all linger in places like the Moray Firth right the way through the course of the day. But there will be some sunshine for many western parts of Scotland, some sunny spells for Northern Ireland, then those stronger winds out across more southern and western parts, particularly Wales and the southwest, where wind warning is in place, and the winds will remain pretty strong through the course of this evening here as well. So potentially some travel disruption, those winds coming in from an unusual easterly direction. Otherwise, the wind's gradually easing as we go through the course of tonight, and it will turn into a cold night for all of us. Temperatures perhaps not falling widely below freezing, but there will be enough of a breeze, generally speaking, to hold any frost at bay for most towns and cities, but certainly down below freezing in some rural areas. Another fine day to come for most of us on Boxing Day. Plenty of decent weather to get out and about for a Boxing Day walk, but there will be some cloud in the south, probably cloudier here compared to today. Otherwise, plenty of sunshine across many parts of Scotland, Northern Ireland and central and northern England. A bit more cloud across the northeast, and temperatures slightly higher than today and not quite as windy.
Merry Christmas from my family to yours.
A very, very happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas from GB News.
Merry Christmas!
Good afternoon. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A76 is restricted between Sanquhar and Kirkconnell due to an incident. The A55 Britannia Bridge has a speed limit of 30 miles per hour. On the M6 northbound in Cheshire, One lane is closed between junctions 18 and 19 due to a broken down vehicle. In Leicestershire, a collision on the M1 northbound at junction 23 has closed one lane. A load spillage on the M23 northbound between junctions 9 and 8 restricts one lane. And on the trains, Avanti West Coast and Caledonian Sleeper currently offer no service. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Merry Christmas, Britain. It's 29 minutes past 2. And while Christmas is, of course, about family, for single parents, it can be an added struggle.
With finances and festive plans to juggle, over 3 million UK households face added stress each year.
Well, joining us now is the writer and broadcaster Emma Wolfe. Merry Christmas, Emma. Thank you so much for spending some of your day with us here on GB News. Talk us through some of these added stresses and struggles.
Oh, it's not the financial struggles. Right now, well, firstly, Charlie, I love the jumper. I am wearing my first ever novelty Christmas jumper. I've never worn a novelty jumper ever.
Oh.
I got one in my stocking this morning, and I thought, you know what? I'll wear it, and I won't just wear it. I'll wear it on TV for our millions of viewers. But thank you so much for having me on Christmas Day. The struggles of being a single parent family at Christmas. Basically, starting at 6 o'clock, I've been building Lego Jurassic World and a Lego city with a special Ferrari and Scalextrics, you can't see it, all at my floor right now. I've had to bribe my 5-year-old with a very fancy mince pie, which involved ice cream and all sorts on top of it in order to do this broadcast. But no, it's really difficult all year round, actually. And I think, without being woe is me, because it's wonderful bringing up my son, just the two of us, it's a struggle all year round that people don't really get. It's really easy to kind of sneer at single mothers, or to think they're feckless or irresponsible or whatever. There's so many reasons why people end up as single parents, single fathers or mothers, and it's relentless. You know, you guys know what it's like getting up at 3, 4 in the morning for a breakfast show, for doing very early, very late nights in TV and radio. And any job, you are juggling all the time. And it's that you never switch off. You are emotionally, as well as physically and financially, you're emotionally, mentally responsible for your child, because you can't, there's no one else who cares as much as you do. There isn't like a partner that you can chat it all through with. So,
I'm glad you're saying this all with a smile. It seems that it's good. The festive spirit is still shining through amid all the trials and tribulations that you're jumping through today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm used to, Charlie, I grew up with 5 brothers and sisters and a huge family, and my Christmases were a minimum 20, 25 people. But today, me and my son, Ludo, have decided just to chill. We're just having a quiet day. We've been through London. London is deserted at the moment. We've just decided to do our own thing. And it's lovely and it's really special. And we're making our own traditions. And he's going to watch the King's speech. And I've been explaining about the Queen and all of that. So it's nice. You get to kind of recreate your own traditions.
I love that. And what do you guys have planned for the rest of the day? Do you have any special movies that you usually watch, or...?
Well, he's not really allowed much screen time because I'm really anti all that for children, not for adults, for children. So there won't be too much screen time. I think we might have a bit of the King's speech because that's important and historical, rather than being, kind of just cartoons. And yeah, definitely some special food later on, and maybe even a Magnum ice cream for his dessert.
Okay, Emma Wolfe.
More presents. There are more presents hidden, which I'm going to surprise him with at bedtime.
I think we've found the secret to your never switching off struggle, working from 6 a.m. throughout Christmas Day. It's the screen time. You need to get these kids onto GB News. It'll change their lives, and most importantly, it'll change yours. Well, Emma Wolfe, thank you so much for your time, and very Merry Christmas to you as well.
Thanks, guys.
And as well as being Christmas, today also marks the beginning of the 12 days of Christmas.
And to mark it, we will be bringing you a daily reflection from ministers across Britain. And here is the first.
The GB News 12 Days of Christmas. Day 1.
I'm Mike Milminer, Vicar in the Church of England, and Merry Christmas to you all. Amidst the joy of that first Christmas morning, we read these jarring words. There was no room for them. They're words that sum up the Christmas experience of many today. Christ comes into the world full of life and glory. Heaven and earth sings in adoration, but somehow he is pushed to the margins. His first night is not in a nice cot, with pride of place in a cozy room, but on a feeding trough, surrounded by the animals. I often wonder if things are much the same today. Christmas is a celebration of Christ, and yet somehow we manage to squeeze him to the margins. Our homes are full of relatives, full of turkey, full of presents, all good things. But in the busyness of our Christmas programs, does Christ become a side note? This Christmas, as we enjoy the blessings of the season, perhaps we might pause. Have we made space for Jesus? Because the greatest Christmas gift is not to be found under a tree. It is the one lying in the manger, waiting to be welcomed in.
Some breaking news to bring you now that 2 men are believed to be missing in the sea off the beach at Budleigh Salterton in Devon and Cornwall. Police have said that after a number of people were reported to be in difficulty on Christmas morning.
Yes, there was a Christmas Day swim, so a search operation is underway, and a spokesperson for the force has said that Coast Guard and RNLI crews are continuing search efforts in the water. There is a significant amount of emergency services personnel working on the incident. Earlier this week, people were told not to enter the water and to avoid the area, and a number of Christmas and Boxing Day swims in Devon and Cornwall have been cancelled amid weather warnings. But we'll keep you up to date on that breaking news anymore as we get it.
This is Merry Christmas Britain on a GB News. Lots more coming up on today's show, including
the King's speech at 3 p.m, where he's expected to break with tradition once again.
First, if you're in search of some holiday sun, here is the forecast for some of the top European holiday destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Whilst high pressure close to the UK brings plenty of dry and bright weather, we do have some heavy rain in central Mediterranean and colder than average weather pushing into parts of Iberia, just 7 degrees there in Lisbon, with some showery rain expected later. Showers also moving through eastern parts of Spain, the Balearics, moving into Sardinia, Corsica, Italy, some wet weather and some gusty winds. Mostly fine in Greece and plenty of sunshine to continue into the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact that Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power?
Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber.
Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics.
We'll see where this ruling takes us.
These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akua, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Once in royal David's city stood a lowly cattle shed, where a mother laid her baby.
No, it was a beautiful concert, and you can catch it tonight at 7 p.m. only on GB News for our Carols by Candlelight concert.
With readings from some of your favourite presenters and Miriam Cates on the piano. You won't want to miss that.
Well, Lucia Cook sang the solo in Once in Royal David City at the concert, and she joins us now with her dad, Alan Cook. Alan, Lucia, thank you so much for coming in this morning and this afternoon, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
And congratulations, well done. You sang a really beautiful solo. How did it feel walking out in that church?
It was definitely very nerve-wracking, but just also really exciting. It was a great opportunity. I've never really done anything like it before on TV, so yeah, it was really good fun.
From where I'm sitting, you didn't look nervous at all, and I've been listening to that in my ear, and you sound absolutely amazing. So yeah, fantastic job. How did you get into singing?
It's something I've always loved, really. I started having proper lessons when I was 8 years old, I think, and I just have done so ever since. I've actually done grade 8, and I've singing, and I've done a diploma in musical theatre, so it's something I put a lot of time to and really enjoy.
So you say you've never done anything like that before in that sort of setting with lots of TV presenters wearing makeup standing around you, but you've done some singing in other venues as well.
Yeah, definitely. Most of the sort of really proper things I've done before have been in choirs. I actually sang in the Royal Albert Hall a year or two ago with the National Youth Choir, and in St George's Chapel in Windsor as well with my school choir. That was actually probably one of my favourite things. It's a really beautiful venue. And,
Alan, you must be such a proud dad.
Oh, absolutely. I've got 2 daughters. They both sing. They both play the piano, and you know, it's really, really well done on the day. Obviously, she was nervous, but I think her mum and I were more nervous than she was, to be honest. But she pulled it off, and we watched it last night, and I think we've played it probably about 20 times back since. So. Yeah, no, we're really proud. It was really a great opportunity, really, and the first hint I got of it was, I think it was Patrick Christie said he's going to be in Bromley soon, but he didn't say why. And then later on, they said about the Carol concert, so I just contacted one of the producers in the studio and asked, where is it? And they said Bromley, and I said, oh, do you want a soloist? And they came back, well, send us a video. So I sent her a video, and almost straight away, I got a reply back saying, fabulous, yes, we want her. So, and that was it, she was in. And,
it was meant to be.
Oh, absolutely. And it's a great opportunity because we love GB News, and the fact that it was in Bromley is just the icing on the cake. So,
absolutely incredible. Yeah, we enjoyed it very much so. And Lucia, who would you say are some of your musical inspirations or favourite singers?
Oh, God, I listen to quite a lot. I guess I'm more a fan of older stuff. Yeah, like 70s, 80s I quite like pop-wise, but I also do listen to quite a bit of classical music I've been doing recently.
Well, we started on Gilbert and Sullivan quite young, so she's been to a lot of the sort of productions that they've done in London.
Helps have a musical family, doesn't it, in this sort of... You're getting into this. And when you have such a natural talent as well, it must be so helpful to have music in your home. That's a broader thing.
There's always singing in the house.
I'm not surprised. When you've got such a talent, why wouldn't you, right?
So it's one of the daughters, or, you know, it's when, you know, she has this amazing ability, and at times, you know, she can make grown-ups cry. And I have that same ability, but unfortunately it's for a different reason. So they either cry or leave the room pretty quickly.
Oh, well, thank you very, very much for joining us, and we loved that. So, yeah, massive congratulations for doing that and getting involved and making our Christmas.
Merry
Christmas
thank
you so much.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for coming in.
Right, moving on now, because in the next few minutes, King Charles is going to deliver his annual Christmas speech to the nation.
The special broadcast offers a moment to reflect on the past year and hear His Majesty's personal message.
So, what can we expect from this year's address?
Joining us now is the former butler to King Charles, Grant Harold. Grant, a very Merry Christmas to you. Welcome to Merry Christmas Britain. That speech coming up in about 11 minutes' time. What can we expect?
Good morning, Merry Christmas from the Caribbean. I think with the speech, like with all previous speeches, you know, that they're all family, or the King and the late Queen would always reflect on obviously the past year, reflect on normally on family, on military, and any other kind of personal things that have been going on, and even more, can I say, more personal in recent years, obviously with the King's health.
Grant, obviously, he's going to be breaking with tradition today, speaking standing up, not sitting down at a desk at a royal residence. So what do you think that reflects in our monarch's decision?
It's interesting. His mother always did, as you've mentioned, her speeches were always recorded in homes. For example, Windsor, Sandringham, Buckingham, where he seems to be, I've noticed, in chapels, which doesn't surprise me because he's very religious, and I should also mention he respects all faiths, as we know. And I think what's interesting about this is that it kind of makes it, I feel, maybe it's making it a bit more universal, the fact that, you know, taking it away from royal homes and actually going into a place of religion, because that is obviously, you know, what Christmas is about. And he's almost kind of, you know, doing this is very much, it's purposely done, is what I'm trying to say. That's why I think at this moment he seems to have, unlike his mother, he's moved away from royal homes into these religious places.
I believe the first televised Christmas speech was delivered in 1957. So there's a lot riding on this special moment, and it's something that I personally and my family really look forwards to every Christmas day and every Christmas afternoon. So do you think that there's pressure on the King to follow in the footsteps of the late Queen Elizabeth II? And how do you think his speech would differ from hers?
Yes, I think there is. I mean, you're right. The first televised was obviously by his mother, and I believe it was his great-grandfather did the first radio Christmas broadcast, which I think may have been from Sandringham. I remember being shown this room where I was told that the first broadcast was done. There's pressure because, you know, with every speech, they've got to be carefully planned. Obviously, what is going to be said. He's obviously then got to do the recording for it. I've recently commented that he was famously known by members of our household as one take Charles, because he always did his recordings in one take. He's a professional when it comes to doing this kind of thing. But yes, I mean, there's always, I suppose, pressure. And with everything that's taken place this year, he's got to try to decide with his team as to what's best to discuss and reflect upon.
OK, Grant Harold, thank you so much for your time, having your lovely Christmas down in the Caribbean, you lucky man. Merry Christmas to you, and hopefully speak to you soon.
Merry Christmas, absolutely.
Right, well, thanks for watching Merry Christmas Britain today. It's been a real pleasure to have you here, but don't go anywhere because Alex Armstrong will be looking after you for the next couple of hours. Alex, what's coming up on the show? We know what's starting the show, don't we? That's why you're wearing that tie.
It is indeed. I thought, well, we've got to go Christmassy this year, and I've got my lovely Christmas tartan on here.
Very nice.
But, you know, we've got to be dressed up. It is the King's speech. It's one of the most important moments on Christmas Day for so many people around the country. It's going to be a very interesting King's speech, actually, and I've got some fantastic guests who are going to be joining me throughout the next hour and the hours up till 6 o'clock to dissect this speech and understand what the message is about it and what we should all take away across Britain.
And aside from that, what else do you have coming up on your show today?
Yep.
Christmas special show.
We'll be talking about pubs, we'll be talking about Christianity, we'll be talking about everything Britain.
OK, brilliant. Alex, very much looking forward to that. Well, Tatiana, it's been a pleasure.
It has.
Christmas Day with Tatiana Sanchez. There are many people out there who wish they had my experience today. There's no doubt about that. It's been a real treat. Thank you so much for your company today. Please do stay watching GB News today because you are part of our family. Alex Armstrong's ready to look after you. Tatiana, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello and a very Merry Christmas to you. I hope you're having a peaceful day so far. It is not a white Christmas, but a bright Christmas out there for many of us. However, A strong easterly wind is blowing, and that's going to make it feel cold. The wind strong enough that it could cause some impacts across parts of Wales and the southwest. 55-mile-per-hour gusts, large waves near coast. Bear that in mind if you are jumping in the sea, as many people do on Christmas Day. Perhaps the odd sleety shower in the far southwest of Cornwall. Otherwise, for the vast majority, it's simply a dry and bright Christmas Day. Plenty of sunshine away from the northeast. Temperatures of 5 or 6 Celsius, but feeling more like -1 degrees in that strong east to northeast wind. Less windy for Scotland, and as a result, a frost forming relatively quickly as the sun goes down later on. Clear skies here, although parts of Aberdeenshire seeing some cloud. And we've got this thicker cloud into the northeast of England, but plenty of clear spells for Northern Ireland, western parts of England, Wales, and into the south. The easterly wind continuing to be brisk throughout the evening before eventually easing a touch overnight. But with clear skies for many overnight, it's a chilly one out there. Perhaps frost-free across some central and eastern parts because of the breeze and because of some cloud coming and going. But for many, it's a frosty start to Boxing Day. Temperatures close to freezing, if not a touch below, especially towards the northwest of the UK. Boxing Day, though, begins with plenty of dry and bright weather. We've still got this cold wind across the south, but it's not as windy as Christmas Day. Plenty of sunshine for many, but not for all. There are areas of cloud floating around, say, towards the southwest, as well as northeastern parts of the country. Temperatures similar to Christmas Day, 6, 7 Celsius, and it's continuing to feel cold as well.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
GB News Breakfast. Every day from 6 a.m.
So this is a lovely story because it's about a chap who bought this DB5 and he bought it for 900 quid. This is an Aston Martin DB5.
It's a lovely car.
Bought it for 900 quid. And then for 50 years, pretty much didn't do very much. He moved to the Middle East, car left was on his driveway, things happened, the local kids jumped on it and various other things, and it just decayed. He has spent pretty much the big wodge of 400 grand having it done.
Do you have a picture of this car now?
Oh, I thought as I was waffling. Well, I can hold it up. But this is how it looks now. There we go. This is how it looked then and now. I don't know which.
So he spent 400 grand on this.
400 grand. He sent it back to Aston Martin.
Oh.
To where it was made, and the reason it's worth now about $1 million is because there were only 37, I think,
39
of them made, and so it's very rare. There we go. Well done, him.
Pretty penny on that. Good for him.
Yeah. Yes, and good for him.
He hasn't made it yet.
No, he hasn't made it. It's just worth. I know. He may.
I was reading a story about a man who'd spent £1 million on a DB5, and it's now worth 500,000. But they hit a peak a couple of years ago. But who knows? Who knows?
Who knows?
But don't you want to put money on a car in order to use it, not to sell it?
Well,
I
had
a car like that. I'd drive it.
Of course. No, then that's what he's not selling it. He's worked hard. He said we've worked hard to get it
it is a work of art.
Reconditioned, and he loves it.
I wonder, does it have machine guns and things that are going to...
Oh no! Weirdly, it says no.
Or an ejector
no ejector seat, exactly, or any of those other things. Yeah.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Merry Christmas, Great Britain. It's approaching 3 o'clock on Thursday, the 25th of December. Of course, I'm sure you're all joining me now to tune in to King Charles III's Christmas broadcast. Now, I know every year we love to talk about Christmas and we love to avoid politics and we love to avoid all of the ceremony, but this is one of the most important times of the year. It's always an historic occasion, and of course I want to know what you think at home. gbnews.com/your say. Get in touch with me and let me know what you think. I hope you've all had wonderful Christmas dinners until now, and I hope you're all full. I've got a nice glass of red wine here as I watch the King's speech with you. We'll be digging into and dissecting the speech over the next hour. I'm going to have some fantastic guests joining me to, of course, talk about all of the fallout from it. And we'll also be looking at how other people have been celebrating Christmas in pubs and across the world too. But now, let's go live to King Charles III for his broadcast.
A few weeks ago, the Queen and I were delighted to make a state visit to the Vatican, where we prayed with Pope Leo in a historic moment of spiritual unity. Together, we celebrated the Jubilee theme, Pilgrims of Hope. Pilgrimage is a word less used today, but it has particular significance for our modern world, and especially at Christmas. It is about journeying forward into the future, while also journeying back to remember the past and learn from its lessons. We did this during the summer as we celebrated the 80th anniversaries of VE and VJ Day. The end of the Second World War is now remembered by fewer and fewer of us as the years pass. But the courage and sacrifice of our servicemen and women, and the way communities came together in the face of such great challenge, carry a timeless message for us all. These are the values which have shaped our country and the Commonwealth. As we hear of division, both at home and abroad, they are the values of which we must never lose sight. For instance, it is impossible not to be deeply moved by the ages of the fallen, as the gravestones in our war cemeteries remind us. The young people who fought and helped save us from defeat in both world wars were often only 18, 19, or 20 years of age. Journeying is a constant theme of the Christmas story. The Holy Family made a journey to Bethlehem and arrived homeless without proper shelter. The wise men made a pilgrimage from the east to worship at the cradle of Christ. And the shepherds journeyed from field to town in search of Jesus, the Savior of the world. In each case, they journeyed with others and relied on the companionship and kindness of others. Through physical and mental challenge, they found an inner strength. To this day, in times of uncertainty, these ways of living are treasured by all the great faiths and provide us with deep wells of hope, of resilience in the face of adversity, peace through forgiveness, simply getting to know our neighbors, and by showing respect to one another, creating new friendships. Indeed, as our world seems to spin ever faster, our journey may pause to quieten our minds, in T.S. Eliot's words, at the still point of the turning world, and allow ourselves to renew. In this, with the great diversity of our communities, we can find the strength to ensure that right triumphs over wrong. It seems to me that we need to cherish the values of compassion and reconciliation, the way our Lord lived and died. This year, I've heard so many examples of this, both here and abroad. These stories of the triumph of courage over adversity give me hope, from our venerable military veterans to selfless humanitarian workers in this century's most dangerous conflict zones, to the ways in which individuals and communities display spontaneous bravery, instinctively placing themselves in harm's way to defend others. As I meet people of different faiths, I find it enormously encouraging to hear how much we have in common: a shared longing for peace and a deep respect for all life. If we can find time in our journey through life to think on these virtues, we can all make the future more hopeful. Of course, the greatest pilgrimage of all is the journey we celebrate today, the story of the one who came down to earth from heaven, whose shelter was a stable, and who shared his life with the poor and lowly. It was a pilgrimage with a purpose, heralded by angels, that there should be peace on earth. That prayer for peace and reconciliation, for doing to others as we would have them do to us, which rang out over the fields near Bethlehem more than 2,000 years ago, still reverberates from there and around the world today. It is a prayer for our times and our communities too, as we journey through our lives. So, with these words and my whole heart, I wish you all a most peaceful and very happy Christmas.
And there you have it. That was King Charles's Christmas broadcast to all of us here, not just in the UK, but to the Commonwealth too. And GB News' royal correspondent Cameron Walker has the analysis of this King's Christmas broadcast for us.
Well, the central themes of His Majesty's Christmas broadcast for 2025 was compassion, kindness and hope. And it's the second time in His Majesty's reign that he has filmed his Christmas message outside of a royal residence, this year choosing the iconic world-famous Westminster Abbey, of course famous for its royal connections, weddings, funerals and coronations. But also it has a central theme of pilgrimage, and His Majesty made his own pilgrimage this year to the Vatican for a state visit to visit Pope Leo during the Papal Jubilee year, which has the theme of Pilgrims of Hope. And the Christian message really was a theme throughout his Christmas broadcasts for 2025. His Majesty spoke of the wise men being pilgrims themselves, going to visit the baby Jesus in a stable in a manger. But he also spoke of the Christian ethos of helping others in need. And he spoke of his time spent with veterans back in the summer for VJ Day and VE Day, but also said of the emotion he felt remembering the sacrifices of those young soldiers in the First and Second World War, 17, 18, 19 years old, and communities coming together, he praised, being an example to us all. And that's in contrast to something else he said, division at home and abroad. And His Majesty invited the Songs for Ukraine choir to sing during his Christmas broadcast the Ukrainian composed song Carol of the Bells, and this is what they told us.
Everyone was really happy, and because for us it was really special because this is our Ukrainian culture and we can represent and remind people that we still need support.
I think it's really matter when not only just people helped us, but like really high people like His Majesty helped us, and he will sing with us Carol of the Bells.
Well, the King urged us not to lose sight of the values of community cohesion. He also places, as we know, a huge emphasis on interfaith harmony with lots of his work. But he also praised the selflessness of individuals this year, particularly around, as we saw footage of the aftermath of the Manchester terror attack on the Jewish community and the Bondi Beach massacre just a couple of weeks ago. And His Majesty, I think, sees his role as a bridge between different communities and different faiths. And I think his work in 2026 is certainly going to be on that theme.
Well, thank you for that, Cameron Walker, having a bit of an analysis of the King's speech. It was the first ever to be recorded in Westminster Abbey of the 90 or so broadcast from our monarchs over history. I'm very pleased to be joined by royal and showbiz reporter Sarah Louise Robertson and vicar Stephen Kurt. Merry Christmas to both.
Merry Christmas. Great to be here.
Merry Christmas to our viewers.
Indeed, isn't it a lovely day? I mean, I was saying before the King's speech, I hope they've all tucked into their Christmas dinners, but some people were messaging me saying they don't have their Christmas dinner till later in the evening.
That's correct.
It's been a tradition in my family to have it earlier in the day, but there we go. Everyone celebrates Christmas in different ways, don't they? But look, let's talk about the King's Christmas broadcast here.
Yeah.
What do you make of it, Vicar?
Well, I sat here 12 months ago talking about it, and I praised his honesty about his cancer, and there was nothing in it I disagreed with, and there's loads of good stuff about respect, compassion, reconciliation, full of really good stuff. But I've got to say, if there's an elephant in a room that you don't address, I think it damages the credibility of what you represent. And the King gave a great speech, full of really good stuff, but to not even have any sort of acknowledgement whatsoever of the stuff to do with Andrew, I think is ultimately not courageous, because every problem is an opportunity. And I think people who've suffered abuse or exploitation can rightly think, oh, well, we don't actually matter that much. There could have been just some, it could have been very subtle, but there could have been just some acknowledgement that, all families have problems, all families have difficulties. There's been stuff within my family this year that I'm not proud of, but I want to make this speech positive. Say, I mean, if he'd just done something of that nature, I think people would have thought, well, hats off, you've acknowledged this. And Other people may have different views, and that's totally legitimate, but that's what I really hoped for in the King's speech. A bit of courage and a bit of honesty, not just ducking the issue.
It was very interesting, Sarah Louise, because he's talking about a pilgrimage, and I think this obviously clearly to me comes... Yes, it comes from his trip to the Vatican, meeting Pope Leo, which of course was a historic, an historic occasion for the two heads of faith, should we put it that way, to have met. However, I agree with you, Vicar Stephen, because it felt... I do agree on the point of it being missing the points on family, because Christmas to me is all about family, and of course he's had family issues, which we all do. I don't know a family that's perfect, but also I think it missed out a little bit of all of us at home, how we're feeling. It felt maybe a little bit of a traditional, maybe an old
bit safe. I think it was a bit safe.
What do you think, Sarah?
I think it was a strong speech. I think it was quite political in parts. This was a speech that was very much aimed at the Commonwealth. If you look at those pictures that you saw, the images, obviously their trips to Canada, Edward and Sophie, their trips abroad, you know, he was trying to show sort of the diversification of the Commonwealth, of this country, and how important it is to the King. And this idea of building bridges, he kept leading back to that, and you used the word pilgrimage. And he, you know, issued, you know, he reiterated about examples that he has of building bridges both here and abroad, this idea of becoming better connected to our neighbours, becoming friends with our neighbours. I think there was a political message within the King's speech, and I know he's not meant to go into a political avenue, but he did it through this idea of talking about faith, the Christian tenets of compassion, of forgiveness, which is so important, and as I said before, building bridges. And he said about living the way that the Lord lived and died. So I think Charles is sending out a message here to us, to the nation, and to the people of the Commonwealth, that he takes his Christian faith very seriously. It's very important to him, and it is helping him in how he conducts and lives his life. But he also has been famous in the past for talking about embracing all faiths, and all faiths coming together and communities coming together. And again, we saw that was referred to in the speech as well, and him meeting with other faith leaders. But the fact as well that this speech was given from Westminster Abbey, the importance, the religious and historical importance of that building to Christianity. I just think it was a good speech from King Charles. I know, Stephen, you've said you wanted to see him address Andrew. I don't. I think the King wants now to move on from that. And yes, it is still hanging a shadow over, because obviously we're getting, you know, these trickling out from the US Department of Justice with the Epstein files and images of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor lying on the lap of women. But he has still not yet been convicted of any criminal acts in a court. We still haven't seen that. You know, everything is still allegations. And I think the King has wiped Andrew out of the royal family. He stripped him of everything. I mean, Andrew has nothing left whatsoever.
Yeah, so
he's a man that is left completely alone. And for someone who practiced Christianity... You know, he has addressed it in that way. Andrew is spending Christmas alone. His last time in Royal Lodge, he has no one. He's away from his family. His daughters weren't with him. They were with the King. I think some people may even think, look, that's it now. Do we just move on from Andrew? Let's wait and see what comes out from the US.
That's right, Sarah Louise.
Does the King really need to bring sex and the dirtiness
not the
of
detail.
that?
Certainly not the detail.
No, I don't think he does. I think he's done it in his way, and I think now the royal family has drawn a line over that.
Okay. Well, listen, you two, we're going to dissect this more. There's loads more to talk about, and we will get stuck into it. I know many of you are talking about the line here, specifically where the King says, with the great diversity of our communities, we can find strength to ensure that right triumphs over wrong. A very interesting line that I'd like to get into. There wasn't a mention of the word Christianity in the speech either. That didn't come up once, but he, of course, referred to the Lord, referred to Christ and the story of today, and pilgrimage.
He talks about Bethlehem.
He does,
he talks about the story.
I'm just pointing out things that might have been missing. Commonwealth is only used once. That's quite interesting as well.
No, Christ is mentioned here, the cradle of Christ.
There you go. Well, there you go.
In search of Jesus. No,
he mentions the law, but not the word Christianity. I think that was used throughout the speech. However, listen, loads more to get into on this. There's a lot to pick at here. Stick with us. This is Merry Christmas Britain on GB News. Lots more coming up on today's show. Of course, we'll continue to dig into the Christmas message and speech there with a royal historian, and we'll be running through some of the season's best Christmas drinks with a professional, which I'm very excited about. I don't know about you at home. You are with GB News, Britain's news channel. Merry Christmas.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray, are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it. Don't get us on the BBC. Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines. The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos. What we're going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Merry Christmas, Great Britain, and welcome back. Well, we have heard this hour from the King in his annual Christmas Day address. The monarch shared the importance of spiritual unity after he met with the Pope earlier this year, that historic visit, of course, and reflected on the historic role of servicemen and women in our country, saying the country must remember the past and learn from its lessons. King Charles's message was based on the theme of pilgrimage and journey as he reflected on the nativity story at Christmas. Well, joining us now is royal historian Alexander Lahmann. Alexander, a pleasure to see you again. Thanks for joining me on Christmas Day today. Listen, of course, it was a historic speech for many reasons. One, because it was, of course, the first ever to be broadcast at Westminster Abbey. What did you make of the speech, Alexander?
Well, it's the fourth speech that Charles has given as king, and I think it's probably the least good, actually. And there's several reasons why it's the least good. The first reason was that I thought he looked very tired this year. I mean, purely from a presentational perspective, it wasn't as strong as the other ones. It felt more hesitant. It felt that he didn't quite know what he was talking about. Whereas the other years, especially the first year in 2022, I felt there was a real sense that he was far better at the actual aspects of doing an address than his mother. But if we leave aside the stylistic aspects, I think, and we dig into what he's saying, there's a real disappointment because ultimately the King's speech is not designed to be like in America, the State of the Nation is supposed to be. It's not designed to be a look at how the royal family are coping. It's not designed to be a look at the internal struggles of the royal family. But many people, including myself, would think that it is strange that the King would choose to speak about diversity, that he would choose to start the King's speech talking about the Pope and pilgrimage and stuff like that, when the stuff that has been happening in his own family, especially with Andrew, means, I think, a great deal more to people in terms of the coverage it's had, in terms of how it affects the nation, whether the King has been hanging out with the Pope or not. So from that perspective, I found this more than usually frustrating because I felt that what the King wasn't saying was anything that actually mattered. And what's interesting about the King's speech is that it is written by him with his private secretaries, and I'm sure that Charles has a great deal more personal input into it than his mother ever did. And the fact that at one point he quotes T.S. Eliot, you want him to turn to camera and smirk and say, "You see, I'm an intellectual." But what I felt was that underneath the literary fireworks, there was a real sense of something not being said. And I would echo the remarks of one of your guests a moment ago. I don't think anyone was expecting him to talk about his relationship with his brother, although, let's face it, the Cain and Abel story is always quite fitting at this time of year. But what we could want to talk about is the idea that the royal family is supposed to stand for something in this country. And it is supposed to stand for stability, it is supposed to stand for, if you will, conservatism. And I think a lot of your viewers will at this stage be thinking, what is diversity? What has diversity actually done for our country? And Charles is presenting it as an unalloyed good. And I don't think that's what people want to hear at the moment. I think people actually want to question whether diversity has been an unalloyed good, or whether there are things that we could say in the future. Because given that the Labour Party seems to be further to the right about issues of things like migration than the royal family are, we are in a strange, topsy-turvy, Alice in Wonderland-esque situation. And so I think that the King's speech will please people who are fans of Charles. It will make them feel that Charles is a better public performer than anybody else in the royal family. I mean, he's much better than his son. He does this stuff very well. But he did it less well this year. And I think there's a sense, I mean, certainly speaking for myself, of disappointment that he didn't say more, because it's a real opportunity that nobody else has to have 10 minutes without questions, without any kind of pushback, when you are allowed to offer your credo for what the world should be. And I think Charles's credo, judged by this, is a sort of kumbaya, let's all hold hands and hope the bad things go away, which I don't think is very convincing, and I'm not sure that your viewers will either.
The line that stands out to me, there's two. I mean, we spoke about the diversity line already, and I can totally concur with your thoughts on this. But he also says, as I meet people of different faiths, I find it enormously encouraging to hear how much we have in common, a shared longing for peace and a deep respect for all life. Now, I don't know about you, but when I meet people of other faiths and different cultures, I don't find that that is something we discuss. I don't find we have this shared longing for peace and deep respect for all life. I guess the issue I have with it, Alexander, is that I don't feel there was a lot of substance to the speech, and I think it was missing something about Britain and about our shared values. I know he was talking to the Commonwealth as well, but I suspect this speech is far more important to the to the British person than it is to those in the Commonwealth. And I just felt it was lacking a little bit of that substance. As much as it was a very beautiful message, and I did love him discussing, of course, the story of Christmas and of our Lord Jesus Christ. I did think that substance was missing.
Well, I mean, just to return to T.S. Eliot for a moment, I mean, obviously one of Eliot's most famous lines is, "This is how the world ends, not with a bang, but with a whimper." And given that this has been a year for the royal family, where questions have been asked that I don't think have been asked in nearly 90 years about the existential point of the royals, because the Andrew stuff, I mean, the seriousness cannot be overstated, because we've just seen a couple of days ago the latest revelations of Andrew asking somebody who may well be Prince Andrew, asking Ghislaine Maxwell to procure him women for his presumably sexual purposes. We are seeing at the heart of the royal family there is a cancer. And trying to remove Andrew's titles has not cured that cancer. And so the King's speech, which is the first major public address that he's given since all this has happened, you are right, it wasn't so much lacking in substance, it was lacking in any sense of him meaning it. A lot of it felt to me as if it could have been delivered at any point in the last 5, 10, 20, 50 years. And, I mean, you are, of course, completely right. The idea of talking about all of these faiths. What is he actually doing? Because obviously he is a man living in a very, very, very small bubble. If he is meeting people from the Jewish community, from the Muslim community, from the Hindu community, he is not meeting the man on the street. He is meeting people in the most rarefied aspect imaginable. He has no idea as to what is actually going on in the country that he rules over. That's always been the case for any king or any queen. He is not unique in this regard. But what I resent, and I'm sure your viewers will resent as well, is the sense that we are being told about the values of diversity, the values of community. Well, a few days ago, there was a major news story about these people in Manchester who had planned a terrorist assault that would have absolutely dwarfed 9/11 or anything else. It would have been the most serious terrorist assault in Britain. And that is diversity. That is something which takes place because of communities rubbing up against each other. And so I think it's really hard for me to sit there and listen to the King blandly lecturing us on what a great place Britain is because we can all get along with each other, when the evidence very much is that we cannot always get along with each other. And so, yes, I found it a difficult speech in that regard, because what I always want from Charles, who is a very intelligent man, and that's something that I think we have to remember, he is not his younger brother, he's not his mother, who, let's face it, was not a great intellectual. He is somebody who is thoughtful, he's a Cambridge graduate, he's somebody who has written books, he is smart. And so you just think to yourself, could we see that intelligence in public? Could we actually see? I mean, even when he was Prince of Wales and he was writing those so-called black spider memos to Tony Blair, they're clever. They're much cleverer than any politician was saying at the time. And what you really want is not the King just trotting out these platitudes. You want actually him saying, OK, this is Britain in 2025. We still have, despite what the naysayers might say, great strengths as a country. We are still Great Britain. We're not Britain Minor. But we are not going to be Great Britain much longer unless we actually tackle some of the ills in society. And you as King need to be the person leading us. You need to be the person who is actually saying, this is what we should aspire to. These are the values we should hold. And I feel that just saying Britain is great as is, we should be proud of what we are, this is not it. What you need instead is to say, this is where we have fallen. This is where we are lagging behind. Let me show you the way. And I feel that perhaps his relationship with his younger son needs to be reconciled. I don't know.
Listen, thank you so much for joining me. Alexander Larman there, royal historian. Pleasure to have you on the show as ever, Alexander. And yeah, I'm reading a lot of your comments here in gbnews.com/your say. Many of you, of course, saying, actually, I don't want to hear about Prince Andrew, and the King has done the right thing by completely negating him from this speech because, as you said, Sarah Louise Robertson was saying earlier on, you know, he hasn't been convicted of anything, and actually, it's a time of year for forgiveness, and it's not a time of year to air our dirty laundry. So I do tend to agree on that. I don't particularly want to hear about Andrew. I would like to hear about how his family is in general, because I think you know, they are a shared family with all of us, aren't they, really, the royal family? So I would like to hear, you know, how he's doing, how his family are coping with all the pressure that's been on them the last year. I don't necessarily need to hear about Andrew, but I think overall there was a lot of Christianity throughout this message, wasn't there? A lot of pilgrimage, and we're going to be diving into that, of course, throughout the next hour or so, because there's lots more coming up on today's show. More reaction on the King's speech, including from his former butler. This is Merry Christmas Britain, only here on GB News.
Hello again and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. I do hope you've enjoyed your Christmas, and it's been a cold one, hasn't it? Particularly in the south, where we've had a biting easterly wind, and that wind is not going to be going anywhere over the next 2 or 3 days really. But further north, high pressure is in control and winds are considerably lighter across Scotland and Northern Ireland. But in the west, across Wales and southwest England, we still have a wind warning in place through the course of this evening. Wind gusts of 50 miles per hour or so in some exposed spots. And the breeze will persist overnight as well, so it will generally stay frost-free in the most exposed coastal regions and in the towns and the cities. Further north, though, temperatures dipping below freezing in the countryside at least, and there will be a fairly widespread frost as well, perhaps 1 or 2 freezing fog patches as well in some northern parts of Scotland. In the south, though, generally a bit of a cloudier start to the day compared to on Christmas Day. There will be some sunny breaks in places, and certainly the further north we run into parts of Wales, Northern Ireland, northwest England and western Scotland, here it should be mostly sunny and frosty to begin the day on Boxing Day, and not as anywhere near as windy as further south either. For northeastern parts of Scotland, maybe the odd spit or spot of drizzle in the thickest cloud, but again, most places will stay dry through the day on Boxing Day. So a great day really for burning off that Christmas Day lunch, and generally it will stay dry with some sunshine for most of us right the way through the course of the day. Still breezy in the south, though not quite as windy as on Christmas Day, and that wind will still make it feel pretty cold. Despite temperatures being a fraction higher, still below average for the time of year, generally speaking reaching highs of 5 to 7 degrees Celsius. It stays similar through Boxing Day evening, most places dry, a mixture of cloud and clear periods. And right the way through the weekend and into next week, the dry theme continues for most of us. We'll be chasing cloud amounts around, but generally there will be some sunny breaks at times for most of us and temperatures below average.
From all of us here at the GB News family,
I wish you a very, very Merry Christmas,
full of comfort and joy, and a glorious and prosperous New Year.
Merry Christmas to everyone watching and listening to GB News.
Good afternoon. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A1 northbound from Old Craigle off-slip to the A720 is restricted due to a broken down vehicle. On the A55, both directions over the Britannia Bridge have a speed limit of 30 miles per hour in effect until further notice. In Leicestershire, a road traffic collision has left one of 3 lanes closed on the M1 northbound at junction 23, with normal conditions anticipated by around 4:15 this afternoon. In Surrey, a load spillage on the M23 northbound between junction 9 and junction 8 has closed 1 lane and is expected to clear by 5:39 this evening. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Welcome back to Merry Christmas, Great Britain, with me, Alex Armstrong. Merry Christmas to all of you at home. I hope you're either tucking into your Christmas meals or have tucked into your Christmas meals. And of course, a historic moment every year where the King has given his annual address to the nation on the theme of pilgrimage and journeying. His annual address was delivered from Westminster Abbey as he looked back on the past year. Of course, that was a historic place to record that. No other monarch has recorded in Westminster Abbey in its history of broadcast. Reflecting on what he calls the greatest pilgrimage of them all, the nativity story that marks the birth of Jesus Christ, the King stated that we must cherish the values of compassion and reconciliation as a nation. Well, joining us now is the former butler to King Charles, Grant Harold. Grant, thank you very much for joining me on Christmas Day. I appreciate you tuning in to give us your analysis. What did you make of the King's speech? Is it very true to who he is from how you knew him?
Good morning and Merry Christmas. Absolutely. What's interesting, and I've actually said this today, that I had a feeling that he would focus more on religion because it's always, the Queen was very obviously religious as well, but I remember it was particularly important to him, but not just his own faith, but all faiths. So much so that at Highgrove, his private home, there's a little chapel on the grounds, and it's been made that all faiths can worship there. So, and I remember he told me this because I used to look after it, and I thought it was amazing that he'd actually done this. He'd created it so that it was possible that regardless of your faith, you could worship there. So today it very much reflects his kind of beliefs. And it was interesting, he talks very much about, pilgrims and pilgrimages and, respecting each other and compassion. It was very, I thought it was very nice, but very religious focused, as you mentioned.
Of course, you know, it also focused on our fantastic military veterans as well, which I thought was a brilliant touch there. He goes on to say in his speech at the beginning, the end of the Second World War is now remembered by fewer and fewer of us as the years pass. The way communities came together in the face of such a great challenge carries a timeless message for us all. I certainly concur with the King on that one. I think it's so important that we remember those wars, and we still think about our veterans today who have been through war themselves. I do love that the King still keeps that tradition of talking about the military and those in our societies. Does the King have a great affinity to the military, given, of course, his family's ties to it?
Oh, absolutely. He's, you know, when it comes to the military, it's very personal to him. It's very important to him. It's always been, if I can say, with the royal family, it's you know, military. Anything to do with our forces has always been very important for the royal family and for the King. And it was also interesting because he also mentioned, you know, when reflecting on it, he said, you know, that, you know, about how in the past that you learn from mistakes. And I thought it was very apt. You know, kind of obviously we have so many awful things going on around the world with wars and everything. But, you know, I think he also talked about how, you know, meeting people from other countries and other faiths, about how much common ground we've all got as well. And I thought that was a really nice comment that he made. So, you know, he's a very kind of humbling individual. And as I said, the way he delivered it and what he spoke about are things that very much reflect, it's his views. And you've got to remember, when it's the King's speech, it is the King's speech because he writes the speech. And of course, you know, he's going to run it past several other people, including government. But at the end of the day, it's his speech, it's his views, it's him.
Indeed. No mention of health in his speech. And, of course, health has been a big theme of the royal family. Of course, some more positive news throughout the year as Catherine, Princess of Wales, of course, has now recovered, or is recovering, at least, from her cancer treatment. And the King's cancer treatment is stepping down, which is very good news. But no mention of that. Is that perhaps a deliberate attempt to move on from it and look forward to 2026?
He's been very open and has spoke obviously a lot about health in the past, but I think going forward, I think he probably wants to not discuss it, but I think he's probably trying to focus more on the jobs they do at hand, if you like. I think he wants to focus on, you know, his role within the royal family as king and the kind of engagements and things that they'll focus on. And I'm sure there'll still be updates in health. And as you mentioned, you know, wonderful that Catherine is as we know, is in remission, and you know, it's, you know, thankfully, you know, a few years ago since all that, obviously that news came out. And I think maybe he does feel that, you know, he's very much somebody that he'll think, oh, I don't want to keep bothering them with that update, with that kind of news. It's not so much because it's personal. He just won't want to go on about something. And I think, and despite it being a huge thing for him, obviously he feels that it's, you know, he's very humbling. He'll just be, oh, there's no need to kind of bring that into it. Let's just focus on the job at hand.
A note here that a Ukrainian choir at the end of the speech there. I thought that was absolutely beautiful. It was a nice nod, of course, to Ukraine and Britain's role in supporting Ukraine. And, of course, the amount of refugees that we've taken in from Ukraine here, and they're playing an active role in our society. The King, of course, has been very friendly with President Zelensky and very welcoming and warm. So that would be a lovely nod, of course, to the Ukrainians, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. And again, it's not by mistake, as we know. You know, he would have considered this. He would have. It's probably even his idea. I could almost say it'd be his idea to do this. And as you said, it's a nod, and it's nice. It's his way of, you know, it's his way of giving support and getting involved without getting involved. Because you've got to remember, as king, he's got to be careful with what he gets involved in and what he doesn't. But this is a way of doing it, and it's something that people will admire and respect about him.
Indeed. Well, thank you so much for joining me. Former butler to King Charles himself, Grant Harrell. Thank you. Have a Merry Christmas, Grant. Thank you for joining me today.
Merry Christmas to the team.
Thanks, Grant. And of course, I'm still joined by my fantastic guests here, Sarah Louise Robertson and Vicar Stephen Kurt. Stephen, I'll bring you in to talk about this. I did think it was really beautiful. I mean, I always think the music, the national anthem being sung, and the choir is very important, but he did choose this Ukrainian choir this year. And in some ways, that is a slight nod and maybe a little bit of a nudge to Putin to say, they're not going anywhere. We are here, we're standing beside Ukraine this time of year. And of course, at the start of his speech, he mentioned World War II and how many of us forget about war and how much we forget about our veterans. And many of our servicemen are helping support Ukraine. Many of our troops who are out there probably today will be supporting Ukraine.
Yeah, it's a very good example of where there are all sorts of ways that you can acknowledge issues without having to dive into them. This is the point really I was making earlier. There's stuff you can overtly address very directly, then you can allude to other things. You can do several things in a speech of this nature, and a lot of it was really, really good. So I don't want the sort of critique I've made earlier of him not acknowledging Andrew to deflect necessarily away from the things that we're really good at it.
Yes.
I mean, one of the ways he got in the reference to Catholicism right at the start, and that was affirming of unity between Anglicans and Roman Catholics, so that's another good side as well. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, indeed.
That's Meghan Markle, his daughter-in-law.
That's right. But this is the... when we're talking about little nods there, and the Ukrainian choir was probably a bit of a bigger nod.
That was where you get that soft diplomacy of the royals, don't you? They can't actually state it explicitly, as you say, Stephen.
Yes.
But they can do it in subtle ways.
Well, he's acting. I mean, when they can't be political, it's if they're in conflict with their government, isn't it? And the government support for Ukraine is very strong. So the king doing that is consistent with his government policy.
Grant was saying there that the king he believes that the king may have even made that decision himself to have that choir, which wouldn't surprise me at all. But
I think so.
Sarah Louise, there are other ways royals do subtle nods, sometimes for the things that they're wearing as well. We know from state occasions that certain regalia that's used also, is a nod to something. Isn't that right?
The Queen used to do that. What was the time? It was during Brexit, wasn't it? And she wore... it was yellow and blue, and some people said... the Remainers said that was the Queen saying that she wanted to remain in the EU.
Well, the danger is people can read too much into it sometimes, can't they?
So there's little things, but there has been in the past, like the Queen would select a certain brooch to convey a message, or it could be the colours of her outfit.
Or photographs in the background sometimes.
But often the Queen, when she chose the colours that she did, it was so people could see her when she was on her walkabout. So it was really just to be clear. To stand out. But I think Charles very much with this nod to Ukraine through the choir was
it was beautiful. It was really beautiful, I have to say, and I think that part of it is always so well done.
Yes.
Right, listen, we will bring you more analysis on this, of course, throughout the next hour. This is Merry Christmas Britain on GB News. But if you're in search or looking forward to some holiday sun, perhaps, here is the forecast for our top European destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
Whilst high pressure close to the UK brings plenty of dry and bright weather, we do have some heavy rain in central Mediterranean and colder than average weather pushing into parts of Iberia, just 7 degrees there in Lisbon, with some showery rain expected later. Showers also moving through eastern parts of Spain, the Balearics, moving into Sardinia, Corsica, Italy, some wet weather and some gusty winds. Mostly fine in Greece and plenty of sunshine to continue into the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m.
only on GB News.
GB News Breakfast. Every day from 6 a.m.
9:30.
It is indeed.
And as the new year approaches, we've got, for the very first time, our GB News charity calendar. It's on sale, and 100% of the price. I should point out, actually, the pictures were taken by you and voted for by you because we've got so many entries. So you've made this. 100% of the profits go to our 2025 charity partner, which is the London Taxi Drivers Charity
for children, and that actually is also proudly supported by Her Majesty the Queen. Really, really
but
lovely
look, I'm
pictures.
just going to take... There's a... Oh, hold on a sec. There we go. Look, how lovely are those pictures?
It's really nice. It's what is most important is the fact that, as we say, 100% of the money is going to charity. If you pick one up at the GB News shop online, and the chairman of the Taxi Drivers Charity for London is Anthony Moore, and is here. It's great to see you.
Good morning.
Tell us a little bit about what the charity does.
We do several events a year. We take kids to the seaside as a group of taxis. So this year we had 80 taxis transferring around about 200 children. We went to the zoo this year, and so we've done that as an event. Everybody gives up their time. The taxi drivers just give up their time, all just so that the kids can have a good time. We've got our Christmas party, or the Mad Hatters party. That's in January, and we've got now 700 and... We've had to limit the numbers this year. We've got 720 children coming at the moment.
Wow.
But they will be entertained by singers, dancers. We've got the King's Welsh Guards turning up to give them the dimensions of the dance floor. So they're coming to do, in their full regalia, they hang around, hats on children, photographs. So, you know, we do several things.
GB News, the People's Channel.
This Christmas, we're inviting you to join the GB News family for an occasion filled with joy. A chance to come together and lift our voices and celebrate what truly brings us closer at this time of year. So whether you're with friends or family or simply in the spirits of the season, we would love to share this special night of carols with you. Carols by candlelight at 7 o'clock tonight, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back and Merry Christmas to you all watching at home. And there's no better way to celebrate sharing Christmas together, of course, with a glass of wine with family and friends. I've actually got got a glass of red wine with me here. Hang on, let's get the camera back. Come on, I've got a glass of... Sarah Louise Robertson, one of my panellists, is also requesting a glass of wine. I'm going to get one.
I'm still thirsty.
I'd like one, but I'm driving.
It's Christmas Day after all. This is the one day I think my boss will be happy for me to have a drink at Christmas. But listen, what's the best drink this season? That's what I'm asking. Well, I'm joined now by... Yeah, well, you'll say champagne. But we're going to find out from professional, because I've got a drinks professional here, Isabel Salomon. Isabel, thank you so much for joining me. Now, listen, I love a glass of red wine at Christmas, but what is the Christmas drink, Isabel?
I mean, we all love a glass of red wine, obviously. But I mean, I must say, I'm hearing champagne bottles popping behind me, and champagne is huge this season. I mean, it's always big, but I don't know. I think because we've all had a hard year, and it's sort of like, when you have a hard year, champagne comes out instantly. We like a lot of decadence. And so I'm seeing a lot of champagne cocktails. They're massively trending at the moment, and then just champagne itself. And then when we're looking at other styles of wine as well, we're sort of looking towards more richer, sort of bigger white wines, and then lighter red wines. So red wine has sort of not been trending as much this season. So people are wanting something a little bit more approachable, a little bit easier to drink, that more sort of like glue style that people are always reaching for, those Gamay, the Grenaches, those sort of things. And then I would say when we're looking at different cocktails, because obviously it's the season, so it's always cocktail time, we're seeing so many martinis. So martinis are just going up and up, and I think that's just on the way for next year, be it vodka or gin. Vodka's really trending at the moment. And then we're seeing more minimal sort of style of garnishes. So we're sort of doing that throwback to, we're wanting things chic. I would say actually, if we could describe this season, it would be chic and classic, and quite, and stripped back to old classics as well. So different things like...
I love to hear that, Isabel. I love to hear that. I love to hear this back to tradition. This seems to be a theme, actually, that I've been discussing on GB News over the last couple of days. Very briefly, in 10 seconds, if you can, Isabel, what's your drink of choice for Christmas?
Ooh, I mean, a martini. I love a martini, so I can't go wrong with that. And then champagne. So if I could have just a champagne-topped cocktail, that makes me pretty damn happy.
I loved it. Well, I hope you could pour yourself one now, Isabel. Thank you very much for joining me. Merry Christmas.
Enjoy. Merry Christmas. Have a lovely...
I will indeed. I'll have my glass of wine to that, Isabel, actually. I've got my... very briefly here for my final panel before we go. What would you drink for your Christmas drink, Sarah Louise?
Had I been at home today, we would always have like a bottle of Bollinger to start the morning.
Nice.
And then we go on to wine with our Christmas lunch.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Vicar,
Yeah.
what do you drink?
Well, being a vicar, I like a cheeky little sherry, you know, which, you know, a lot of clergy do like their sherry. And it's a bit cliched, but I like a little sherry. And then a bit of red wine, really, with the meal. That's what I like.
Bit of red wine.
I do love champagne. Normally
Port
Prosecco with me, because I'm...
Evening, a glass of port with some Stilton.
Oh, yeah. Oh, lovely. Yes.
Oh,
I agree. I'm with you there.
Well, listen, all of you at home, I want to know what you're drinking this year. Can you get yourself onto gbnews.com/your say, let me know your favourite drink, and I will read out some of your very creative Christmas drinks throughout the show. Of course, this is Merry Christmas Britain on GB News. Lots more coming up on the show, so don't go anywhere. But first, we're going to get your Christmas weather for you.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello again and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. I do hope you've enjoyed your Christmas, and it's been a cold one, hasn't it? Particularly in the south, where we've had a biting easterly wind, and that wind is not going to be going anywhere over the next 2 or 3 days really. But further north, high pressure is in control and winds are considerably lighter across Scotland and Northern Ireland. But in the west, across Wales and southwest England, we still have a wind warning in place through the course of this evening. Wind gusts of 50 miles per hour or so in some exposed spots. And the breeze will persist overnight as well, so it will generally stay frost-free in the most exposed coastal regions and in the towns and the cities. Further north, though, temperatures dipping below freezing in the countryside at least, and there will be a fairly widespread frost as well. Perhaps 1 or 2 freezing fog patches as well in some northern parts of Scotland. In the south, though, generally a bit of a cloudier start to the day compared to on Christmas Day. There will be some sunny breaks in places, and certainly further north we run into parts of Wales, Northern Ireland, northwest England and western Scotland. Here it should be mostly sunny and frosty to begin the day on Boxing Day, and not as anywhere near as windy as further south either. For northeastern parts of Scotland, maybe the odd spit or spot of drizzle in the thickest cloud, but again, most places will stay dry through the day on Boxing Day. So a great day really for burning off that Christmas Day lunch, and generally it will stay dry with some sunshine for most of us right the way through the course of the day. Still breezy in the south, though not quite as windy as on Christmas Day, and that wind will still make it feel pretty cold. Despite temperatures being a fraction higher, still below average for the time of year, generally speaking reaching highs of 5 to 7 degrees Celsius. It stays similar through Boxing Day evening, most places dry, a mixture of cloud and clear periods. And right the way through the weekend and into next week, the dry theme continues for most of us. We'll be chasing cloud amounts around, but generally there will be some sunny breaks at times for most of us, and temperatures below average.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Thank you for making us Britain's #1 news channel. Together, we have built something truly extraordinary.
Good afternoon. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A83 is restricted in both directions at Loughnell Street, Loch Gilphead, due to emergency roadworks causing delays. If you're travelling on the A55 at the Britannia Bridge, a speed limit of 30 miles per hour is in effect until further notice. On the M4 eastbound near Wokingham, a broken down vehicle has resulted in one-lane closure between Junction 12 and Junction 11, expected to clear by 4:15 this afternoon. The northbound M23 in Surrey has had a load spillage, leading to a lane closure between Junction 9 and Junction 8, anticipated to resolve by 6:22 this evening. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
A very Merry Christmas to you all from the Aurora Collection Resort in Lapland.
We're on an amazing Arctic adventure to celebrate our greatest cash giveaway, a simply stunning £85,000.
And this Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win it all. So don't miss out this Christmas.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
Because
the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Merry Christmas, Great Britain. It's 4 o'clock on Thursday, the 25th of December. I'm Alex Armstrong. The King has delivered his Christmas speech from Westminster Abbey. He commended the bravery of people following the tragic Bondi Beach attack. He talks about the pilgrimage of life and the lessons it can teach about today's issues. All whilst thousands of people have gathered in Bethlehem for the first public celebrations in 2 years due to the war in the Gaza Strip. Is Christmas the saviour for our pubs this year? Well, we'll put that directly to a publican very shortly. And as Labour show no hope of dropping the farmers' inheritance tax, we'll be crossing over to a farmer in Snowdonia. Plus, 2 men are believed to be missing in the sea off the beach in Budleigh in Salterton in Devon. We'll keep you updated on that breaking news story as we hear more. All right, listen, keep your views coming on gbnews.com/YouSay. I'll read some of them out over the course of the next hour. If you want to get involved, you can scan the QR code on your screen right now. But before we get cracking, we're going to get your news headlines with Tatiana Sanchez.
Alex, thank you very much. The King has given his Christmas message calling for spiritual unity after meeting the Pope. His Majesty used his Christmas message to urge the nation to never lose sight in a divisive world of the Second World War values of courage and sacrifice and community spirit.
Indeed, as our world seems to spin ever faster, our journeying may pause to quieten our minds. In T.S. Eliot's words, at the still point of the turning world, and allow ourselves to renew. In this, with the great diversity of our communities, we can find the strength to ensure that right triumphs over wrong. It seems to me that we need to cherish the values of compassion and reconciliation, the way our Lord lived and died.
King Charles and Queen Camilla have attended a Christmas Day church service at Sandringham with the Prince and Princess of Wales and other royals by their side. After the service at St Mary Magdalene Church in Norfolk, the King, Queen, Prince William, his wife Catherine and their 3 children greeted and interacted with excited crowds who had gathered and waited outside on the crisp Christmas morning. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew, was not present, but his daughters Princess Beatrice and Princess Eugenie were there along with their husbands. The service inside the church was relayed by speakers to the crowd outside who waited for the opportunity to chat to the royals afterwards. Donald Trump told children he would not let a bad Santa infiltrate the US as he took part in a long-standing Christmas tradition. Sat by a Christmas tree at his Mar-a-Lago residence in Florida, the President and First Lady took calls from youngsters who dialed into the North American Aerospace Defense Command, which tracks Santa's sleigh around the globe every Christmas Eve. To an 8-year-old girl in Kansas who said they didn't want coal as a gift, Mr. Trump said this.
5 hours from now, Santa will be coming down your chimney and have a beautiful present for you. What would you like Santa to bring?
Not coal.
Not coal. No, you don't want coal. Well, coal is, you mean clean, beautiful coal. I had to do that, I'm sorry. No, coal is clean and beautiful. Please remember that.
The Pope lamented the conditions for Palestinians in Gaza in his Christmas sermon in an unusually direct appeal during what is normally a solemn spiritual service on the day Christians across the globe celebrate the birth of Jesus. Pope Leo, the first US Pope, said the story of Jesus being born in a stable showed that God had pitched his fragile tent among the people of the world. Celebrating his first Christmas after being elected in May by the world cardinals to succeed the late Pope Francis, he usually refrains from making political references in his sermons. But the Pope has spoken about Gaza several times recently and told journalists last month that the only solution in the decades-long conflict between Israel and the Palestinian people must include a Palestinian state. Emergency services are searching for 2 men off a beach in Devon. They're believed to be missing in the water in Budleigh Salterton. Devon and Cornwall police were called at 10:25 a.m. on Christmas Day following concerns for people in the water. The force said a number of people had been safely recovered to shore and would be taken to hospital as a precaution. Swimmers were urgently asked not to take part in Xmas Christmas Day swim while the incident was dealt with. That's as weather warnings and a cold health alert have been issued for parts of the UK on Christmas Day today, as forecasters said those hoping for a white Christmas are likely to be disappointed. The UK Health Security Agency issued the yellow alert for the southwest of England from 6 p.m. today to midday tomorrow. The alert warns of a greater risk to life of vulnerable people, as well as an increased use of healthcare services among that group. The Met Office has issued yellow warnings for wind in the southwest and Wales, with the forecaster warning of potential disruption due to strong gusty winds from 4 a.m. until midnight. Those are the latest GB News headlines. For now, more news from me in an hour.
Tune in to GB News Radio wherever you are. Online, on DAB digital radio, on TuneIn, on Radio Player, on Nation Player and on your smart speaker. Just say, play GB News.
Merry Christmas, everyone watching at home. I hope you've all tucked into your dinners or are getting ready to at least. I'm sure it smells lovely wherever you are. But look, let's go back to what's going on today, because the King has given his Christmas message calling for a spiritual unity after meeting the Pope in Italy, the Vatican, of course. I'm now joined by royal commentator Richard Fitzwilliams. Thank you for joining me on Christmas Day today, Richard. It's a real pleasure to have you. What did you make of the King's speech? What's your reaction to it?
I think it was very moving. I think it was deeply personal. There's no question that he took, as you say, his meeting with Pope Leo as an inspiration and talked of the human journey as a form of pilgrimage. This gave the king an excuse, for example, to look back on the important anniversaries this year, the 80th, for example, of VE and VJ Day, and also the way praising our veterans. There's no question also that there was the feeling, very, very strong feeling, that reaching out to each other in the ways we do it and the interreligious aspect of his, he'd always taken a great interest in interreligious understanding, was, I think, pivotal to that. And there were also examples, for example, we know Prince William took Prince George to the Passage, and we saw him serving dinners to the homeless and so forth. And also, of course, there was a variety of images of members of the royal family carrying out engagements. It's important to mention that the king, who's given an indication recently that his cancer treatment is doing well, was in fact the hardest working royal in the last year. So it's absolutely remarkable. So I thought it was a moving theme, because the idea of a journey where you look back and you give instances of what you admire, and also the idea where you look forward and you look at the world as it is, and important that it ended with a choir from Ukraine, because whenever he can, the king, of course, has been supportive.
Indeed, I certainly picked up on this theme of pilgrimage, but journeying was such an important message, wasn't it? And the king goes on, of course, to recount the story of course, our Lord Jesus Christ and the Holy Family made the journey to Bethlehem and arrived homeless without proper shelter. Now, that mention of homelessness, of course, is a big part of what the royals do. They bring attention to critical issues across Britain, and they do it in subtle ways. And I always think that when I listen to these messages, and that's why I read them so many times, because you do start to read between the lines of some of the things that the king is saying. Now, you can't, of course, be too political, but we know homelessness charities are close to the royal family too, and that's part, always, in some way, of the way that they engage with the public, isn't it?
No, but this is a very important point, because no other family anywhere in the world has the pull, has the cachet that our royal family has. Certainly there's no comparable family where there is attention paid to, for example, from the Christmas cards they send out to the walk we saw this morning at St Mary Magdalene's Church, and then the royal message. And you're absolutely right, there is the royal brand, you could call it, carries not only nationally and to the rest of the Commonwealth, but internationally. So when a charity such as homelessness is supported, it means a tremendous amount. And we've, of course, seen this as well in a very personal message that the king recently told us, that his cancer treatment was improving, that his condition was improving, and also appealing for others to take tests if possible and so forth. And that has made a tremendous difference. So a message, as you're quite right, can be got across in a remarkable and unique way.
And Richard, of course, these speeches get dissected by all of us, don't they? At home, listening in one way or another. People are reading into the context of this speech. Now, a couple of lines that have at least caused some controversy, at least from some of our viewers, particularly the line about here, the king says, with great diversity of our communities, we can find strength to ensure that the right triumphs over the wrong. It's very easy for us to read into the political connotations of this. How do you think the king thinks about this when he writes it? Of course, it would go through many, as you correctly pointed out, many private secretaries, the government, perhaps. Is the king trying to make a political statement here, or is he just looking at the shape in the face of Britain as it is today?
I think the latter, but also, of course, you're right. I mean, clearly, nothing politically controversial would appear in a speech like this, but it is in the king's own words, so these are his personal feelings. But on the other hand, of course, the monarchy is above party politics. We do have a diverse society. There's no question also that interreligious understanding, which was the theme of so much of the speech, this, of course, was used by the king to point out that the more we understand each other, the more we help each other, the better the world is. You could argue, of course, and he made it clear with the pointed reference to Ukraine at the end, that we are in a far from perfect world. It's just that the individuals such as the king, and when he was Prince of Wales, of course, the longest serving in history, what they did, and remember the King's Trust, formerly the Prince's Trust, has helped over 1 million disadvantaged young people find work. They can do a tremendous amount to make the world just that bit better.
Indeed. Well, thank you so much for joining me on Christmas Day. Richard Fitzwilliams, royal commentator, thank you for your analysis of the King's speech, and Merry Christmas to you, Richard. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you have a Merry Christmas back at whatever you're doing. I'll bring in my panel. Sarah Louise Robertson is here with me, and Stephen Kirkvicker. Thank you very much. Perhaps we should just touch on some more of the themes of the speech. We've been talking about it a lot over the last hour. A lovely new outfit, by the way. People are wondering at home.
Very nice.
Sarah's done a costume change for us.
Sarah Showbiz.
Sarah
I'm bringing the
Showbiz.
showbiz glam.
That's
I'm bringing it to the studio. It's Christmas Day, come on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I wasn't told I had to bring a change of costume, so I only have my Only Fools and Horses Christmas
I love
jumper.
That. And listen, I don't wear a Christmas jumper. Controversial, but for me, they just don't suit me.
Yeah.
I'm glam all the time.
Glam.
That is my my image. It's my shtick. So yeah, it's sequins as well, and you have to have a sequin on.
Why not?
At Christmas.
Well, let's dig into some of the speech.
Yes.
We do want to talk a little bit more about some of the controversies here, because, of course, I was talking about this, the great diversity of our communities. We can find strength to ensure that right triumphs over wrong. Now, I would question what he means by what is the right triumphing over wrong. What is right and wrong?
That's what people will be asking.
In the respect of diversity of our communities, what is... I'm trying to sort of politically dissect it myself, but is he trying to say, and when he goes on to talk about people of different faiths as well, is he trying to suggest that perhaps religion can bring us together and not divide us?
Yes, I think that's what he was trying to do. It is a political message, but it's a subtle political message which errs on the side of caution, because whether we like it or not, we do live in a multicultural society, and the King is aware of that. And so when he speaks, he is speaking to a multicultural society, and so he has to be seen to be addressing everybody from across the divide, from across all races, all ethnicities, all religions, all faiths, and that's what he's trying to do, but bring everyone together, I think, under this Christian message. But it has caused controversy, this speech. I mean, I'll read out a comment that I've been sent, who said that, I don't want to hear about what he's doing with other religions. Today is about the Christian faith. Agreed. Christians are being slaughtered around the world for their faith, and here he is telling us about how peaceful other faiths are. I don't want to hear about his drivel on diversity and subtle link to migrants. How people moved about in the past and were welcomed, etc. So that is what someone sent in to me about the King's speech. So, you know, they've raised some important points there. So I think, actually, this speech may be the King's most divisive one to yet. Divisive one as to date, because it has obviously caused people to have concerns, as you say, that their issues, their fears, what we've seen going on. We saw, obviously, the protests earlier on this year, didn't we, in Epping?
And that's the
about
point
the migrants,
of it, isn't
and
it?
that people's concerns aren't being addressed by the King. So this is where I think this speech, you know, yes, he's trying to harness, but at trying to harness everybody, he's then alienated you know, many of our viewers who feel that their views aren't being heard by politicians and aren't being heard by the King.
That is, and it is a growing proportion of people. Immigration is the #1 issue when polled of Brits now. And I think, whilst I think if this speech was given 10 years ago, people wouldn't bat an eyelid at these things. But times have changed, and I wonder and I worry. And I don't think the King does this with bad intentions. I think he does it actually
he's a romantic. He's a romantic, and he cares so passionately and deeply about the world, about everybody in it. You know, he is an intellectual. The previous historian you had on who talked about that, Charles, is an intellectual. He's a very, very, very clever, well-read man, and you know the fact that he's quoting T.S. Eliot.
But they can have disadvantages, can't they? Being a romantic, being an intellectual, we've got to make sure this stuff's grounded in issues people are concerned about. And I think it's much better to directly, rather than just do, in this case, sort of allusions to things. Earlier on, I was saying, possibly that has a place, but I think to sort of directly address it, and rather than just, give the impression that all is well when we just sort of all think vaguely positive feelings about each other, I think to be a little bit more specific about what he's saying and what he's not saying. Because I can understand why people feel a bit frustrated if they feel there's a bit of a sideswipe going on at them.
He's talking about homelessness, but there will be people, you know, who will have listened to that and say, what does he know? He's, you know, like a university lecturer. He's living in his ivory tower or castles in this instance. Does he understand what really is going on with the common man? You know, that is, you can understand some people's frustrations that they will have with this.
That was my frustration,
is he out of touch?
actually, with it, Sarah Louise, because you know, I think at a time when people are suffering for a very difficult cost of living crisis, when, you know, when unemployment is rising, as much as I love the Christianity and I love the harking back to remembering our values from the war, I want to feel the king understands and the monarchy understands the difficulty of the everyday person, and I don't necessarily feel like I get that from this speech. That's not to say all of it I disagree with. There's some parts of it I absolutely adore. I love the Ukrainian choir. I love the remembering of the Second World War. I loved him talking about, of course, our veterans and the homeless and stuff. But of course, maybe it's just that we will never all be pleased. Perhaps that's what it is. But listen, we're going to talk more about this throughout the show. This is Merry Christmas Britain on GB News. There's lots more coming up on today's show. Is Christmas the saviour of our pubs this year? We're going to put this to a publican, but after the break, we'll be hearing from a farmer as Labour's inheritance tax on farmers rumbles on into 2026. But first, it's time for the Great British Giveaway, and it's your chance to win our biggest cash prize to date. It's an incredible 85 grand. Hayley Sparks has been on a magical trip to Lapland. When am I going? I want to go next year, all right? Sammy, I'll put my name down for it.
Overrated.
Yeah.
Overrated.
Okay, well, then, I'll still do it anyway. Here's all the details.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours. Cash to make your new year the best yet.
And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate.
Imagine what next year could look like for you with a whopping £85,000 in the bank.
You could find yourself on the adventure of a lifetime or just safe in the knowledge that next year is on us. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours. Go on, give it a go, and Merry Christmas!
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing the 9th of February 2026. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Join me, Nana Akua, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's News Channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray. Are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it. Don't get this on the BBC. Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines. The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos. What I'm going to do now, they are throwing out the car as we speak. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Merry Christmas, Britain. Thanks for tuning in. Someone texted me and said, I actually even touched that glass of wine. Well, I have now. I've got a top up. Look at that. There you go. Merry Christmas to all of you at home. Merry Christmas, my
Merry Christmas.
glass of wine.
Merry Christmas.
Sarah Louise Robertson's got a big glass there.
Stephen, Merry Christmas to all our amazing viewers who are watching all over. Thank you for being so loyal.
Absolutely. And for tuning in on Christmas Day. It's such a lovely day, and thank you for sharing it with us here in the studio. You're keeping our Christmas spirit up too.
Yeah, we want them to have fun.
We do, and we're going to have a lot of fun over the next couple of hours. So stay with us here on GB News. We've got lots to dig into, and of course, while millions of families, many of you at home across the UK, are gathering to celebrate Christmas, 96% of the nation's farmers are still working to ensure our tables are filled. But after a year protesting the upcoming inheritance tax reforms, what is life like on the farm today? Well, of course, I'm now very pleased to be joined by a favourite here, Gareth Wynne Jones, farmer, of course. Gareth, thank you for joining me on Christmas Day, and Merry Christmas to you. And who have you got with you there, Gareth?
Oh, I was going to bring my daughter, but this is my wife, just in case people start to talk.
Well, Merry Christmas to both of you in the Jones household. Now, Gareth, we want to know here at GB News, and I know our viewers really want to know, what is life like on the farm for you today? We know many farmers will still be working up and down the country. We've had the government do a small U-turn. It's not quite a full U-turn on inheritance tax. Tell us more.
Yeah, it's been a busy morning already. Been out, feeding the cows and checking on the sheep. I was out about 5:30 this morning. Stuck the turkey in last night, didn't I? At about 10:30. Yeah. Turned it over this morning. So team effort. She does all the cooking, and I did all the feeding. And then we finished our Christmas dinner about 1:30. 1:30. So. We're having a little drink now. I've got a couple of jobs to do before nightfall as well, so...
It never stops, does it, Gareth? You're always farming. I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's a job that never ends. You've always got to be on the ball. You've always got to be feeding people across the country. Now, has there been any improvement in the filming of your fellow farmers, of yourself, since the government did this small sort of U-turn on inheritance tax?
Well, there's a bit more positivity, we have to be honest. We have to congratulate them for what they've done, but it shouldn't have started anyway. They shouldn't have brought it into the whole contents of what he'd promised in the NFU conference, to protect family farms. They didn't do their maths. It was absolutely horrible what they've done to farmers and farming families. People have spent a fortune looking at ways where they can, protect their farms. They've gone to financial advisors, they've looked for advice, they've spent time, they've had sleepless nights. And, these champagne socialists in London haven't got an idea. Like I've told you before, my father's 89, he's had dinner with him and my mother have been up here today. And it's worried him. It's worried him to death. And it's scary. There's people that have taken their own lives, and mental health is at an all-time low. We've got milk prices crashing. They're talking about beef prices crashing. The cereal boys have had a very, very bad year. It hasn't been good. It hasn't been good. So, what we need is a ship that's been steered by a captain who understands that everybody needs to be fed. And he has bit the hand that feeds him. And I've been in London on many occasions with many other farmers, and we've got to congratulate every single one person that has been out there campaigning to have this changed, but I still don't think it's enough. I still think there's a lot more room to go and a lot more, you know, change that we can do, as in not just on the inheritance tax, but on TB, SFS, so the Sustainable Farming Scheme in Wales. We've got NVZs, which are nitrate vulnerable zones. There's so much pressure on the farming community, and it tells, you know, it puts pressure on family life, puts pressure on my wife, puts pressure on our children, and it puts pressure on producing food, because that's what we're good at. I don't want to be in London, I'll be honest with you. I want to be at home, watching after my animals, tending to the flock, and making sure everybody's fed. And that's what this government haven't understood. And it's...
Gareth, if I may interrupt you, just to ask you this question, because it's been playing on my mind. You're the first farmer I've spoken to in a while to talk about this. And we've seen protests across Europe. We've actually seen them, you know, dumping manure outside President Macron in France and in Brussels. Can you foresee farmers getting to that point here in Britain?
Well, you never know, and maybe what Mr Starmer and the Labour government have seen in Europe happening and in Brussels, you know, massive protest in Brussels. They have absolutely been sold down the Swanee by the EU. And I think, you know, we feel terrible for them farmers. There is a global agenda to take away our ability to produce food as family farms, and that's scary. We don't want the Bill Gates and the BlackRocks taking our land, because it'll take the power away from the people. You know, you control the food, you control the people, and that is so important for this government to understand, that food security should be at the top of their list, to feed people in this country affordably, seasonally, sustainably, healthily, and all these things could build a better Britain on our bellies, and it would start with the farmers. So, you know, if we had a little bit more backing from government, a little bit more chats with them so they can understand the farming problems, and we could, you know, we could drive this country to be, you know, as it was many, many years ago, as a fantastic country that was lucrative and producing food and other manufacturing goods. Because at this moment, I think we're at rock bottom, and especially the farming industry. I'll tell you, I speak to people in the last 3 days. We're talking about millions of litres of milk going to be poured down the drain. They're going to be paid for it, but it's going to be poured down the drain. While we've got people on the streets and people going hungry in food banks. There's something wrong in society. You know, we need to change. We need a farming food revolution, and we need people to understand the importance of what we do in the countryside. Because this government has honestly began a war on the countryside and taken us through hell. People have lost their lives. People have been in very, very low mental states because of what this government has done to us. And the previous government, we haven't had the backing for a long time. And it is time.
I really hope there's changes for you. I've been out speaking to farmers outside Downing Street, talking to farmers, and I can totally understand your cause, and I wish you all the best, and I hope you get to enjoy Christmas. I hope you get to enjoy a few moments, because on behalf of our audience here, on behalf of GBNews, we want to thank all of you and all of the farmers across Britain for feeding us today. God bless you all. And if I may paraphrase the King, if people will forgive me for doing so, he says, I hope we can find the strength to ensure that right triumphs over wrong. Merry Christmas, Gareth.
Can I do one thing before we leave?
Of course you can.
Massive thank you to GB News for everything that you've done. Every single protest was put onto your channel, and you've been very supportive. We haven't seen it anywhere else, and I can only say thank you from me, my wife, and my whole family, and the whole of the farming community. Keep up the good work. Keep spreading the truth.
Thank you, Gareth. Thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to both of you, and thank you so much for giving up some of your time today to join us. We really appreciate it. Merry Christmas. God bless. And right, lots more coming up on today's show. Is Christmas the saviour for our pubs this year? I'm going to be putting that to a publican. They're going to tell us all. All of that and more to come. You're with GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello again and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. I do hope you've enjoyed your Christmas, and it's been a cold one, hasn't it? Particularly in the south, where we've had a biting easterly wind, and that wind is not going to be going anywhere over the next 2 or 3 days really. But further north, high pressure is in control and winds are considerably lighter across Scotland and Northern Ireland. But in the west, across Wales and southwest England, we still have a wind warning in place through the course of this evening. Wind gusts of 50 miles per hour or so in some exposed spots. And the breeze will persist overnight as well, so it will generally stay frost-free in the most exposed coastal regions and in the towns and the cities. Further north, though, temperatures dipping below freezing in the countryside at least, and there will be a fairly widespread frost as well. Perhaps 1 or 2 freezing fog patches as well in some northern parts of Scotland. In the south, though, generally a bit of a cloudier start to the day compared to on Christmas Day. There will be some sunny breaks in places, and certainly further north we run into parts of Wales, Northern Ireland, northwest England and western Scotland. Here it should be mostly sunny and frosty to begin the day on Boxing Day, and not as anywhere near as windy as further south either. For northeastern parts of Scotland, maybe the odd spit or spot of drizzle in the thickest cloud, but again, most places will stay dry through the day on Boxing Day. So a great day really for burning off that Christmas Day lunch, and generally it will stay dry with some sunshine for most of us right the way through the course of the day. Still breezy in the south, though not quite as windy as on Christmas Day, and that wind will still make it feel pretty cold. Despite temperatures being a fraction higher, still below average for the time of year, generally speaking reaching highs of 5 to 7 degrees Celsius. It stays similar through Boxing Day evening, most places dry, a mixture of cloud and clear periods. And right the way through the weekend and into next week, the dry theme continues for most of us. We'll be chasing cloud amounts around, but generally there will be some sunny breaks at times for most of us and temperatures below average.
Thank you for making us Britain's #1 news channel. Together, we have built something truly extraordinary.
Good afternoon, this is the latest AI travel news from GBNews.com. The A83 has restrictions at Locknell Street, Loch Gilphead due to emergency roadworks. The A55 has a 30 miles per hour speed limit at Britannia Bridge until further notice. A collision on the anti-clockwise entry slip of the M60 at Junction 19 in Bury has closed lanes. Drivers should be cautious and allow extra time when travelling. Additionally, the M23 northbound between Junction 9 and Junction 8 in Surrey has a lane closed due to a load spillage. And on the trains, there is no service on Avanti West Coast and Caledonian Sleeper. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Merry Christmas, Britain. I hope you're all enjoying, even I think maybe I'm enjoying it too much, a glass of wine. I won't get my words out by the end of this show. I've just got a message here from Alf, who says he's been watching GB News. He's alone for Christmas this year. So, Alf, Merry Christmas to you. We'll keep you company. We're here. I'm here with Sarah Louise and, of course, Vicar Stephen Kurt here as well. We will keep you company. Stay with us throughout the show. We've got lots of fun here talking about everything that matters to you at home. And I hope if you haven't tucked into Christmas dinner yet, if you have, I hope it was tasty, and if you haven't, I hope you're going to love it. I'm sure you will. But talking about something that matters to you all at home, pub owners calling on the government for urgent tax relief to prevent mass closures. Wouldn't that just be a disaster for Britain? It comes as the support introduced during the pandemic is scheduled to end in April. But festive sales are set to rise by 2.8% this year. So could the Christmas rush be enough to save Britain's pubs? Well, I'm now joined by pub landlord of the Bright Star in Peters Green, Guy Richardson. Thank you, Guy, for joining me on Christmas Day. Merry Christmas to you, Guy. Thank you so much for joining me on this special day. Tell us more. Has your pub benefited from a rush of people at Christmas, and will it help save pubs this Christmas period?
I can't honestly say we had a particularly great rush over the Christmas period this year. I think Father Christmas has probably flown straight past the chimney of hospitality this year, and he's sort of forgotten us a little bit, I think. But not looking too great to sort of save us. It's an important time for sort of us to sort of gather the acorns for the cold months. So I think it's pretty unlikely. Sounds gloom and doom, but I think it's fairly unlikely, if I'm honest.
Well, I'm so sorry to hear that, Guy. And obviously, I love the pub, and I love the pub for so many reasons, because it is the cornerstone of British culture. It's the cornerstone of our politics. It's where we go to discuss ideas, to talk to our friends, to meet our families, to have a warm meal, to have a pint and just let our hair down. What can the government do to help you?
It's a hard one, isn't it? Could they do to help us? I think if they just actually stopped and listened to what we're talking about, listen to the problems, listen to why we're in this current situation we're in. This isn't just this government, in fairness. You know, this has been building up for a number of time now, a period of time now. COVID certainly hasn't helped us, but realistically, if this government set themselves the task of sitting down with people actually out and about working, running, owning and operating pubs and restaurants and hotels, and find out exactly where these pinches are. And these pinches are quite severe now. I think it might give them half a chance. My concern is there's a lot of talk about, we're going this and we're going to do that, and in the future it's going to be this. We're hand to mouth. We're hand to mouth. There's no sort of keep delving into this sort of the secret coffers in this industry that we're already sort of pulling on them now.
Yeah, Guy, there's a campaign at the moment. I was speaking to a landlord, Adam Brooks, and I'm sure if you've watched GB News, you will know of the man. He has banned Labour MPs from his pub. Is this part of a growing movement now to show disdain for the state of affairs that the government have left pubs in? Of course, we know that these tax reliefs will end in April, which will add additional pressure, not only to you, but of course a lot of the costs will be passed on to punters, who are also having a difficult time, at least with their own economics. The unemployment is rising and money is hard to come by at the moment. Would you get on board? Have you got on board with this banning of MPs campaign, and what do you make of it?
Already part of it, Alex. I was possibly right sort of at the front of the queue when it came down to banning Labour MPs in general, really, but not necessarily en masse. Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? The hospitality section is getting squeezed and squeezed and squeezed in terms of profit. How much can we pass on? The thing is, the only realistic thing we can, and it is realistic thing we can do, to keep increasing prices isn't the way forward. An accountant would say it is, but an operator would say it isn't, because people have only got that finite amount of money to spend these days. And keep saying we want more, we want more. What we're having to do is we're having to really, really tighten our belts. In terms of staffing, particularly in terms of energy costs, every corner we're looking to make a saving.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Guy, thank you so much for joining me on Christmas Day today. I hope for a Christmas miracle for you and our great landlords up and down the country. As I said, I believe that pubs are a cornerstone of Great Britain, and we will not be the same country without the hard work that you do. And thank you for being such great servants to all of us here in Britain over the years. And we will, of course, be talking about this story a lot more. Guy Richardson of the Bright Star in Peters Green. Get yourself down there if you're living in the local area. Thank you, Guy. Merry Christmas. Take care. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you.
Very briefly from you guys, if you don't mind. The pub's so important, isn't it, Sarah? Because when we talk about everything.
I think it's scary. I think about when I started going out when I was underage, which was really naughty. But it was like a rite of passage that you did from school. Like, you started going to bars when, like, you were 16, 17.
Just if you are. We don't condone you going
I'm a social butterfly. My love of socialising started then. And, you know, I remember going into bars and pubs in Newcastle city centre, and it was just this magical place, and being around adults and great conversations. But also I think about young people. Where do they go to pull nowadays? You know, I'd go in and have a couple of cheeky vodkas and oranges. Sorry if my mum's watching this. You know.
Well, it's online now, isn't it? You see, it's almost regarded. Yeah.
But this is why the birth rate's falling.
Yeah.
What do you think?
You know, people need to be in pubs to cop off. They're not copping off anymore.
Pubs are crucial, and the link to the previous item is that we've got to make people who are building up our society know we're investing in them. So whether it's the farmers or the pub landlords, they've got to know that the government's going to bat for them, that they recognise the importance of community. These people, when you I've never done that sort of profession, but I imagine it can be really dispiriting because you are subject to so many sort of winds of fortune, aren't you? And so we've got to recognise their importance to building community. A lot of people who are lonely, when they go into their pub, that is their family.
Yes.
So we've got to protect those places.
Well, can I just say briefly, while we were talking about this, I think there's a beautiful... I was speaking to a vicar, actually, just a few days ago, who's having Christmas carols sung.
I saw that.
It was
great. It was
wasn't
fantastic.
It?
Yeah,
and I
enjoyed that.
I think both institutions, which have struggled in the past, can find a united common ground in the pub, actually.
Absolutely.
I think it's a great
We've got a pub just over the road from my church, and it's a great place to go over with people and have a chat, and you see other people there. You know, I know the landlord really well, and anything that builds community, we've got to encourage.
Absolutely.
And you know, foster rather than make it tough.
But he is right what he was saying about obviously what happened with COVID. People were told to stay in, and by nature I think people are lazy. So now they don't want to go out and spend the money. They'll just sit in at home and drink at home. But also Sadiq Khan in London, it's not just what's happening in country pubs. You know, the mayor's killed trade in Soho. Soho's a shadow of its former self
it absolutely is. Yeah, it absolutely is. Well, listen, well, I hope you manage to get to the pub at some point over the Christmas break while you're all at home. But if you are going away somewhere, we have got the forecast for our top European destinations for you.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Whilst high pressure close to the UK brings plenty of dry and bright weather, we do have some heavy rain in central Mediterranean and colder than average weather pushing into parts of Iberia, just 7 degrees there in Lisbon, with some showery rain expected later. Showers also moving through eastern parts of Spain, the Balearics, moving into Sardinia, Corsica, Italy, some wet weather and some gusty winds. Mostly fine in Greece and plenty of sunshine to continue into the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Over to me, and you know,
we should
because a little bit about light in the darkness might help folk.
Hello, gallery. How are you back? We're back. Oh, hello. Merry Christmas. Sorry, I had my earpiece. I was talking to the vicar about going there and having a pint with him and about celebrating Christmas together. Sorry, I did tell you it's a very Christmas show today. Listen,
too much wine.
It is too much wine. I did say to start filling up my glass. Honestly, listen, I'll be reading out your views. Keep them coming. You're with GB News on Britain's News Channel. Merry Christmas.
This Christmas, we're inviting you to join the GB News family for an occasion filled with joy. A chance to come together and lift our voices and celebrate what truly brings us closer at this time of year. So whether you're with friends or family or simply in the spirits of the season, we would love to share this special night of carols with you. Carols by candlelight at 7 o'clock tonight, only on GBNews, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel. This Christmas, we're inviting you to join the GB News family for an occasion filled with joy. A chance to come together and lift our voices and celebrate what truly brings us closer at this time of year. So whether you're with friends or family or simply in the spirits of the season, we would love to share this special night of carols with you. Carols by candlelight at 7 o'clock tonight, only on GBNews, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
So cute. You got a birthday present for Eamon.
What do you mean so cute? It's wrapped in Tottenham Hotspur paper.
That's what's so cute. I bet you love that.
There you go. Look at that. It's in Tottenham Hotspur paper. Would you like it now?
Yeah.
Come on.
Open it now.
Come on, birthday boy.
I can't possibly
Happy birthday.
I can't possibly see what you could have bought me from the Tottenham Hotspur shop that would be of any interest. Oh, it's this to do with Big Pat.
What?
Listen,
don't get overexcited. That's all I can say.
Well, the paper aside,
apart from the paper.
Oh, an SPV vehicle.
There it is.
Absolutely incredible.
A what?
That's from Captain Scarlet.
Do.
Oh,
yeah.
no. You did say you wanted toys.
That is joyous, Paul. Thank you very much indeed,
Happy
my
birthday.
friend.
Are you going to keep it in the box or are you going to play with it? I'll have to get another one.
What if I take it out and put it back in the box?
Yeah, I think we'll be all right.
I've never had one this size before.
How big was the other one you had then? Was it smaller?
About the size of the box.
All right, OK, nice.
Yeah, this is very cute. Very, very good.
What is it?
It's a Corgi SPV vehicle. It's from Captain Scarlet. Special Patrol Vehicle.
Oh, special patrol vehicle.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. When you were a kid.
Oh, come on, Eddie. It's an SPV. It's a special patrol vehicle.
Oh, lovely. I'm so pleased that you're happy.
That's
well
actually
done, Quitty.
quite tasteful paper.
It's not bad, is it? Do you not want the paper? Do you not want to keep the Spurs paper as a souvenir?
You've also got a little Spurs card here. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And it says, Eamon, happy birthday from Paul. You've got the nicest handwriting in the world.
Oh, really? Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's like a celebrity's handwriting. Well, you are a celeb.
Oh, now, please. It's not my birthday, everyone.
Anyway, happy birthday.
Anyway, happy birthday.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akua, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, you didn't say that, though.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to Merry Christmas, Britain. I'm on form now, you see, if you're watching. Caught me off guard there. But there we go. Listen, you've been sending in your views, and I love reading out your comments here on GB News. As you know, I try to get through as many as I can with the time that we have. gbnews.com/your say if you'd like to send some in. If you haven't, you can scan the QR code on your screens right now. And here's some of your views. Arne says, the King's speech lacking substance. I totally agree, Alex, and no show of strength and any causes of what is causing the division in our nation. And anything he could do to unite his people once more, he should maybe look at the feeling of the people and think about what he can do about it. That is an interesting and common theme, actually, of a lot of the comments you guys have been sending in today. David says, this is my first post. Well, welcome, David. Wow. Just started watching GB News, and I really like the flavour and you naming Nottingham on your weather maps, which many don't. Well, there you go. We are a channel of the entire country. All right, we listen to everyone here, there, and everywhere. Now, listen. Many of you have been getting in touch about the King's speech today, and we will be talking about that very shortly. And I've got two fantastic guests here. There's no one better to talk about the King's speech. I've got a representative of the Christian faith here on my right, and I've got a royal commentator, one of the best here on my left. So we are very well prepared to speak about this. And look, lots of Merry Christmases from you all at home as well. So Merry Christmas to all of you writing in and to all of you watching. But to continue the festive tradition, I've got a joke for you. Right? How do sheep wish each other a Merry Christmas? Don't look at my auto cue. No?
I don't know.
No, that's it. That's completely right.
Yeah, I'm afraid I have no idea. Something to do with barring.
Humbug? No, that would
bar humbug. I like bar humbug. A bit of Scrooge there.
Nice try.
I just think of what do sheep do? They just say bar, don't they?
Or ma sometimes. Merry Christmas.
No, I'll tell you what it is. Yeah. It's Feliz Navidad. There you go.
Oh, brilliant. I should have known this. I'm a tabloid journal. I should have got that pun straight away.
Very good. What does Santa say to his grandmother?
Too much wine.
I don't know what Santa says to his grandmother.
As long as you got your elf, that's the main thing.
Very good. I want to hear your best Christmas jokes, all right? Send them in to me, your best Christmas jokes. Don't go anywhere, of course. Lots more coming up on the show. I'm going to read these out. Listen, I think this is the most important time of the year to be with your family. So if you've got any lovely pictures you'd love to send them into us, GB News, Your View, send them into our email address. I can't remember the email address. I've had one too many glasses of wine now. But send them in, gbnews.com/yours if you want to write into me, of course, anytime. I love reading out your comments. Alfie messaged me earlier on, Merry Christmas to you. I know you're at home alone at the moment, but we are with you here at GB News. If you're spending it by yourself, we're here all day. We're here all day, all right? But first, before we go anywhere, let's get your weather and we'll talk about the King's Speech next.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello again and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. I do hope you've enjoyed your Christmas, and it's been a cold one, hasn't it? Particularly in the south, where we've had a biting easterly wind, and that wind is not going to be going anywhere over the next 2 or 3 days really. But further north, high pressure is in control and winds are considerably lighter across Scotland and Northern Ireland. But in the west, across Wales and southwest England, we still have a wind warning in place through the course of this evening. Wind gusts of 50 miles per hour or so in some exposed spots. And the breeze will persist overnight as well, so it will generally stay frost-free in the most exposed coastal regions and in the towns and the cities. Further north, though, temperatures dipping below freezing in the countryside at least, and there will be a fairly widespread frost as well. Perhaps 1 or 2 freezing fog patches as well in some northern parts of Scotland. In the south, though, generally a bit of a cloudier start to the day compared to on Christmas Day. There will be some sunny breaks in places, and certainly further north we run into parts of Wales, Northern Ireland, northwest England and western Scotland. Here it should be mostly sunny and frosty to begin the day on Boxing Day, and not anywhere near as windy as further south either. For northeastern parts of Scotland, maybe the odd spit or spot of drizzle in the thickest cloud, but again, most places will stay dry through the day on Boxing Day. So a great day really for burning off that Christmas Day lunch, and generally it will stay dry with some sunshine for most of us right the way through the course of the day. Still breezy in the south, though not quite as windy as on Christmas Day, and that wind will still make it feel pretty cold. Despite temperatures being a fraction higher, still below average for the time of year, generally speaking reaching highs of 5 to 7 degrees Celsius. It stays similar through Boxing Day evening, most places dry, a mixture of cloud and clear periods. And right the way through the weekend and into next week, the dry theme continues for most of us. We'll be chasing cloud amounts around, but generally there will be some sunny breaks at times for most of us, and temperatures below average.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Thank you, Britain, for the thousands of you who are becoming friends of GB News every week.
You're not only watching and listening to our programmes, you're becoming part of them too.
Good afternoon. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A83 is experiencing limited access in both directions at Loughnell Street in Loch Gilphead due to emergency roadworks. On the A55, a speed limit of 30 miles per hour is in place in both directions on the Britannia Bridge until further notice. In Surrey, A load spillage on the M23 northbound between Junction 9 and Junction 8 has resulted in the closure of one of 4 lanes. Conditions are expected to return to normal between 7:15 and 7:30 this evening. And on the trains, Avanti West Coast and Caledonian sleeper services are not operating. Stay up to date at gbnews.com for more travel news.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours. And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
I'm Michelle Dewberry. This is Jubes & Co with you.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie is here. GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Access the stories that matter to you. Take the GB News family with you on any device. And as long as you have an internet connection, tune in to GB News, anywhere on the planet or beyond. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Merry Christmas, Britain. It's 5 o'clock on Thursday, the 25th of December. I'm Alex Armstrong. Well, the King has delivered his Christmas speech from Westminster Abbey. He commended the bravery of people following the tragic Bondi beach attack. He talked about the pilgrimage of life and the lessons it can teach about today's issues. And in his first Christmas sermon, Pope Leo decries conditions for Palestinians in Gaza. We'll dig into that too. Plus, the birth of Christ is the most famous story in the world, and our national reporter will give us an exclusive look into an immersive theatre production in Sydney. Sorry, Eva. Yes, definitely meant sorry, not Sydney there. That would have been a nice little trip though, wouldn't it? Listen, send your views in. Post your comments to gbnews.com/yoursay, or you can scan that QR code on your screens. I think it's over this side. There it is. It's right here on your screens right now. But before we get stuck in, we are going to get your headlines with a very hard-working and very Christmas cheerful, lovely person, Tatiana Sanchez.
Alex, thank you very much, and a very Merry Christmas to you three over there. The King has given his Christmas message today, calling for spiritual unity after meeting the Pope. His Majesty used his Christmas message to urge the nation to never lose sight, in a divisive world, of the Second World War values of courage and sacrifice and community spirit.
Indeed, as our world seems to spin ever faster, our journeying may pause to quieten our minds, in T.S. Eliot's words, at the still point of the turning world, and allow ourselves to renew. In this, with the great diversity of our communities, we can find the strength to ensure that right triumphs over wrong. It seems to me that we need to cherish the values of compassion and reconciliation, the way our Lord lived and died.
King Charles and Queen Camilla attended a Christmas Day church service at Sandringham earlier today with the Prince and Princess of Wales and other royals by their side. After the service at St Mary Magdalene Church in Norfolk, the King, the Queen, Prince William, his wife Catherine and their three children greeted and interacted with excited crowds who'd gathered and waited outside on the crisp Christmas morning. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew, was not present, but his daughters Princess Beatrice and Princess Eugenie were there, along with their husbands. The service inside the church was relayed by speakers to the crowd outside, who waited for the opportunity to chat to the royals afterwards. Donald Trump told children he would not let a bad Santa infiltrate the US as he took part in a long-standing Christmas tradition. Sat by a Christmas tree at his Mar-a-Lago residence in Florida, the President and First Lady took calls from youngsters who dialed into the North American Aerospace Defense Command, which tracks Santa's sleigh around the globe every Christmas Eve. To an 8-year-old girl in Kansas who said she didn't want coal as a gift, the President said this.
5 hours from now, Santa will be coming down your chimney and have a beautiful present for you. What would you like Santa to bring?
Not coal.
Not coal. No, you don't want coal. Well, coal is, you mean clean, beautiful coal. I had to do that, I'm sorry. No, coal is clean and beautiful. Please remember that.
The Pope lamented the conditions for Palestinians in Gaza in his Christmas sermon in an unusually direct appeal during what's normally a solemn spiritual service on the day Christians across the globe celebrate the birth of Jesus. Pope Leo, the first US Pope, said the story of Jesus being born in a stable showed that God had pitched his fragile tent among the people of the world. Celebrating his first Christmas after being elected in May by the world's cardinals to succeed the late Pope Francis, he usually refrains from making political references in his sermons. But the new Pope has spoken about Gaza several times recently and told journalists last month that the only solution in the decades-long conflict between Israel and the Palestinian people must include a Palestinian state. Some breaking news this hour. A woman aged in her 80s has died following a serious assault inside a flat in Wiltshire. Emergency services were called to Keepers Road about 10 a.m. this morning on Christmas Day. Police officers and paramedics attended, but the woman was declared dead at the scene. More on that breaking story as soon as we get it. Elsewhere, emergency services are searching for 2 men off a beach in Devon. They are believed to be missing in the water in Budleigh, Salterton. Devon and Cornwall police were called at 10:25 a.m. on Christmas Day following concerns for people in the water. The force said a number of people had been safely recovered to shore and would be taken to hospital as a precaution. Swimmers were urgently asked not to take part in Exmouth's Christmas Day swim while the incident was dealt with. And weather warnings and a cold health alert have been issued for parts of the UK on Christmas Day today. The UK Health Security Agency issued the yellow alert for southwest of England from 6 p.m. today to midday tomorrow. The alert warns of a greater risk to life of vulnerable people, as well as an increased use of healthcare services among that group. The Met Office has issued yellow warnings for wind in the southwest and Wales, with the forecast a warning of potential disruption due to strong gusty winds from 4 a.m. until midnight. And those are the latest GB News headlines. For now, more from me in an hour.
Take the GB News family with you on any device. As long as you have an internet connection, tune into GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond.
Well, welcome back to GB News. Of course, Merry Christmas to all of you watching at home, wherever you are, whether you're at the pub watching at the pub, whether you're at your grandparents' house, your parents' house, your kids' house. Merry Christmas to all of you. And of course, it's the time of year where the King has given and delivered his Christmas message to all of us. He's been calling for spiritual unity after meeting the Pope. He has also urged people to have a digital detox to focus on family and friends and pay tribute to veterans and their bravery. Well, let's speak now to royal commentator Caroline Aston. Caroline, thank you so much for joining me here on GB News on Christmas Day. Merry Christmas to you, Caroline. What did you think of the King's speech today?
I thought it was powerful, and I thought it was packed full of a classic King Charles message: peace, hope, understanding other people. And I thought the way it was delivered against the backdrop of the King Henry VII Lady Chapel in Westminster Abbey, the spiritual home of the monarchy, the royals for over 1,000 years, was packed with meaning. The King was speaking surrounded by the tombs of 15 previous kings and queens. So there's a message of continuity there, that the monarchy goes on. He made reference, of course, to the immense sacrifice made by servicemen and women during the Second World War. We have, of course, just commemorated the 80th anniversary of the end of that, and made the point that the ages of the people who fought, who gave their lives, who came together to fight for a greater good, was 18, 19, 20 years old. We see veterans, very old men. We forget how very young they were. And he does make that very important point about being quiet for a time in our noisy world, pondering, walking away perhaps from social media, turning down the volume and thinking, reaching out to other people, because life, says the King, is a pilgrimage. It can be a hard journey sometimes, as we've seen in his own life over the past year or so with grueling cancer treatment. But at the heart of all pilgrimages is hope. Hope for a better outcome, hope for a better future, for understanding each other, our faiths, our beliefs. And of course, the stirring chorus sung by a Ukrainian choir at the end of what's been a very difficult year with the war going on in Ukraine. So it was a powerful message, but a very human one as well. And as it came to an end, I thought of a couple of lines from a well-known Christmas hymn, It Came Upon the Midnight Clear, where there are the two lines, "Oh, hush your noise, ye men of strife, and hear the angels sing." I'm sure that's a phrase that the King would very much agree with. In other words, I thought it was a splendid speech, and of course, for the second time, delivered not in a royal residence, but against another backdrop. Last year, the Fitzrovia Chapel. This year, this chapel in Westminster Abbey that means so much to the history of the royal family. And all I can say is a health to His Majesty, who, as he told us in the other King's speech a little while back, is looking forward to a year when his treatment will become less grueling. And he'll go on doing, well, what kings have to do, and queens, which is to show up, do good, and to be seen, to be believed.
Indeed. Beautiful words, Caroline. Thank you so much for sharing those with us. I do really think it was the moment of pause that the King was speaking about was the thing that really spoke to me the most. I mean, I spend so much time on the internet, and I know many people my age do, and younger and older too, spend a lot of time online now. And actually taking a break from it, or when I go on holiday, I go, do you know what? I just don't miss it, Caroline, sometimes. I think I don't miss the discourse sometimes. I just want to take a break and be with my friends and family. So I think that was a very wonderful part of the speech. Now, listen, thank you so much for joining me here on Christmas Day. It's royal commentator Caroline Aston, her thoughts on the King's speech. Thank you, Caroline. Well, of course, I'm joined here by a spectacular panel today. I've got showbiz and royal reporter Sarah Louise Robertson, looking absolutely stunning today. Martin, regal yourself, actually.
I had another dress, though. I was going to put the red on, but there wasn't time.
Wasn't
so
enough
I'm sorry, audience.
No, I think you look fantastic. And, of course, I'm joined by Vicar Stephen Kurtz. You were here last Christmas, Stephen.
I was. Loved it with Darren Grimes.
That's right.
It was great fun this year with both of you as well.
That's it.
Really enjoying it.
We've got our wine glasses that are mostly full. They are dropping down drip by drip, shall we put it that way? Listen, to go back to the King's speech, it's been a beautiful. Listen, I know this is controversial, and I know there are elements of it that people really don't like, and it can really rile you up one way or the other. But there are moments in it I think we can all get behind. I really do. There are moments in it that I think we can all agree with. When we talk about the fact the Second World War is being remembered by less and less people, and actually that challenge, that sacrifice of so many young people here, that the King says the young people who fought and helped save us from defeating both world wars were often 18, 19 or 20 years old. we will forget as time goes by that sacrifice. And I think about the generation who are that age today and my generation, and the eagerness for them never to go to war. But we must remember the sacrifice of those people, or we're doomed to repeat it again, aren't we?
Exactly, we'll make the same mistakes. And I just think it was very touching, so much of the King's speech and the sentiments expressed. And I said to you before, Alex, there is this silent generation, and they do feel a bit lost. Yeah. They're not part of the technological revolution that's going on right now. They feel slightly disenfranchised, almost sort of not part of community. And I think the King, who is of the silent generation, he's reaching out to them and letting them know that he understands their fears. And we do need a digital detox. Technology is moving at such a rapid rate. Even I can't keep up sometimes.
Easier said than done, though, isn't it? It's of course. But
Christmas, if you can't pause at Christmas and just take this time to think about values and traditions, and that's what I think the King's urging us all to do. Put the pause button on things. Let's just look at what we are. You know, we're men. You know, men and women. You know, let's look at the human element.
Well, that's what we find with people coming back to church at the moment. A lot of people carols by candlelight services. You know, I watched the terrific GB carols by candlelight service that was broadcast on Christmas Eve. But people do seem to, perhaps this is in reaction to the social media stuff, that people seem to be wanting more opportunities to actually be still and to listen to the silence and what might be occurring to them in that.
Talking about people taking a pause, and today a lot of people are going to the pub, a lot of people are going out to the family's house, and they are coming offline. They are coming offline. As a family, the Day family, Nigel, Caroline and Sam, who are watching us at the pub at the moment. We've got a picture, hopefully, to show you. Here they are. That's Sam there on the right. Yeah, that's the pot. That's the Ship at Wandsworth.
That's what it should be. A good pub, the Ship.
Good pub, isn't it?
Had some good nights there. Good choice, guys.
Merry Christmas to you, Nigel, Caroline and Sam. Thank you for sending in your picture to us at GB News. But thank you for watching us as well. We really appreciate you spending your Christmas day watching GB News with us here, of course. We love all your stories. But before we get moving, very briefly, there's a story about Meghan Markle. What's she up to today?
Well, we haven't just got the King's speech, everybody. The Duchess of Sussex, remember her? That lady, Meghan Markle, you know, the one who's gone to Montecito. She's released her own newsletter through her brand, as ever. A little royal newsletter, shall we say, describing how her and Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, are spending their Christmas day. Today, they're in pyjamas all day today. She urges her readers, her fans, to stay in pyjamas as well. She said that her and Harry enjoyed a Christmas Eve dinner of dim sum. So that's what they had. And then they laid out the mince pies and the carrots for the children, which is lovely, you know, the traditions of Santa for Archie and Lilibet. And today, though, they're just chilling at home, and she hopes that that's what other people are doing as well. Although if they want to get dressed up, she says that is okay. It was a very
it sounds a very deep and profound message.
I know. This is Meghan, isn't it? Trying to promote herself as she's just an all-American girl.
Yeah, she's one of us.
She's one of us, and our little Christmas.
Well, I don't think she realises that most of us don't stay in our pyjamas for Christmas.
Well, I'd be in trouble if I did. If I took a service in my pyjamas, there would be complaints.
Imagine if I came in my pyjamas, you wouldn't ever see me again. Maybe some people would be quite happy with that.
Also, she said she likes to play Scrabble. She likes to play board games. So
that's good, isn't it?
She's having a game of Scrabble. Now, I didn't think Scrabble was Prince Harry's thing. You know, Prince Harry's more wants to get tucked in.
Well, you don't have to do very long words.
Get tucked into the booze. He's not really, shall we say, a voracious reader.
It's quite hard Scrabble, though, isn't it?
Erudite, is he?
No, I totally agree.
His father is.
But do you know what? Isn't that message a complete contrast to the royal family we've just seen at Sandringham? Isn't it such a contrast? They get dressed up, they go out and they I mean, she could have said, go to church today, embrace Christianity, embrace the faith, or something that would be more becoming of a royal, because royals are defenders of the faith. That's the way I see it.
I think it is tricky, though, for those ones on the side away from the centre, that they are they're meant to make an impact, but it's less clear what they should do. I mean, what is their They're trying to find some sort of identity, aren't they, and some sort of message. And probably at Christmas time we can afford to be a little bit generous, can't we, and say that we're all a bit cringy at points.
Absolutely. I think I might have stepped in that a few times today. But there we go. Before I do something more cringy. We had a viewer, talking of doing cringy things, a viewer asked me to do my Donald Trump impression.
Yes.
So we'll just
heard this.
Yeah. We've
this is great.
This is great.
All right.
So maybe I'll just do it to this little bit here, and then I'll give you a break for the rest of the day.
I'm ready.
It's time now for the Great British Giveaway. It's a huge giveaway. The biggest ever giveaway we've ever done. It's £85,000. Wow, that's an incredible amount of money. Hayley Sparks, she's got all the details. OK.
Well done.
Fantastic.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours. Cash to make your new year the best yet. And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate. Imagine what next year could look like for you with a whopping £85,000 in the bank. You could find yourself on the adventure of a lifetime, or just safe in the knowledge that next year is on us. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours. Go on, give it a go, and Merry Christmas!
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing the 9th of February 2026. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Well, this is Merry Christmas, Britain. A special show for you this afternoon on GB News. Lots more coming up, though. The birth of Christ is the most famous story in the world, of course, and our national reporter will give us an exclusive look into an immersive theatre production. All of that and more to come. You're with GB News, Britain's news channel. Merry Christmas to all of you watching at home.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m. only on GB News.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience, because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Welcome back and Merry Christmas to all of you listening and watching at home, wherever you are in the country, if you're listening and tuning in on radio as well. Merry Christmas to all of you. Well, the birth of Christ is, of course, the most famous story in the world, and in Surrey, an immersive theatre production has put the audience in the middle of it. With Romans, live animals and a real baby Jesus, the Wintershaw Nativity attracts thousands of visitors every year, and GB News reporter Isabel has the story.
He'll be called the Son of God.
On a cold December night in the Surrey countryside, a story begins. A journey that starts as it did 2,000 years ago, with a long road and no room at the inn. This isn't a theatre, it's a pilgrimage, following the Nativity step by step. From Mary and Joseph's arrival in Bethlehem to a child laid in a manger. This production at Wintershaw Estate has been running for over 30 years, and this year Polly King has directed the show, bringing to light the night shepherds were first told of a newborn king.
This nativity performance is something that is very unique because we are in the Surrey Hills, so we start open air. So we get to have a visual treat of Mary's house to begin with, the journey up to Bethlehem, outside the inn, the shepherds in the fields, and then we have the story in the barn. I believe is really important for children and families to experience together, and it really kickstarts Christmas.
The cast is made up of animals, a real baby Jesus, and around 100 volunteers, retracing the path from the hills where angels appeared with news that would change the world. Harry Babington has been part of what he calls the Wintershaw family since he was 2 years old. This year he plays Angel Michael.
You get a feeling that you don't get anywhere else in the world, and I think that's what keeps everyone coming back here, really. People that watch it, people that are in it, even the volunteers behind the scenes, you know, all of them just feel such a deep sense of purpose just from being here and spreading this message.
And for many, taking part has become deeply personal.
We need to just focus what is Christmas, and this is the birth of Jesus. And when the innkeeper is holding the baby, she realized this is very special baby. And special baby, and she started to crying and realized this is God's son.
Anne and Peter Hutley started the production in 1989. Now, their daughter, Charlotte de Clee, has been producing the play since 2014.
People have got totally sort of swept away and spending lots of money and debt. And actually, children are sort of more geared towards Father Christmas than they are about Mary and Joseph on their donkey. This is pared back to how we imagine it really was that first Christmas. There is a longing to connect us, and I mean, people come out in tears.
Over 4,000 people came to watch this dramatic retelling of the story at the heart of Christmas. A nativity play like no other. Isabel Fekulak, GB News, Surrey.
Isn't that Absolutely wonderful. That's what this time of year is all about. And to talk about this, I've actually got one man who knows all about this better than anybody, because Stephen Kurtz.
I'm not sure better than anyone, but...
No, I certainly think so. Stephen, it's an important time of year for many people because, of course, Christmas Day has become, for so many people, just a day with family, which, of course, is beautiful. It's part of the spirit of Christmas. But, of course, many of us will be observing the story of Jesus Christ. And this is what we still... I'm thankful we still do, but primary schools we teach children about the nativity, don't we? It's very important time.
Absolutely. It's a vital message because it's about God, the God who made this world, his love for this world being so great that he came into it, not as a mighty conqueror, not as a victorious general, but a tiny, vulnerable baby in a manger. And that gives a dignity to those who are vulnerable, those who are humble, those who perhaps are finding the hardships of life really quite overwhelming. This message is directly for those people. So if there are people who are watching today who are finding life tough and feeling lonely and feeling rather oppressed, then Christianity, the Christian message, puts those people front and centre of their dignity and their importance and God's commitment to them.
And the nativity itself is always such a beautiful... I remember I've done many of them as a child, not anymore, unfortunately. I don't participate in the nativity.
It's never too late. You make a fine shepherd with that beard.
I can grow the beard out a little bit more, much of the distaste of the audience, I'm sure, they'll be screaming at me for growing this beard any longer than it currently is. But is it something that we don't celebrate enough in our adult lives? Because we do think about it, and I think about the nativity now as a child's play, not as an adult
Well, do you know what the key thing is? That often, because of children's sensibilities, we take out Herod from the Christmas story. Right. Now, if we keep Herod out, we end up with something that's just for kids. But
what does Herod add to the Christmas story?
He is a cruel, oppressive tyrant who is terrified that his reign will come to an end. And he thinks that might is right, and, you know, he is threatened by this king being born who makes all other kings have to relinquish their power. So it's actually a very political, very subversive story, which is wonderful for children, but we must make sure that we see the bits that are crucial for adults as well.
We sort of desensitise stuff, don't we? And children, children understand.
Oh, they do.
Very good
No,
at
they really get it.
Good and evil.
Well,
and I think that's a good lesson, isn't it? And we shouldn't desensitise it for kids.
Well, at my church, what we do is I have Herod and also Augustus who appear in our nativity, and they're chased out of the church by the children each year.
Love it.
Shouting, Jesus is Lord, and Augustus and Herod are terrified by that. And it's got a very serious message because it's trying to say everything that oppresses and bullies and appears to wreck life, it's all going to be beaten. Love is going to win. And that is trying to encourage people to show love in their lives, in the confidence that love is actually the most powerful thing that exists in this world because of God's love.
And of course, the nativity... Actually, you may be able to correct me, Vicar. My understanding of the gift giving was the three wise men giving gifts to the baby Jesus. So there's a lot of these traditions that we take, maybe for granted, actually, the gift giving, and actually realise that it's a Christian ritual.
Well, the greatest gift of all, according to the Christmas story, is God's gift of Jesus to every single one of us. So, these wise men, these magi coming from the east, I think that's pointing to the day when, as the Bible says, every knee will bow to Jesus and acknowledge him as Lord of the world. But crucially, he's a Lord of love. And that's the message that people need, I think, to receive this Christmas time.
Well, thank you so much, Vicar. Well, you'll be staying with me here on the show. But what a lovely discussion to have, and it's so important. I love remembering the Nativity this time of year, because for me it's one of the most magical parts of Christmas. Anyway, this is Merry Christmas, Britain. It's a very special show here on GB News. Lots more coming up today, though. In his first Christmas sermon, Pope Leo decries conditions for Palestinians in Gaza. We'll be digging into that next. I'll see you very shortly.
Good afternoon. This is the latest AI travel news from GBNews.com. The A83 is facing restrictions at Locknell Street in Loch Gilphead due to emergency roadworks. On the A55 Britannia Bridge, a speed limit of 30 miles per hour is in place until further notice. In Gateshead, a broken-down vehicle on the A1 northbound between junctions with the A184 and the A694 has one lane closed. Meanwhile, in Bury, a road traffic collision on the M60 anti-clockwise at junction 19 led to lane closures. In Surrey, the M23 northbound between junction 9 and junction 8 has one lane closed due to a load spillage. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Hello again and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. I do hope you've enjoyed your Christmas, and it's been a cold one, hasn't it? Particularly in the south, where we've had a biting easterly wind, and that wind is not going to be going anywhere over the next 2 or 3 days really. But further north, high pressure is in control and winds are considerably lighter across Scotland and Northern Ireland. But in the west, across Wales and southwest England, we still have a wind warning in place through the course of this evening. Wind gusts of 50 miles per hour or so in some exposed spots. And the breeze will persist overnight as well, so it will generally stay frost-free in the most exposed coastal regions and in the towns and the cities. Further north, though, temperatures dipping below freezing in the countryside at least, and there will be a fairly widespread frost as well. Perhaps 1 or 2 freezing fog patches as well in some northern parts of Scotland. In the south, though, generally a bit of a cloudier start to the day compared to on Christmas Day. There will be some sunny breaks in places, and certainly further north we run into parts of Wales, Northern Ireland, northwest England and western Scotland. Here it should be mostly sunny and frosty to begin the day on Boxing Day, and not as anywhere near as windy as further south either. For northeastern parts of Scotland, maybe the odd spit or spot of drizzle in the thickest cloud, but again, most places will stay dry through the day on Boxing Day. So a great day really for burning off that Christmas Day lunch, and generally it will stay dry with some sunshine for most of us right the way through the course of the day. Still breezy in the south, though not quite as windy as on Christmas Day, and that wind will still make it feel pretty cold. Despite temperatures being a fraction higher, still below average for the time of year, generally speaking reaching highs of 5 to 7 degrees Celsius. It stays similar through Boxing Day evening, most places dry, a mixture of cloud and clear periods. And right the way through the weekend and into next week, the dry theme continues for most of us. We'll be chasing cloud amounts around, but generally there will be some sunny breaks at times for most of us, and temperatures below average.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact is Trump made a good start, no.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back and Merry Christmas, Britain. Sarah's rejoined us here. Sarah Louise Robertson, one of my panelists. You've changed. It's your third outfit change you've managed
very impressive.
I'm like Mariah. I don't believe in the concept of time. My idol, Mariah Carey. Yes, I'm in Valentino.
Very nice.
And this was a beautiful gift of my lovely mother, who's watching today from her lovely home in Northumberland. So, hi, Mummy.
Hello, Sarah Louise's mum. Merry Christmas from all of us here at GBNews.
Merry Christmas.
She'll love this. She'll love that. She's had a Christmas message saying she adores you.
Oh, well, send her my love. Well, she's watching my love to you on Christmas Day, Sarah Louise's mum. Thank you. And Stephen, your family
I've got family
watching?
at home. I left them at home having their lunch. I peeled a few potatoes and parsnips before I went. I wanted to make some sort of contribution, but they'll have eaten earlier and they'll be watching now as well. So,
well, Merry Christmas to all of Stephen's family back home as well. And thank you all for watching at home. It's a pleasure to have your company today. It's a real privilege to be allowed into your home on Christmas Day. So thank you very much for staying with GB News here. Elizabeth from Kent here said, love your Trump impression, Alex. Thank you very much. It's got 10 up votes and 3 down votes. So 3 people disagree with that. I'll take that's 7 out of 10. Yeah. I'll take that.
I'm giving him a 10.
Thanks, Sarah.
I'm a very generous critic. I'm lovely to everybody.
I can do a bit of a Boris.
I won't take... Well, go on. Your Boris is very good.
See what we see in
that's scary.
Very good. Sarah, have you got any impressions?
No.
Can you do a Meghan Markle impression?
I don't. There's a guy that I watch on Instagram, an American comic, Michael Pavano, and he does the best Meghan Markle impressions.
Oh, I have to watch that.
You have to do that. He gets all like this, like that kind of like that her smile that she does, where she's like self-congratulatory. He nails it.
Come on, goodwill to all people.
I'm still saying it's insufferable even on Christmas Day. How about that? Right. Anyway, moving on. In his Christmas sermon, Pope Leo, the first United States Pope, of course, directly addressed the conditions for Palestinians in Gaza. He highlighted the story of Jesus' birth in a stable as a symbol of God pitching his fragile tent among the people. Well, I'm now joined by journalist Elena Trabottini. I'm sorry, how do I say your last name, Elena? Please say it for me. I've had too many glasses of wine on this show.
Trabottoni.
Trabottoni, that's correct. Thank you, Elena. I'm sorry for butchering your name on Christmas Day. Merry Christmas. Thank you for joining me. Now, listen, tell me about Pope Leo's sermon, because it has been met with quite a backlash online, hasn't it, Elena?
It has, and that's because it was extremely powerful. He very much embedded suffering in his message, and he very much made a point of naming all the big conflict areas: Syria, Israel, Gaza, Ukraine, and so forth. It was a very confrontational, visceral message. And of course, though, the thing that actually made a lot of the headlines was his the event yesterday during midnight mass, slightly before midnight mass, when he just took up and walked outside of St. Peter's Square to give courage and support to the pilgrims who had not been able to get into St. Peter's Basilica because it was overcrowded. There wasn't enough space in there. And he was out there in the rain, in the cold, in the wind, just carrying an umbrella, talking to them in English and in Italian and thanking them for being there. But yes, he's very much made a very clear point about spelling out all the issues that are very much, now being considered central to geopolitics.
Elena, is this a trend we're seeing? I mean, we've been speaking about the King's speech here, of course, as well, and many people are pointing to political connotations inside of that. And I'd actually even go as far to say, Elena, that the Prime Minister's Christmas message was less political than some of the less political leaders, like the Pope and the King, perhaps. Is this a trend we're expecting to see into the next year?
Well, yes, it does seem to be developing into quite a solid, strong trend. One thing that has to be said about Pope Leo, though, is that whilst his message was very political, it wasn't really addressed to governments. I think he's pretty much coming across with a message that the governments are, just part of the equation. The people on the street, the grassroots movement, are the ones that could very well make a real change in terms of contributing to ceasefires and to peacemaking and so forth. So he really put the onus of the responsibility on, Catholic believers, on activists, on everyone who's out on the street and has a sort of solid grounding in the Catholic religion, and, calling on them to contribute to peacemaking and, to calling for ceasefires in these very complicated places around the world.
Indeed. Well, Alina Trapattoni, thank you so much for joining me to fill us in on that story all the way from Naples there. Merry Christmas to you, Alina. Thank you for joining me this afternoon on a very special day. Well, let me speak to my panel about this. Sarah Louise, I'll start with you. I am a bit conflicted when I hear things like this on Christmas Day, and I understand he's highlighting the difficulties of Palestinian people, and of course there are innocent people in every war that are caught up, and it's nothing to do with them. However, it is an overtly political message, and there are other stories circulating today. We have heard a story of a Jewish car that had Happy Hanukkah on it in Sydney being firebombed. I think it was somewhere in Australia, maybe in Melbourne even. You hear things like this and you worry that it's going to perpetuate at a time with great division in our world, that it's going to give credence to people to go out and continue these protests, which many people find very hateful and difficult, and that's what I worry about.
I agree with you, Alex. I mean, we have just come on, this comes on the back of what happened in Bondi Beach, the shooting, all those poor Jewish people who lost their lives, innocent Jewish people, over Hanukkah, and for the Pope to take such a strong stance, and it's almost like he's nailing his colours to the mast, isn't he, as to where he comes down on this war between Israel and Palestine. Although Israel always says that they haven't started a war, they're just defending their country against Hamas, who took the hostages and committed the atrocities that Hamas committed on Israeli citizens, and also on people forget that there are many Arabs who live in Israel peacefully and just want to be able to go around about their lives without this threat of violence constantly overshadowing them. So I was surprised by the Pope's message. I do feel it will alienate many of the Jewish community. I think we sort of look around at what's going on, and in the Western world we're sort of meant to be a Judeo-Christian society, and I feel like the Pope's almost like moved away from that almost in talking about what he has spoken about, but at the same time I suppose he wants to let it be known that he's against any form of violence, which of course we all are. We all want peace.
Well, I think that's
in the Middle East. We all want peace.
I'd say that's the crucial thing that needs emphasising at Christmas. It can be put positively, and I'm not saying he wasn't doing this, but the message that love is the most powerful thing, what I was talking about earlier. And we need messages, I think, that transcend division, because there's always claims that one side can make against the other, or if you started it, these atrocities. And I think saying, look, wherever these things started, the only answer is when we realise that violence begets more violence, that hatred begets more hatred. People have to have the courage to call stuff out and say it's terrible.
Of course.
We don't want people sweeping stuff under the carpet, but to say the only way this is going to stop is when we become absolutely determined that we are not going to respond to violence.
But Jewish people have never felt as persecuted since the rise of Nazi Germany is what they do now, and we have to be careful.
I certainly agree. Listen, I think there's ways of doing this that you can say, particularly through the Christian faith, which I think is one of the most peaceful religions in the world. There's just so many different ways you can say it, and I just think to directly point to one war when there's genocides happening of Christians, perhaps in many parts of Africa, and to not point to those and you point to this instead, I think that you can be found guilty of perhaps being a little bit overtly political. That's all I'll say, and I think on a day like today, I think this is a time you should be preaching, peace and love, but also doing it in a way that you can get everybody on board, especially if we're trying to grow Christianity. Anyway, listen, this is Merry Christmas Britain on GB News, a very special show for you. Of course, loads more to come, lots of more analysis, lots more chats, lots more drinking, lots more fun, lots more me making a meal out of very simple things. It is Christmas Day after all. Here are your top European holiday destinations if you want to get away though.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries, all sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
Whilst high pressure close to the UK brings plenty of dry and bright weather, we do have some heavy rain in central Mediterranean and colder than average weather pushing into parts of Iberia, just 7 degrees there in Lisbon with some showery rain expected later. Showers also moving through eastern parts of Spain, the Balearics, moving into Sardinia, Corsica, Italy, some wet weather and some gusty winds. Mostly fine in Greece and plenty of sunshine to continue into the weekend.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations forecast.
This Christmas, we're inviting you to join the GB News family for an occasion filled with joy. A chance to come together and lift our voices and celebrate what truly brings us closer at this time of year. So whether you're with friends or family or simply in the spirits of the season, we would love to share this special night of carols with you. Carols by candlelight at 7 o'clock tonight, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
It appears seem to need more time to do that.
They definitely do. I mean, I think this country is becoming so ageist, it's not true. We're all being taxed, and when you think of the years and years we've all paid taxes, and, now they're having another go at us. They're taxing our pensions and everything that we might have saved for that rainy day. Certainly, when crossing a road, it is, if you are, I've got a bad knee, you've got a bad knee over there. We have problems. You have a few problems, Eamon.
About everything.
Yeah, but when you get across the road, you're frightened. I'm frightened of falling, because I think that's one of the major things of old people. They're terrified. I've had 2 friends in the last fortnight fall very badly and they're in hospital. And then you suddenly get this beep, 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 beep on a crossing, and you panic a bit, and the cars are coming and bicycles are suddenly there. It's all...
Are people generally not very patient then? Because if there's an old lady or an old man crossing the road in front of me, I'd always stop.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And if you're in a wheelchair, they probably run you over more. I mean, it's a terrible situation.
It's not so much pedestrian crossings, right? It's the ones where it's lights. When Christopher quite right says about the beep 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 is so you have, and suddenly it says 10 seconds, 9 seconds.
The countdown's stressful.
Yeah,
and can imagine it would be.
It is trying to I have to trying to drag my leg across the road.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Right, we're about to start a quiz, but I just want to read one comment out on your say here. Rory says, Alex, can people reflect on those that are alone, not just at Christmas? Many people are surrounded by others, but still lonely. Absolutely agreed. It says Christmas is for everybody, and we all, obviously, here at GB News, we think of all of you. Thank you for watching and tuning in. Right, of course, we're joined by Sarah Louise Robertson, showbiz and royal reporter, and Stephen Kurt, vicar, of course. I have a Christmas quiz for you. Right, should we start that pressure button so we can hear what noise is?
Okay, I love a quiz.
Go on, you hit yours first, Sarah Louise. That's your noise.
Oh, I want the pink one.
Well, no, too late, all right? So, right, here's your first, first question.
Okay.
Which Christmas Day dip is believed to be the world's oldest continuously contested swimming competition?
Oh.
This is quite a hard one, actually. I don't know who's pulled these.
I thought it was a dip for, food.
I had to do one in Whitley Bay, and Newcastle one.
Not quite. Any guesses?
Oh, sorry.
The Thames.
Oh, they're a bit closer geographically. The answer is the Peter Pan Cup in the Serpentine in central London.
That's on the tip of my tongue.
I'm learning something new too here, by the way.
There you go.
Second question.
Right.
Tess Daly and Claudia Winkleman have presented their final episode of Strictly Come Dancing together. In what year did the pair become the main hosts of the show?
2014.
I'm going to guess 2017.
Sarah Louise, Robert, you have it. 2014 is absolutely right. That's what
I miss Brucey, though. I mean, as someone who was on the Generation Gap.
If I'd got that wrong, I'd get fired.
Reporter, well done. Kept her job. Let's move to question 3, shall we? Which poet did the King quote in his speech on Christmas Day? Vicky, you got that?
T.S. Eliot.
Yeah.
Don't you jump in when I buzzed first, quite clearly.
It's 1-1.
That was a draw. That was a draw.
Well, this is the final question, so this will be the deciding.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Name the former Nottingham Forest and Scotland winger who has died at the age of 72. I didn't know this one either.
God, I've not got a clue. I'm so sorry.
No, it was a cricket question, I get it. But
it's John Robertson. There
I
we
should
have
know
You should know that, the name Robertson.
It's been a relative, sorry.
No,
May he rest in peace.
Now, listen, it has been a wonderful show. Thank you all so much for joining me. Sarah Louise, where are you going after this?
I'm going to go home, I'm going to get changed, and then I'm going over to see some friends for a spot of Christmas tea.
Get changed again. What are you wearing this time?
Oh, do you know, I'm just going to go a little bit more casual. Not pyjamas, though. I'm not doing a Meghan Markle.
You're not doing Meghan Markle pyjamas,
But yeah,
no.
just a little bit more comfy.
Okay.
And I don't want
I'm
the
going
dress to get
home.
spoilt.
I hope my family have not eaten all of the Christmas meal, and I've been promised there will be some left for me. So, yeah, a plate of turkey and full trimmings, and I love it. So, and it'll be nice to see family, and,
I'm having my Christmas day tomorrow when I
Well, I'm
go
having
back.
family tomorrow after my brother's tomorrow, so...
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
This is what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah.
Christmas should be shared, and of course, if you are alone, we are here at GB News, and we will keep you company. There is a massive show for the rest of the evening lined up for you tonight. Trust me, it's going to be a very, very interesting evening. There's a little story here I just wanted to read out. Where is it here? We've got. Hang on, let me find it here. Right, so. Zack Palansky, have you heard of him, the Green Party leader?
Yeah.
He wants to spend,
isn't he?
Right, the Green Party leader has
nutter.
called for $476 million of taxpayer money to be spent on kindness to Channel migrants in his first Christmas message. What do you make of that, Vic?
Well, I want to promote kindness. I think the trouble is when people hear that, they'll feel that it's... being rather sort of partial and rather anti anyone asking tough questions. I think what we've got to do is show there's no such thing as a bad question. There are just a variety of answers. And we mustn't close down debates, which I fear that is doing.
No, I just say to Zach, my answer to Zach is, Zach, give me the keys to your house so I can let myself in.
But
and
kindness...
I'm going to help myself into your fridge because you're practising kindness and Christian beliefs and values. And I'll just go and help myself now in your house.
But kindness is a good thing.
That's kindness.
Kindness is a good thing we want to promote.
I think kindness is a good thing. I understand that from a Christian perspective. That is a very important message. I do say I think charity starts at home. And
let's
that's what
look
I believe.
after our own.
And as much as I'm very much on board with kindness and looking after people, I think we also need to prioritise British people first for a little while because we are struggling at the moment, aren't we? Many people at home are struggling. There's many people who are finding it difficult to get work, and spending more money on illegal migration, I think, is not really the kind of Christmas message I want to endorse personally. But there we go. It's been a very lovely show. Thank you all so much for joining me. This has been Merry Christmas on Britain, a very special show for you. Thank you all for spending your Christmas with us. It has been a pleasure. Sarah, Stephen, thank you. Merry Christmas to all of you at home. I'll see you soon.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Hello again and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. I do hope you've enjoyed your Christmas, and it's been a cold one, hasn't it? Particularly in the south where we've had a biting easterly wind, and that wind is not going to be going anywhere over the next 2 or 3 days really, but further north high pressure is in control and winds are considerably lighter across Scotland and Northern Ireland. But in the west, across Wales and southwest England, we still have a wind warning in place through the course of this evening. Wind gusts of 50 miles per hour or so in some exposed spots. And the breeze will persist overnight as well, so it will generally stay frost-free in the most exposed coastal regions and in the towns and the cities. Further north, though, temperatures dipping below freezing in the countryside at least, and there will be a fairly widespread frost as well. Perhaps one or two freezing fog patches as well in some northern parts of Scotland. In the south, though, generally a bit of a cloudier start to the day compared to on Christmas Day. There will be some sunny breaks in places, and certainly further north we run into parts of Wales, Northern Ireland, northwest England and western Scotland. Here it should be mostly sunny and frosty to begin the day on Boxing Day, and not anywhere near as windy as further south either. For northeastern parts of Scotland, maybe the odd spit or spot of drizzle in the thickest cloud, but again, most places will stay dry through the day on Boxing Day. So a great day really for burning off that Christmas Day lunch, and generally it will stay dry with some sunshine for most of us right the way through the course of the day. Still breezy in the south, though not quite as windy as on Christmas Day, and that wind will still make it feel pretty cold. Despite temperatures being a fraction higher, still below average for the time of year, generally speaking reaching highs of 5 to 7 degrees Celsius. It stays similar through Boxing Day evening, most places dry, a mixture of cloud and clear periods. And right the way through the weekend and into next week, the dry theme continues for most of us. We'll be chasing cloud amounts around, but generally there will be some sunny breaks at times for most of us, and temperatures below average.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Thank you, Britain, for helping us reach 10 million followers across our social media platforms. We're truly honoured to have your trust, one follower at a time.
Good evening. This is the latest AI travel news from GBNews.com. The A83 is restricted at Locknell Street in Loch Gilphead due to emergency roadworks. High winds on the A55 Britannia Bridge have led to restrictions. A broken-down vehicle on the A1 northbound in Gateshead has closed one lane. The M60 anti-clockwise entry slip at junction 19 in Bury has lane closures expected to resolve by 6:34. On the M25 anti-clockwise, a broken-down vehicle between junctions 26 and 25 has one lane shut. An accident on the A38 eastbound exit slip to the A379 in Devon is causing closures, with normal conditions expected by 6:15. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.